Hello, welcome everybody to Deadlock Night Shift. It's number 44. I'm here with I was gonna say Jake. I mix you guys up because your name's
it's
not
the hair.
Letter J
it's the hair.
And an A.
Yeah, it's very similar.
It's the fact that it's like 36 degrees here, humid. I showered and my hair is also naturally kind of curly. So you got Budget Jake here. I like to say Walmart Jake on the show. Hello, Jason Kaplan.
ZP, this is show number 44. What is the square root of 44?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not doing math
Obviously,
right now. I've had too many other things to worry about, particularly in the last 24 hours. So my brain just rejects your question to do incredibly simple math. Square roots were never really my thing anyway.
Gabriel would have known that, ZP. I'm just telling you right now.
It's true. It's true. Well, I mean, math. We're not supposed to do math on camera, but we're supposed to cast. We're supposed to do esports, and so we've had a lot of interesting results. I think over the recent weeks, and I think this day will be no different. Let's have a quick look at the formats to see exactly how the action is going to be playing out today. We actually had an EU qualifying match, as you guys can see. ZP, tell us what happened. You are the man of the matches.
Yeah, so in EU, OCs basically and a bunch of other EU players decided to put together a new team, and it met our criteria for, hey, this team is going to be competitive enough to potentially do a qualifier in EU like we've been doing in NA. Now, in NA, work in progress effectively was unavailable this week, so we just ran it back with Bird of Clock, who's up against Melee Creeps because FPS Lounge won. But yeah, Sneaky team looking stronger than expected in the qualifier. It was a 2-1 in their favor. Obviously, first day of round, the R1 tournament was a little bit of a baptism by fire in the sense that they had their 2 games in group stages. Day 1 were Leviathan and Abrahams, and they lost both 2-0. But in the qualifier, they were able to take down Leviathan. So my view on Sneaky team is that this is probably a team that is going to be more or less volatile, as to be expected of a team that was recently made. So, the challenge for Abrahams here is that, well, Abrahams recently beat them 2-0. This is a team that, frankly, is scary in a best of one. So, we'll see if they hit their top potential in the BO1 here today.
Bro, but ZP, OC's beating his old team. Like, come on, how good does that have to feel after getting I mean, I guess he got kicked, right? It's not like he left, he got kicked from the team. And then obviously like Hapex left as well. But to beat your old roster, that has to feel good. But yeah, like you said, this is gonna be an interesting one. I think it makes him probably the most deadly team that Abrahams can fight up against, considering it's a newer team coming together. It's gonna be tough to see how you actually take them down that best of one, especially because Abrahams has already been playing today and did have a tough time up against Buff Enjoyers in R1.
Yeah, and the NA matches I think will be really interesting. I think NA is super competitive. Of course, FPS Lounge, I think, was that a surprising result for you guys? Seeing them, able to win with such a fresh roster.
Yes.
Overall, I mean, the roster has talent. Also, I would argue while Melee Creeps, they've put together like pretty high, win streaks overall. They're a team that, in the middle of those streaks, it would still drop maps. So the idea like Melee Creeps could drop a week isn't too surprising, especially with a team that has as much talent as FPS Lounge has. So, NA, even when you have a team like Melee Creeps on top, I never really look at them as the undefeatable champion, so to speak.
Certainly is going to be an exciting portion of the show, so don't miss it. I don't think we've ever had NA be so competitive. I feel like we said that a few times, but it still feels like it's really, really competitive. But speaking of which, we also have something else that's competitive, which is our board of patrons. We've got a lot of Patreon subscribers. Thank you all for the amazing support. And Yeah, we usually try to pick out some names, give some love, some spotlights. Some of you guys who have been supporting us week in and week out. Very grassroots show, and I feel like it's really cool to see some of the support. Like Chrisana, I'm gonna just shout out Chrisana straight away because I feel like every single week, Chrisana's getting us some additional gifted subs, which is always like great to see.
Yeah, as I look at it, the show really could not happen without this level of support, especially because, every now and then people look at the show and be like, where's the sponsor this week? It's like, well, we're a weekly show. We just run in perpetuity, and most sponsors, they come in and, they come in for a few weeks, they leave. But, the consistency of the Patreon lets us put on the show week in and week out, regardless of what sponsors may be there. So, thank you so much for coming out to help support.
Tim. Big shout out to you, one of our $5 night shift residents. I mean, the name just looks so much fun to say, to be honest. There was another name in there I wanted to say. I'm gonna do I'm gonna be cheeky here if I'm allowed to, Dan. I'm gonna do a double shout out. Can I do a double shout out?
You can. I implore you to do a quadruple shout out.
Quadruple's too much. No, I think you're pushing the limits here. And even if you said no to the double shout, I was gonna do it anyway. But Nick Zalax 11. Because Zalax makes me think chillax, and I don't know if I can chillax here in this heat over in Italy when I don't have air conditionings to keep me all nice and cozy here in the middle of the summer. But yeah, Nick Zalax 11 as well. Thank you so much for the support here.
Yeah, there's a chance, guys, we might lose Jason from the show. Like in Italy right now, everyone's trying to run the AC. Well, they don't have AC really, but they're trying to run the fans, right? How many fans do you have, Jason? What's the average fan per room?
We've got 2 actively running most of the day. The power infrastructure here in Italy is really bad, to be honest. The only thing weaker than the power structure here in Italy, I would say, is probably me trying to do push-ups. If I'm honest, and it's already cut out, I think, like 4 times today. And luckily, there's a hospital with a generator like right across the street, so they can stay up and running. But who needs a hospital? We need some night shift action. We need me here alive, or else DDK is gonna have to cast the whole day for me.
You just need to put get like a bike, a stationary bike with like a dynamo on it.
I have to power my own broadcast.
And then your partner can just if it cuts out.
I just want to say that the funniest thing about all the complaining about air conditioners is that when Jason was visiting in the States, all he complained about is like, oh, there's too much AC in the States. It's really aggravating my allergies. So getting whiplash from him complaining about all the air conditioning in the States to going back to Italy and going like, oh, there's a heat wave. I wish I had air conditioning. Like, yeah, air conditioning is pretty good, isn't it?
A, don't have allergies. B, you guys keep it at like 60 degrees. And you know what? Like a nice comfortable 75 to 80 degrees is more than fine. But when you go from outside being like 100 degrees to walking inside being like 65, it kills you. It kills you if you're not used to it. And I haven't, lived back in the States for almost 14 years now. So
damn.
That was rough. That was tough, CP. That was tough. I wish I got that milkshake. It would make my throat feel better, probably.
Fair enough. Well, did we have a 1v1 today? Are we doing Mo 1v1?
We do have a Mo 1v1.
We got the rosters first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, you should fire me from this role. I might have to just go into a caster slot if Jason doesn't survive the power situation. But speaking of power, Abrahams are always a powerful roster. Do you see what I did there? So we need to talk about this roster here because I feel like they've been getting a bit better week in, week out. Loki W, now Buff Enjoyers. I feel like they look a little bit more attackable. And are Abrahams the team to do it this week?
Well, one thing about Abrahams is that I'm not entirely sure what happened a little bit earlier in R1 because I had to wake up, actually sleep and then wake up right before the show. But what I'll say for today is that I got a message asking, hey, do you know what the sub is for Abrahams? Because they're going to need one today. And Empty Dreams is out, and Play With Me, who has moved to the coaching role at the departure of Parzival, is also going to be playing today, doing his own form of Ranger. So going to be Play With Me in the most likely position 1 role, where Empty Dreams usually is for Abraham. So yeah, you look at the coach in the lower left, and that is actually sub for today. So again, I don't really know the context because it happened the last 2 hours when I was sleeping, but there you go. Play With Me is coming in today for Empty Dreams. So for Abrahams, maybe that does make them a little bit more vulnerable to Steaky Team, or maybe it's just the return of Play With Me to a player. The pipeline of going coach to player in Deadlock has been shockingly similar. No, get Play With Me on Hayes. No Page. We need to see Play With Me on Hayes. Even though he's unlikely to play Hayes today, it was a signature hero in the past.
But Paige, we haven't seen Paige in so long. At least let her see us in the roster menu.
No.
Okay. I mean, yep. He's already said it. We're not going to see it. Yeah, man, last time seeing Play With Me, he was with the OG Hayes in Fight Night, if I'm not mistaken, dating back that far, and really surprised so many people out there and actually made a name for himself, at least in my eyes, when it came to Hayes. I hope there's a world that he plays it. Probably not going to happen, but oh man, that would be so sick to see.
Yeah. Hayes, Wraith. It was iconic. Speaking of iconic, let's look at the next roster. Sneaky team. Obviously, having to fight hard against Leviathan, that 2-1 victory. So doing it in a best of 3 against Leviathan is definitely respectable. And, you guys were already setting this one up earlier when we were looking at the brackets today. OCs.
Oh, okay. So there's a reason for this. OCs was previously on Leviathan, where we had everyone Leviathan on Mo for the meme. But OCs, you're no longer Leviathan, requesting the production audible to change OCs over to Venator. I've been seeing OCs a lot on as of late. Yeah, so sorry, if we see OCs on Mo, I will eat a hat of some sort. I don't know if it's gonna be edible, but we'll go there.
I got this. I got us chat. I'm messaging OCs right now. ZP didn't say anything about me influencing this one. I will give OCs money if he gets to play Mo and Krill to see ZP eat a hat. Like, are we talking like a candy hat, or are we talking like an actual?
I don't know. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. We're not going to that bridge. It's gonna be OCs on some form of position 1. I think you can take that to the bank.
So just very quickly, guys, tell me about Wiki and WeApp, what you guys know about them, because these are not players that we have seen, playing on some of the top tier EU rosters in Night Shift. So is there any info that you have on these guys that we should be aware of?
Well, one thing I'll say here for looking at the qualifiers, I think WeApp was off playing on Lash. In terms of detailed player breakdowns, I couldn't give that offhand. But again, like looking at the qualifiers, Wiki was playing on Shiv in one of the games. So, the way they have it set up, you're probably going to be seeing Captain on frontliners, Maza G on pick. Or if you think last time we saw Maza G in Night Shift, Maza G was playing a lot of Paradox. It's that sort of role. And yeah, I mean, obviously OC's on, position 1, which is, what you would expect from an OC's team.
I think it'd be cool to see Rake though, because like we saw Rake play a ton of like Celeste originally. Obviously came into Leviathan as a sub, and they actually pushed Abrahams really far. I think beat them, and then I think they beat the team. I think it was maybe Fearless Furies, and they went on to play against Abrahams. He did extremely well against them. But seeing him on like Celeste, but now moving him over to, I would say, like a position 2 we've been seeing, or looking at R1, has been really cool to see. And I think Rake does have the potential to be a massive playmaker in a roster. And I want to see how he can do in this team, honestly. With him and OCs together, like that's already a really strong combo.
All right, a journey of discovery to see kind of what this new OCs roster can do. We'll be going into the 1v1 shortly, but just off the rip, like what do you guys expect to see here today? Because OCs obviously, I think OCs is clearly like very, very good in terms of the carry role, and I feel like there was a lot of critique that had fallen his teams in the past that maybe didn't have quite the right setup behind him, had maybe a lot of good players, but in terms of the team configuration, obviously a team, as CP disappears, a team is it's really important to have people in obviously the right places, and a superstar team doesn't necessarily work because it's a lot more than just individual skill. I thought you were the guy that was going to disappear here today, Jason.
I thought as well, but it's funny enough being more stable.
Oh my god, I'm alone. I'm alone in the room. This is a solo show. Hang on.
I'm just messing with you. I'm still here. I'm just messing with you.
Oh, you are? I was ready to like... It's just me now, guys. And my eyebrows.
Oh man, that's almost as much forehead as I'm used to seeing in the NA portion of the show when Uber's here. I think what we saw with OCs though, he was very vocal in talking about, I swear we're just giving Solomon a heart attack. He was very vocal about when he left the team is that like Sai was someone who would set him up extremely well. Like he needed his kind of like partner in crime to give him information of where he could stand, where he could play from, and where he can really excel from. And I think Maza G needs to do something kind of similar to that on his team here to be effective for OCs, because we obviously saw a big drop off in his performance when playing with Leviathan in his last dance. But I think you need to work around him. You need to facilitate him, and then you already have a strong team. And then obviously Rake has already been playing with him quite a bit in the past as well. I think it has a lot of potential here, honestly, if this team can unlock the features that they can use to win.
All right, well, okay, your thoughts on that after this 1v1 DP, as you've returned. I don't know where you went to. You went to the Shadow Realm and just kind of came back. I don't know what the interdimensional travel did, like where you went exactly, but you're
line strike.
Look, also, that was very, very close, but Saint back on top. Although, like all professional boxers, I feel like we're reaching the end of Saint's career here. It's like, if I was able to get one, but he looks more mortal. It's like Muhammad Ali pre-war versus Muhammad Ali post-war is what we've been seeing with Saint in recent times.
Jason, notice how ZP dodged my question to talk about the deadlock. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna. You don't have to respond, ZP, but I just wanted to bring attention to that.
Surprised
that's
ZP
fine.
was actually the number one dodgeball player in Minnesota back in 1995. So we have to remember that. He's got the trophy somewhere in his room, I believe.
I don't think they give trophies to people that young at the time, but never know. Also, let me tell you, I was getting hit by every single ball back in the day.
A wall? Oh, ball. You're like, how are you getting hit by walls? I think you're playing a weird game of dodgeball.
A little bit walls too.
Tanner,
I was never
leave
like
this man alone.
Yeah, like,
All right, lads. Well, we've got the pick ban phase coming up here, and tell me about what the priority looks like right now. What has shifted week in, week out.
well, one of the biggest priorities has been Billy has come back in the fray, where Billy is often first pick or first ban. Now, based on how these teams were drafting, even in R1, just on Monday, or rather Tuesday, this is already a little bit different to see Holiday come in as the first ban.
I think what's also interesting is Dorman's still open, but also these teams, and Buff and Joy's included, have been specifically practicing with 3 bans for R1. It's a 10K tournament. You get 3 bans in that system, so maybe a little bit unfamiliar, unused to how they want to go around doing a double ban system. Leaving things open like Doorman, I think it goes like you'd get 2 bans, you get like 2 or 3 picks, you get another ban, then you get like 2 more picks, and you get a final ban. I don't remember actually how it fully works out, but the fact that Doorman's open, Abraham's go for Pocket, I think is actually really interesting here, ZP.
Yeah, and I mean, also Pocket's been variable in priority, where Pocket hasn't even always been first picked when available, but I do wonder if this is just going to be an Abrams Doorman angle coming in. Oftentimes we've been seeing like Abrams Holiday's first 2 picks, but with Holiday off the table, Sneaky Team presumably is going to go more on the Doorman side. See how it goes, and yeah, Doorman gets locked in.
All right, so one thing that jumps off the page is that Silver is not like, there's no mention of Silver, no ban, no first pick, or like not really seeing Silver get prioritized here. I don't think that we've seen. Is there a reason for that specific? Okay, Infernus also before a Silver. So like, talk to me about that. Is Silver kind of a pick that people are turned off by now, or what's going on?
No, she's just not a high prio anymore, right? Like a number 1, top 2. I think the hit to the heal on Ultimate, like the reset, the heal that you get, was a massive hit to the sustainability when it comes to fights that a lot of people, I think abused is the wrong word, ZP, but they definitely use the hell out of that to have the extra longevity to continue to put pressure on quite often.
Yeah, I mean, Silver hasn't fallen off that much. She's basically been present in every draft over the last week. It's just she's not in the first ban, first pick priority. Heroes like GT, Abrams, Doorman, Pocket, they generally get proud. What we've been actually seeing a lot over the last few days is that she'll get hit with mid-stage bans. So a good example here is that I think it's probably likely when you look at the team comp that's been set up so far that maybe Abraham's like takes down the Silver so Sneaky Team can add, or in this case Sneaky Team's gonna take it out. So like either the 2 teams had reasons to ban it. Abraham's just not wanting Sneaky Teams to add like more of a good front line, and then Sneaky Team's case not wanting to use their first pick out of mid-stage bans on it.
Interesting enough as well, not seeing a pick for OCs in top 3, which is kind of different, I want to say. I feel like we've normally seen him being heavily prioritized for the team. But obviously, when you get something like Doorman, Abrams left up, when you ban out Billy, you want to grab that front line, you want to grab that Doorman, and you want to grab the hero, which is actually rose through the ranks quite heavily when it comes to you with grade talent, but still not going for an OC's pick here. I mean, Mazda G, Bebop makes sense.
They're going to grab it at the end. I think what's in the cards for OCs is either going to be Warden or Mina. Like those have been the 2 OC's backup picks when Venator is otherwise unavailable. And I think for Abrahams, you don't have to worry about them picking either. So they can pick the OC's hero last in this case.
Yeah, and it's interesting, guys, because I felt like we're in a meta where the front line was heavily prioritized in the top of the draft, and now we're seeing that front line, especially for Abrahams here, the first frontliner is Shiv in 4th pick. So that's another interesting change as we see Paradox come in. So both teams with a pick option, Paradox, Abrahams and Bebop for Sneaky Team.
Is this a Sonya Infernus, do you think, ZP?
Possibly, yeah. I think that's more than likely, unless you're going to have something along the lines where you put Play With Me in that role and then you have Sanya go to the M1. Like because Play With Me was always like a little bit more active in what Play With Me used to play rather than being pure M1. I don't know what role like Play With Me is going to go in here. If you're just sliding for Empty Dreams, you'd be more like position 1. Otherwise, you could vary it up. But okay, Sneaky Team, this is a little bit interesting, even relative to yesterday, where this is probably an angle where you're going to get the OCs on the Mirage instead.
Uh-oh. I'm just thinking of the win rate, man, over the last weeks. I think people have figured out Mirage a little bit more, though, of not being your primary M1 anymore, being more of like a secondary M1. You kind of get you work towards like Ricochet, Toxic Bullets, Inhibitor, just to kind of put pressure on the enemy team and allow someone else to actually do the cleanup, and you don't necessarily feed up as much farm. But the Geist on top of that, I don't know. I'm still, it's like these two heroes combined had like a win rate of like 6 and 40 something in Night Shift over like a few week period. And also the Rem pick coming in last for Abrahams. I mean, I feel like we've also seen Rem get a lot more play due to the change to the tag along. The fact that you can burst heal anyone you jump to now instead of just that initial target makes him a lot stronger. But at the same time, still very weak, still very susceptible to being picked off. And I don't think we've seen necessarily the success that I thought we would have seen out of Rem.
I got to highlight, guys, that we only have Shiv the front line for Abrahams. And what's the feeling on this? Because I feel like this is quite counter to what we've seen in the previous weeks.
I mean, I think for Abrahams, the entire goal of this comp, especially when you get into earn fights, is that, you know, how much do you need a frontline when everything is ticking you down? Whether it be, you know, you have Flame Dash, you have Affliction, you have Time Bomb out for the Paradox. Like, this is just pure on, we are flooding the zone with AoE damage and let things sort it out after. Sneaky Team, meanwhile, when it's not an ult fight, actually has like a way, way better team fight overall. Like, so long as you're not able, you know, you don't get stuck in a corner with Infernus, you have more ways of setting up picks, you have more ways of, you know, getting an advantage in smaller skirmishes, whereas Abrahams, their team, I look at this and this is just pure on, don't step in the circle at earn fight, pretty much.
Yeah, don't step in the circle. Interesting. Not wrong, but interesting.
We had Sneaky Team ban both Silver and Billy, so there's like 60% of like the top you know, picks that you'd want to get for the front line. The Victor has disappeared after having so much priority. Obviously, there were some changes. Do you think that's people are undervaluing Victor right now?
No, not really. I mean, I think Victor, when Victor has been getting picked, his actual priority in the draft has gone lower and lower. And generally, it's you see him get picked in comps where your presence for things like earn fight, it's going to be a little bit less, and you need someone to be able to go in and, you know, die and create space. But people have seemingly been trending a bit away from Victor over the last week.
All right. Well, what's the feeling? Who's ahead on the draft here between these two teams for each of you guys?
Honestly, am I allowed to see the team names attached to it or not? Like, am I looking at this like team list? You know, like I can't see who's who, because I think for me, knowing who's playing what kind of does imbalance this game slightly towards Abrahams for me. I mean,
so
the amount of damage they're going to have is, I think Abrahams have a better draft based on them being Abrahams.
Okay.
If I saw like Sneaky Team playing this, I'd be a little bit more concerned. But just like the amount of damage they have, and I feel like Abrahams have shown they can play without going for like frontline earn heavy compositions, like we saw a few weeks back with Leviathan. I think against Abrahams, Leviathan drafted a comp specifically around trying to get all these dunks, get all these earns. Abrahams did a comp that was like, okay, you can have them, we're just going to take objectives around the map instead. So I think for me, their name attached to a composition like this makes you think they have a better draft for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just kind of depends on execution between the two teams. For Sneaky Team, you have a comp here that is basically designed to make life really miserable for Abrahams at most non-team fight parts of the game, whether it be pickoffs that start with a bird, pickoffs that start with Doorman doing shenanigans. You got Abrams that can put people out of position. And all the while, you're going, okay, OC's farm. Like, just continue to get super farmed on Mirage. And if you're able to actually have, like, really good skirmishes, you get into late game, you have a really farm Mirage, and things go well. Meanwhile, for Abrahams, their entire strategy is just don't get picked. If you don't get picked, you show up and force the team fights. You're probably not going to lose team fights with the comp that you have if you're actually able to get there all six with everyone having ults up. Now, in a best of one, I do think it's a little bit interesting because there's a lot of things that can happen to where Sneaky Team could actually win this, you know, if you have a good game off the Bebop, if you have some mistakes being made by Abrahams. But if Abraham plays relatively mistake-free gameplay, then I don't know if Sneaky Team like actually wins when, you know, both teams collide against each other. So to me, I think this makes for a pretty interesting matchup, but a lot is going to depend on the playmaking potential of Sneaky Team.
I'm worried, ZP. I'm worried on if OC's play Mirage and they're just going to have them farm and try to be a late game threat. We've not seen that work for Mirage in I feel like a very long time, honestly. I'm also worried about the GT in general, where I think we've only really had one team, and that's Buff Enjoyers, and that's Cosmetical in particular, really work well and show off the highs of what a GT can bring to a roster. The amount of raw damage Cosmetical was getting with his birds of like plus 50, plus 60, plus 70 spirit power on his stacks, I don't think we've seen be replicated in Night Shift so far. So I kind of worry about that, of like actually unlocking the power of a GT, because obviously you can sit range, you can still get farm, you can still do your power shots, but is it going to be nearly as threatening as a plus 70 GT? That's what kind of worries me. But I see in terms of a Bebop hooking you into a Spirit Snare, and obviously like an Abrams and a Dorman there to support you, can still do a lot of work.
I think there's a key point though for this GT pick, is that they got GT a little bit later in the draft. Like, we were seeing teams that were losing with GT, you were picking GT first, and as a result you weren't getting some of the other premium picks along with it. In this case, they were able to get GT after getting Abrams and Doorman, so I feel like you've given up a little bit less team power for the opportunity cost to play GT. Like, all the snowball factors for like, okay, GT needs a good start and all that still exists, but you didn't give up some of the other premium picks in the draft to necessarily get to the GTs. So I think, you know, for Sneaky Team, it may be a little bit more of an upside for the GT just by pure virtue of the fact that you got it a little bit later.
So where do we feel like OCs fits into the picture? Like, what are the win conditions? Is OCs like a major part of the win condition? I mean, it feels like silly to say that he's not in some respect, but what has to kind of function well for OCs to be able to really peak in this game?
Can I maybe be the pessimist here? I don't think OCs really has the carry potential on his team with a Mirage. If he was on Venator, if he's on maybe Wraith, I feel like the potential, or even like Warden, he has so much more carry potential. I think maybe when you get to like the 40k mark, if you can get like Echo Shard, Dust Devil, you have a lot of extra survivability that you need. You have a lot of more interrupts that you could use as well to disrupt the enemy team. But honestly, ZP, I don't see him having that same level of impact as like a Mina in this case. Like the pressure he puts on mid game and Mina has been relatively unmatched by any other Mina player out there.
Well, we did get an update from production because we're waiting on the players, and you know, they were listening into the conversation who's playing what. Rather than being OCs on Mirage, where that's what we've seen OCs play on teams where it's been drafted in recent times, for Sneaky Team, it's going to be OCs on Geist in this case. Okay. So it's going to be Wiki on Mirage, OCs on Geist. And I mean, some of the same things still, you know, kind of come up in that, okay, how active is OCs going to be? But I still think Geist could be a reasonable win condition if you get ahead of the game.
Definitely,
I mean, clearly from how this team is set up, Abraham's your win condition is game stays even into late game, you win. Like, you have a better fight if you are even souls or ahead. Sneaky Team, every part of this kind of oozes, this is a team that needs to get ahead early, and if you get ahead early, you rely on, you know, Geist and Mirage to bring you over the finish line.
That's, yeah, okay,
definitely
much better.
Okay, Jason.
I'd say much happier to hear that, honestly, ZP and Dan, thinking about it, because I think him on Geist being fed farm and having your like second M1 hero be Mirage is much more in line with where we've been seeing the success of Mirage in general the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, because you can play Geist in a variety of ways. You know, teams went away, or we, I guess, have seen less of the hard to carry Geist. But I feel like if anyone's going to kind of show that, you know, OCs can definitely play that, you know, safe lane, and then maybe Mirage on the other lane, and then you've got kind of like an interesting hit squad between Abrams, Doorman, Grey Talon, and Bebop. They can really command the mid lane and also the invades and so on. And because I think that's the thing, right, for OCs. If he's playing hard carry Geist, presumably he's going to need his team to keep the pressure off of him so that he's able to farm, because Geist is not very mobile, can be quite susceptible to getting ganked, especially if that's executed well. And Abrahams have a lot of good tools, I think, to do that. So, you know, sometimes, you know, one way you can frame games is, you know, if let's say like building to that late game for Sneaky Team with OCs on like an insane Geist hyper carry game, that's like a very dangerous place in the game to get to. It kind of puts it on Abrahams to prevent that from happening in what they are trying to do. So are you guys seeing the game in that way? Or?
It's a good point. I think we've seen when OCs is on more mobile heroes, like more mobile carries, teams also emphasize ganking him a lot more. I think we've seen a lot more teams send like 2 or 3 players constantly to his lane to just kill him and keep him behind. And Geist is definitely susceptible to those ganks. But are they going to see Geist and be like, okay, we don't have to worry about him too much? That's another question. But also the support that he should have of like Doorman being near him to give protection, maybe even Bebop to help out, maybe even I'd probably assume not Mirage. I think it's going to be easier said than done, but I think he's definitely a more susceptible hero than normal here, ZP.
It's going to be interesting. Also, I just got an update from production in terms of who's playing. We thought Play With Me would be coming in the sub today for Empty Dreams. That's what we were told by Together before the broadcast. And actually, Empty Dreams is still in. So no roster changes for Abrahams whatsoever. Your normal scheduled broadcast.
All right, well, there we go. Abraham's against Sneaky Team. A Sneaky Team with a 2-1 over Leviathan to qualify here. So it should be a banger of an opening best of one here to see who's going to be up against Buff and Joyous in that money match. Take it away, gents.
Can I ask a question, ZP, before we hop into it? For anyone in chat watching, the Sneaky Team logo, is that some sort of like Yu-Gi-Oh character? I swear it looks like a card from Yu-Gi-Oh, like the Blue Eyes White Dragon Guardian or something like that.
No, I think you're thinking of I think it was called the Celtic Guardsman or something along those lines. And I only know that from meme videos about Yu-Gi-Oh. It's something along those ends. But in any case, apparently Empty Dreams is only going to be here for the best of one. But then Empty Dreams has something coming up where Empty Dreams will not be available for the best of three should Abrahams win, is what I'm taking from info I just heard. So you may still see Play With Me here today, just not in the Challenger match. But of course, for that to be relevant at all, Abrahams have to get through Sneaky Team.
Yeah, and I think it'll be... Honestly, I kind of want to see him come back and play. I was kind of sad to see him actually drop out. To be fair, it did feel like he kind of hit a skill ceiling of what at least he was playing, and he wasn't really able to keep pushing through and keep improving like other players were. What's up, CP?
No, I was going to say, it could be that, or it's also, I think Play With Me has a reasonable stream. I think Play With Me just went the, I'm just going to focus on my stream, bro, route. Kind of similar to, I think, like players like Fargareco did the same thing, which is why, like, you only see Fearless Furies when you have, like, a larger EU tournament. Like, some of the players, I guess, they just feel... Well, also, that was a huge gut shot. Like,
she's got yeeted.
But yeah, Deadlock's in a weird state for some of the players where, you know, because there's not too many tournaments, some of them are just like, hey, man, I'm just a streamer for now, you know?
I wish I could do that. I mean, to be fair, you'll probably make more money streaming than playing, but for, you know, for some people out there, like I think there's a couple of names out there we're thinking in North America, like for instance Buds. We're hoping to see him on a team one day, but it's definitely better for him to just stream than to try to play in a pro team at the moment. Though now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen him stream in quite a long time, ZP. I don't know if you have or if you're still like in contact with him.
Yeah, actually, I was just playing a game with him the other day, but he's taking a bit of a break right now, from what I understand. I don't know if it's permanent or not, but you know, long time streaming, sometimes you need breaks. But let's talk about the game as is. No real surprise that Weap just dead. About to talk about the Bebop mid lane, and we just see Weap getting run over by Saint off on the side. But in terms of who's playing what, no real surprises here, really on either side. Although I guess one thing that's interesting is that you got Empty Dreams in the pocket, Arzo on the Ven.
I mean, yeah, Arzo's been playing the M1 carry for them for the last few weeks. I think one interesting thing for me is to see the Together back on Shiv, because it's been mostly Sonya playing Shiv for the team, but that's also been in correlation with Together playing like a front line, like a Billy or something like that. So it's not too surprising to see that, but it's been a long time since I feel like we've seen Together Shiv. And I think sometimes people forget how damn good he was at it. I mean, there was a game that we were casting when One Man Bombshell where he went like 16-0 and just absolutely decimated Buff and Joyous back then. Obviously, Buff and Joyous did win the whole thing at the finals. But very, very good Shiv player. I think for me, it's about how is Infernus going to play? Because it's not very often we see Infernus these days, though I know we've seen Hoop playing it actually in some scrims recently.
I mean, Infernus, I think, has been sneaking into games just purely because, you know, in terms of earn fight, Infernus is quite good, and Infernus still has the ability to put pressure on lanes and, you know, be annoying to actually go after. Like, Infernus isn't a hero that, you know, dies super easily, so you do get a measure of consistency on top of the, you know, earn fight benefit.
Well, my eyes are going to be looking towards Rake in the mid lane with Maza G in particular. I think Rake Talon Bebop can be a very strong lane, can do a lot of damage. You get poked down quite low, you get hooked in, then eventually you just get picked off. Especially up against like the Shiv Paradox. I think actually, I don't know. I think it's pretty decently matched between both of them because you still have a lot of pick potential on Abraham's side to do a lot of poke. But what I want to see mostly is like Rake when we get to these first birds, and you know, maybe honestly ZP, and I wouldn't, you know, doubt it. Maybe I overemphasize sometimes when it comes to getting your Spirit Scan online really early with these kills on the birds. But I feel like we've also been just treated to some like AAA S+ tier Grey Talon consistently out of Cosmetical with Buff and Joyous.
No, I think it's fair though. It's like even from the eye test, GT, we don't usually win with the hook sneakiness coming out of Mazza G early. It's gonna be enough for the kill, maybe not, but you know, those are the types of plays you have to go for on Bebop to create opportunities. And you know, as you look at how this team comp has performed, Sneaky Team, you're gonna need to be seeing more of that from Mazza G as the game goes on. But taking a look
back to the GT point, if you can. I wanted to actually finish the conversation if we can, because I think it's a little bit unfair to measure all GTs against Cosmetical, but he kind of has become the standard of what an excellent GT is.
Well, I just think GT is like really easy to dive on, even as we saw in NA as Captain falling on the other end. But for GT, there's a lot of vulnerability to him, even when you're having a good game. So generally speaking, I feel like his win rate is just going to be worse if you don't have like the snowball of like basically dropping nukes into the late game. So yeah, I mean, again, I think for me it's kind of one of those, okay, if it's at 15 minutes and you have plus 70, you're probably going to win the game. It's at 15 minutes and you're plus 30, it's even. And you're at 15 minutes and you have 0 stacks, like the win rate is actually quite poor. Although
it could be like a win more and a lose more. Yeah, like a win more hero and a lose more hero, depending on where your stacks are at any given point. But right now, I mean, we finally see OC is able to chime back in, get a kill into Arzo, because it was a pretty decent lead for Abrahams here 5 minutes in. 2K at the moment was 3K before. We're definitely seeing this right lane have some strong domination right now to Sonya and Saint together. The Infernus Rem combo, not something you normally see, but Matt is putting in work here, punishing Weap.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough start for Sneaky Team as far as how some of these skirmishes have gone down. Still not out of sight, but the problem is that as we kind of step in the draft, Sneaky Team is running a comp that actually needs to be ahead early, and instead, Captain might be getting run down right now. You see Sanya taking the opportunity, going for the climb, chasing Abrams round and round. Rem in the back throws the pillow. However, evasion was good enough. Buy some time for Doorman, played by Weap, to get into the fray. See the pressure comes in for Weap, is now suddenly Captain in for round 2.
Oh my gosh, he's getting burned down alive, being chased under the tower as well. The parry comes on through. The rest of Barrel was a good pickup here for Sneaky Team to deal with him, but Sonya is on a tear. 6.1k souls. Saint at 5k. I mean, this 5k lead, or 7k lead now that Abrahams has is pretty much heavily being based off this right-hand side.
This is bad. This is all sorts of bad, because it's not just that Sneaky Team is getting run over a bit in lane right now, Jason. It's that their team comp is not built to actually play significantly from behind. This is the team comp that needs to get ahead early in the game. So to say this is a bit of a disaster would be an understatement. To see the early headhunter getting picked up from Sanya.
I will say this though, I think one caveat to this match is that these teams have been playing all day today. There was, group stage for R1 is still happening at the moment. I know Abrahams and Sneaky Team both had to play as well, even Buff Enjoyers. So it's been tough trying to keep that level of focus throughout the entire day. And I think we're starting to see it crumble for Sneaky Teams. Abrahams continuing to build this lead even further. Oasis goes down another time. Together takes down Mazza G towards the mid lane. And Sonya getting another kill into Weap. That's 3 quick kills for Abrahams. And we're almost approaching a 10k lead here 7 minutes in, ZP. Stat check territory in full effect.
Yeah, I mean, also you can look at this to wonder, okay, you're GT, how are you going to get stacks right now? Like you've already, the game is farting out of hand. That is an 8.7k Infernus at the beginning. And it's just the difference in laning ability between the two teams feeling pretty profound here at the beginning. And again, it's not that Sneaky Team is bad. They literally were able to take down Leviathan at 2-1, but when you're a brand new team, and there's just inefficiencies, perhaps in communication, or players haven't played together as much, it's just easy to fall behind and deadlock and have things snowball against you. And now for Sneaky Team, they're really gonna have to find a way to bring things back in their favor. Nap time in up from Saints over here on the left, and really just making space for another Guardian take.
What does worry me for them though is it's Abrahams, man. They're tried and tested for such a long time now, one of our longest setting teams in EU, and they just know how to run away with the game on you. I mean, Sonic, he'd just be left alone on the right hand side, and who can stop him? Like, who is going to stop him from taking a Walker inevitably? Even though the damage has been reduced from like the flame dash on a Walker, no one can go toe to toe against him. You have to send multiple players, and right now Empty Dreams, he's going to fall to Wiki. That was a much needed kill, to be perfectly honest, but they're still going to lose some objectives around the map.
Yeah, I mean, not only was it a good kill, also the frogs just kind of get thrown into the ether, but elsewhere, Rayek in all sorts of danger. 0 stacks on the bird and on fire, falling off the bridge. The general tempo of the game completely in Abraham's favor, but man, you talk about being ahead of the game, Sanya is actually server admin status. Inference doesn't necessarily get played as hard carry the way he used to, but in this sort of instance, this is kind of a throwback to old school Infernus's running lobby. I mean, also, forget net worth. Can we see the overall damage done in this game? Because it seems like it's just been absurd from Sanya within the lane. And it is.
Yeah, I mean, look at Captain, 1K compared to the 7K in lane. Obviously, I mean, getting constantly pressured, it's not really easy to have much damage beyond that. 4.2 as well here for Weap. And again, like Sanya, if he keeps his pressure on, I just don't see a roadie come back for Sneaky Team, honestly, because he can continue to take away the farm on the right-hand side. Also, that right-hand side gives us access to a ton of tier 2 camps, also the doubles as well. Like, you lose so much control of the map and so much economy if you lose your strong lane, which Sneaky Team has done. And Sanya's just going to continue to clean up here, especially with the headshot booster, the extra healing he's going to get in lane, heal bane on top of that, spirit lifesteal. Like, I don't know how you take this man out of this lane anymore.
Man, I just look at the Abrams damage. Just think of the Abrams voice lines. Like, let's see what this book can do. He's like, bring this book back to the library. None of this is actually working, or just grab the wrong book. Because, man, I mean, and again, as you point out, the damage stat there not too surprising, given the lane that Captain's been up against. It's just been basically harassed out from minute 0. But this is a brutal spot for Sneaky Team to be in, especially for their team comp, where I actually think it may be early, but it's close to over, as Wiki's just getting dove in the harshest of ways.
I mean, we're looking at 13K, 10.5 minutes in. The game should be over at this rate, bar a massive misstep at Abrahams. Even a Hyperline coming on through as well. The Flame Dash on top of him gets hooked back into the Walker, taking a lot of damage. The Combustion coming on through. Gonna heal up quite a bit here, 500 HP from that one as well with the support of Saint. But eventually the raid boss has fallen at 14,000 souls, and that Walker was very low on life as well.
I mean, there's a point there where I was like, is he gonna die? It was a little bit of question, but yeah, there are some fights that you can't take even as Sanya in this game, but the overall map state has been immensely in favor of Abraham's here so far. Now, Urn is coming up in 40 seconds. We'll see how the play goes around that. I think, while it's going to be comeback Urn, there's a world for Sneaky Team, or rather for Abraham's, that you just focus on getting walkers down. Obviously, you want to get slots up and just continue to help on map control. And, you look at soul allocation, the only upside for Sneaky Team is OC's as at around 10K, but that's the average for Abraham's, and certainly, a far cry from the 14K that Sanya's at the moment.
I also do worry about this first Urn, because if I'm not mistaken, it can't spawn as a comeback Urn on Sneaky Team's side of the map, so it has to be neutral, meaning Abrahams can get a lot more souls for themselves. That's to take the Walker, indeed, with Empty Dreams securing this one, with Sanya near it as well. Oh, okay, it is.
It spawns as
for some reason, I thought it was always neutral, the first one, and then from there on,
because the rules used to be that a long time ago, and then it got changed to where you can have comeback no matter what.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen a comeback Urn, I think, as the first Urn in a very long time as well, before the most recent Urn changes.
The problem is, I mean, when you're this far behind, how are you going to get the Urn to the turn-in? Like, there's multiple ways that Abrahams can play this. They can either go for trade, they can go for just an immediate team fight win after Urn is turned in, or you could just intercept the Urn before it's dunked, because, of course, you only get benefits like resistance for the team when the Urn is actually turned in. You don't get it, prior to.
Yeah, and you can see the amount of forces Abrahams are keeping on the right-hand side, too, to prevent that from happening. The thing is, you can't even shove the lane to even get remotely near the turn-in, because Sanya's constantly keeping that lane shoved. Now, the mid lane also is under threat of the Walker, too. And Sanya, like, look at him. He just takes out the wave. He has no chance. And we have someone to pick up this farm, which is not your ideal target to get this farm over to. But the thing is, they've had to pull OCs back here to help defend the mid lane Walker. And they're leaving Wiki to actually farm the soul lane on the left-hand side. And Arzo, who we've even talked about, I think a single time this whole game here, ZP, is quietly sitting at 13,000 souls for himself.
Yeah, Arzo's just been sitting inside lane. And, maybe a little bit under farm than you expect, but I think it's more so is that it just worked out that Sanya has been in a bunch of key plays and as a result gone high up on farm. What does Sanya do? Is Sanya going for the Hyperline right now? I think Sanya's going for a Hyperline play. Look at the minimap. Where Sanya's at. I don't think they got the Hyperline, but They do go back, force the hotel guest out of WeApp. And now this might be turning to a fight pretty deep in enemy territory.
I think one thing I'm not a huge fan of, though, is that I guess their lead is still extending. I don't know. I'm not like, I feel like Sonya could just run this entire game by himself if he was in the left lane now and they put Arzo on the right lane and just have Sonya continue to get more and more fed, because he's been sharing a lot of the souls, though. It's a pretty easy opportunity for a kill here, especially against the burn up. You see Captain below half HP immediately forced back every time they think about going for an urn here. But I mean, they're also creating a double threat. They're also not banking everything on Sonya by having Arzo continue to farm now at 15,000 souls.
Well, I think what we're seeing here, overall, they're stacking on the right lane to make it even harder to actually get an urn turn in, because this is the way you fight against comeback urn, is that you just make it very hard to actually traverse the urn to the urn turn in area. So that's why you're seeing Abrahams, and particularly Sanya, just camp out on the right lane, because urn turn in is over to the right. And yeah, I mean,
a little bit of a gank happening on the left-hand side. Arzo might be getting caught out here by OCs coming on through, as we do see him look to escape. For the soul change has been used. Still keeping his distance here. Looks like he will fall, though. Not going to be able to escape this one, but it should be go time for the rest of Abrahams to push the mid lane walker. Instead, they actually retreat back to help out. But it looks like they're not going to be able to get the kill here in time, though. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter. Together gets a kill on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, you got the kill at the base guardian together. I can't imagine how many knives just got stuck into Doorman, but that'd be around 2 or 3. Elsewhere, nap time coming on down. Rem going, hey, would you like to dream about frogs? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. Wiki, down 1 HP, will sit the final finish, comes in here, gets the parry, but yeah, absolutely dead to Saint to finish off the affliction, as Al coming out a little bit later into a fight. But I mean, this has been kind of brutal, Jason. I mean, Sneaky Team, the team comp they have just is not really equipped to play in this game anymore. They need to get ahead early. It was anything but.
They're losing a walker here mid too, while chasing these kills on the left-hand side as they were able to trade 1-for-1 at the end. They lose the walker. They still been unable to turn in this urn. And Abrahams are continuing to grow this lead. We're 26k, 16 minutes in, ZP. What is happening?
Domination is what's happening. I mean, you have a bad lane phase. You have an Infernus that, frankly, he do whatever he wants, just continually interrupting. Because of Combustion coming on out, and take a look. Maybe this is going to be enough damage to take down Sanya, but if you take down Sanya, what's going to happen when the rest of the team shows up here in just a moment? And Sanya's not dead, by the way.
Heal Bane. Extra 300 healing kept him alive there through the ticks of the scarabs and the damage and burst of the Jin's mark. The urn, though, has been picked up for Abrahams, and has actually been turned in. Honestly, for Sneaky Team, you can't even contest this one. So Abraham's going to continue to get further and further ahead. And honestly, ZP, looking at this, if I'm Abrahams, I kind of like don't bother going for mid. I would not want to make a massive mistake here to allow Sneaky Team to get back in, even with a lead like this of over 30k. You pretty much just can flex your lead on them. I mean, Rem's at 21k, Saint's at 21,000 souls. He's almost doubling some of the souls on the enemy side.
We need a Rem greed check. Golden statue buff meter immediately. Like, Rem's looking too happy. There's usually a backstory to that. And then when you're stuck having to defend creeps this deep in your territory, I mean, you're able to do it. Empty Dreams definitely way too aggro in this instance, but
got caught during the dash. I mean, he's got Sonya here to help out as well. Yeah, it should be fine. Throw back into the base.
Oh, he's trying to go back to the door. It gets slammed in his face. The cooldown was up. I think he's still gonna get out, but that is actually far too funny.
Play though for Together to attempt that, but a great shut by WeApp for sure to not allow him to escape, even though he did get away either way, and they turn it into a kill onto Wiki. Urn has spawned back in. The lead has continued to grow for Abrahams, and I mean, right now they're setting their eyes on pretty much what's to come up next. They're best of 3 up against Buff and Joris. Even though this game hasn't finished off just yet, it's still feeling like it's going to be that going that way here. ZP is now mid boss is going to be taken. Sneaky Team, I feel like you just have to contest this. Like honestly, there's no reason not to. Maybe turn the urn, but
we need the Doorman point of view here, because if anyone's gonna make a hero play here, it's probably gonna be Doorman. Door comes up. Let's see where the card is. Captain is over and in. Nap time coming on out. Who's gonna get the crystals? First one, the Sneaky Team. Second one, the Sneaky Team. Sanya picking up the last. However, now Sneaky Team, you have to get out. You got the Doorman door escape. Can you slam the door in time? You still got one rejuve in the bank. And actually, Sneaky Team coming out a little bit ahead here at the very beginning, but, you know, all in all, Jason, not the worst for Sneaky Team. Like, yeah, you lose 2 people at the end. Maybe you're going to lose OCs, but it's way better than giving up 3 Rejuve crystals to Abrahams.
I was going to say, the fact that you can get these comeback souls is actually like pretty strong, honestly, for Sneaky Team. But the problem is they only get 2 kills. They're still going to be down for a decent amount of time. They're going to lose another urn. And at least for them, the left lane wasn't shoved, so there's going to be no walker take. I mean, a decent fight, but a fight necessarily Abrahams didn't need to take. And I think Sneaky Team overall do come out ahead in that one.
Now, coming out ahead is kind of an interesting thing where it's like, well, congratulations. You didn't die by going into the fire. You're still very much in the frying pan when you are 38k behind with the team comp that Sneaky Team has. Also, you know, it's 20 minutes in, your GT has plus 20. So, you know, as we kind of laid out talking about the draft, you know, Sneaky Team, they ran a comp that need to get good mileage off of picks, you know, to give themselves a chance of winning some of these bigger team fights. Didn't happen. Instead, they're the ones that fell behind. And, you know, they have a comp here, Jason, that, you know, for the most part is running in fear from Abrahams and, you know, mostly hoping for mistakes. But Abrahams is going to have to make many mistakes in a row for Sneaky Team to get back into this game.
Yeah, and again, I don't really see that happening. I think going for mid boss, it wasn't needed out of the Abrahams. I think they're just trying to force some sort of objective to pull Sneaky Team away from their base. Oh my god, look how fast those legs are running. Insane Bolt heading back towards the spawn as the push comes on through here for this last walker. In the meantime, OC's trying to take a guard, which he will get, but they're going to be losing a lot more on the left-hand side.
This should help.
Sneaky Team, you know, all in all, I still think pretty successful week for them by virtue of just coming together and actually being able to take down Leviathan in the qualifier, which was BO3, by the way. So it wasn't even a, you know, BO1 sort of flash in the pan. But I think the problem is, and, you know, maybe the draft had something to do with it. Like, we don't entirely know the full amount of, like, hero pool and who is what, but oftentimes you'll see in Deadlock when a team comes out and surprises with, you know, an unexpected result, but they're new, you end up getting data on them and be like, okay, well, we're going to change up the draft, and if we don't let them have this thing, it's going to be fine. In this case, I think back to this draft, Jason, and the one very interesting thing to me relative to drafts we've seen is that the Holiday got taken out early. I think Maza G is a much bigger threat on Holiday, in all likelihood, than Maza G is on Bebop.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assumption for sure, or a fair statement. I shouldn't say necessarily an assumption. The urn has been initially put in here at a Wii out, but Sneaky Team have lost out quite a few players, though the urn has been capped on. Abrahams, they gave up the controller around the actual urn, and Al going to be coming on through from above. I think it might have caught a stun onto one. That's Arzo. Sneaky Team, I mean, with the initial kill, they had the right lane, getting the walker and on together. Not too bad of a fight. But the key thing is they eventually become overwhelmed, and they cannot win out in the end from that fight.
Also, we need to get our golden statue check. I don't know if we got before. I think we had a bunch of, you know, the team fights just exploded, just like GT exploded, just trying to take the subway. But if we could get the golden statue update, we need to see just how large this REM is. Oh God,
it's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Now, hopefully chat is reasonable and doesn't call Rem any names whatsoever in response to seeing Rem's blatant gambling addiction within this game.
We need to rename Rem to Lotu, I think. No, I'm kidding. But 79, man, that's crazy. 30,000 souls. I wish we could see like what buffs Saint's currently sitting on, because it is ginormous. The little man.
Little man with a big appetite.
Yeah. Just a black hole of buffs. Oh, there we go. 42% max ammo, 7.5% cooldown reduction, 23.5% fire rate, 495 max health, 32 spirit power, and 36% weapon damage.
Elsewhere, Sneaky Team, at this point, Jason, struggling to leave the base in one piece. Also, I love the little bit of a note there where, you know, we have drops the door for escape. Sanya goes through the door and flame dash, comes back out and just, you know, leaves a carpet of flame here. Like, yeah, you can take your door. You're just gonna die if you do so. But Abrahams, they are in to the base. Shrine's gonna be going down shortly, and there's not anything Sneaky Team can do about it.
Yeah, I feel like there's been nothing they could do about this for the last 10 minutes of time. They had some glimpses of hope with the mid boss, with the urn turn-in. Inevitably, it will be going the way of Abraham's here. The size of impact comes in at a captain, but most likely towards his death, being chased down by Empty Dreams, flying through the sky, the cloak as well, and Together's going to be there to prevent him from returning back to base, even going to base himself here for Empty Dreams. With those 3 kills coming on through, I mean, the Shrine should fall, though. They did lose a big player out of Sonya.
Yeah, I mean, Infernus is mortal under very specific circumstances, and you know, the interesting thing here, surely they leave with at least 1 shrine. Like, you know, Sneaky Team, they take down 2. Empty Dreams is kind of low towards the end. But if Abraham just doesn't get a shrine here, which doesn't look to be the case, I mean, look, as far as defenses go, that was far more than what could have been expected. Also, late hook on the Together. Wait, Together's just hanging out. In base, about to eat a point blank owl, plus 10 over the rag.
I mean, 56 seconds, mid boss in 20. There's a world that Sneaky Team have a 2-man advantage here for mid boss. Also looking for the urn turn, and I mean, this is actually potential for a big comeback at a Sneaky Team, if I'm honest with you, ZP. I'm not going to say they're completely back in it, but this is a huge flip around when it comes to souls. I mean, they were down, you know, almost 50,000. Now they're under 30K, down to 25. It's becoming doable. It's not necessarily doable yet, but it's becoming more likely that they can come back.
I think the team comp Sneaky Team is running, probably not. Like, I think if you did a deep dive on the last team fight, it would probably be a lot of Abraham's just being silly about things. Now, that's how you throw games, especially in a BO1. I think the problem is that the Abraham's team comp, though, is still, like, overwhelmingly strong in an actual legitimate team fight that it's still pretty tough for Sneaky Team. But that's still not a result that should have happened. Like, coming in with that level of stat difference, everyone healthy, at least 1 shrine should have been taken down. The fact that both shrines are still up is just complete misplay from Abraham's, because even losing the team fight or trading out the way they did, if the focus was get a shrine efficiently, you would have been able to get out with a shrine.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree, and I think it's definitely obvious, I think, to most people out there that probably shouldn't have played out the way it actually did. I think Abraham's playing a mix of cautious but also cocky at the same time, funny enough. I mean, cautious in the terms of not want to let comeback urns come through, being a little bit careful on trying to brute force some of these walkers down, and then you see a play like that and you get a little bit confused. But the mid boss, it has been started off. It's going to be finished off extremely quickly. Right now, Counter being forced to zip down the mid lane here to defend this, but they actually come off the mid boss here with the Scream and get a catch on the Mazda G, and the robot, the Stone Golem, should be falling. Potentially some more kills here, actually, and if Sneaky Team loses on too much, they're going to be losing on Shrines, mid boss, and potentially the game.
Yeah, and again, not too much to do about it. Abraham saying this team fight far more seriously. Quick engage into the back line, and now 3 dead. Should be a free mid boss. Again, we can get the Weap point of view to see if there's going to be Doorman heroics, but
I see the Doorman.
Don't know if it's ultra likely. In fact, they're out hunting for Weap. They're aware that Weap could go in and go for that. Instead, we got the chase down from Together onto the Doorman. Gets hit with the hotel guest for good measure, but still being chased down by Tass as this is happening. As yeah, Arzo's just sitting here as Crescenta 14 drops 10 more subs. Thank you so much, Crescenta 14.
Dan, they're back. 10 gifted. You talked about it before.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Dan. That was DDK with the lovely yeah that I have to soundboard later on.
Together is back for revenge, by the way, in on the shrines. Like, Together is just in the enemy. Is that Together solo? Can we get the Together cam right now? Like, what in the world is going on at shrines? Like, this cannot be. We just got Together and just first the world. A little bit of limit testing. Okay, now Together's been joined by his team, but
I think the limits of Sneaky Team's patience have been tested for sure here. Watching the movement on Together, able to dance around, take down these shrines. First one's falling, the second one shortly after. The stage 1 patron should be falling as well. 3 Reju Crystal for Abrahams to use. No Affliction to throw down as they get a catch on the Captain and Mazo G now. But they still have the Aerodomini out of our zone. That is going to hurt. Paired in with a Nap Time. your Sneaky team, I mean, you're gonna have to throw everybody at this patron to keep it alive, but it's not an easy task.
No, I mean, look, we've been filling time, but this game, even with Abraham's seemingly messing around on that first attempt on Shrines, it's been pretty over. I mean, just off the comps that both teams have, Sneaky team vastly missed their win condition, and second stage patron about to go down. Abraham's getting their right to face Buff Enjoyers once more here in EU DLNS. But hey, credit the Sneaky team, brand new team on the market, got through Leviathan, beats a bit of a brick wall in Abraham's though on their first week within the night shift.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll continue to have them around in future night shifts, because I'm not gonna lie, it is nice to not have Abraham's and Leviathan playing the best of one for week number 65. It's great to have some new challengers and great to see OC is able to put together a new team that does have, some level of success, and hopefully continue to have some success in R1 throughout the rest of the week. That's going to round it out here, gentlemen. We're going to have the best of one now done and dusted, and we now have our money match ready to go, with Abraham's looking to reclaim their title up against Buff Enjoyers.
Yes. Well, that was a game, I guess. That was not what I feel like I expected. I felt like there's a lot of build up, but it just didn't deliver. And sometimes I guess that happens. I felt like the best thing that happened in that game was there was two things that come to mind. One was the 10 gifted from Chrisana, so that was pretty sick. And then the second thing was together, with the daring killing blow escape into the door that's closed. Still lived though, but
face planted into the wall for sure there. But he escaped anyways, with just some really good movement. But honestly, I think the story of the game for me though, Dan, was actually like the Rem and Furnace pair up on the right hand side. Sonya and Saint just put on a clinic here, and I don't know if that's just the power of these two heroes together, paired together, or just the power of Sonya Saint up against their opponents, because Captain and we have it felt like they didn't have a chance in that lane.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about Infernus, because Infernus, seeing Infernus get prioritized so highly for Abraham, so there's a lot of other choices they could have gone with in that particular part of the draft. Is Infernus, or has Infernus been underrated, and are we seeing Sanya Sniper doing something a little bit different here? What's your interpretation of this?
Well, for me, I think Infernus probably has been a little bit underrated for a while now. I mean, ever since the urn got changed. I do think, though, games like this maybe influence people a little bit too much. I mean, this was basically the ideal snowball game for Infernus. Like, a lot of Infernus' power spike is through the mid game. It's not as much in the turbo late game, and the killing blow into the door that simply wasn't there anymore. But yeah, I mean, this was the ideal game for Infernus as far as like how Sanya got ahead. And yeah, I mean, if you are Infernus that's 5k ahead in the mid game, it's very difficult to deal with the hero, because no one's going to have the actual damage to deal, not only chase down Infernus, but also, the way Afterburn scales, the way Flame Dash damage ends up working against health pools at that point in the game. You could simply take people out with, sparking them once, dashing, and that's often it. So, I mean, Sanya's ability to just control the early mid game was ridiculous, especially against a comp that was supposed to be good in the early mid game that Sneaky Team was running.
Yeah, what was the failure for you, Jason, in terms of what Sneaky, in terms of Sneaky Team? They obviously had a draft. I'm sure they didn't expect the game to go this way. What was the major point of failure?
I think it's kind of what ZP said, honestly. I think it's just Infernus got so far ahead that they were able to brute force with their lead on the right-hand side, preventing any chance of that urn being turned in. And it seemed like Sneaky Team did invest a lot to try to capitalize on getting that urn in, but constantly being met with a brick, or I guess a flaming wall out of Sanya, was really tough for them to deal with. I mean, they had OCs continuing to farm, but I think for me, a Geist isn't really going to be able to match up till way later in the game, especially having an Infernus that far ahead who can just sit at range from you, burn you down slowly, prevent you from getting any exchange happening. We did see some signs of life in them. Like, they did go for a nice gank onto ours on the left-hand side, but then they ended up trading 1-for-1 inevitably when Empty Dreams was able to get back into the fight over there. But yeah, I think it was just Sonic got so far ahead. He got too far ahead. And then the fact that you had the little gremlin running around the map, stealing over like 80 golden statue buffs, or like 80 buffs in general. I mean, I feel like Saint could probably have 1v1 some of the players with the lead he had.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I'd say keep it simple in this case, in that, to me, this was kind of a reminder, game-wise, that you simply don't win in Deadlock if you lose the laning phase too much. And game here was pretty much lost in laning phase, and anything else is just going, Sneaky Team, what miracles can you find after you've gotten yourself, 20k behind in lane phase? And the answer is not much.
Well, let's have a look and see who the MVP is for this one. I feel like we've already had some good we've had some good chatter around Sanya Sniper on that Infernus. Really cool to highlight this. I don't know the last time Infernus was the MVP or the player of the match in one of the night shift broadcasts. So kind of cool. I'm curious if this is something that will persist into the money match that's coming up. But yeah, you guys have already talked about it. Managing to get really far ahead. Rem, a really great assist in ensuring that Infernus or Sanya Sniper on Infernus could have such a great start.
Just felt like if you don't hit a charge against him or like a cart into a wall, what are you gonna do to stop him? Like the way Sanya's playing in like the 3 dimensions of balancing up into the high grounds to make it even more difficult for the charge to land, the constant hitting he was doing for like the really good accuracy, the fact that he could dive and refresh the buffs and pretty much dive under the tower without any threat because he has Saint there to support him with tag along. I just feel like it was just a really bad matchup to send a Doorman and an Abrams up against an Infernus and a Rem. I think that was maybe like the start of that.
I don't know. I think in general, I mean, Doorman Abrams is in theory like a pretty scary lane. Like there's plenty of kill combo potential there. They're both like generally seen as higher tier as far as lane goes, particularly Doorman. Like I think there was a way to win that as far as execution goes. I just think that it felt to me a lane where they got behind early, and then once you get behind early, it really changes the dynamics of how poking back and forth goes, because if you're even or a little bit ahead in the Infernus, then you can tank a bit of burn damage, find a way to make plays and actually take them down. If you start getting behind, then the trades just start becoming wildly against you. But yeah, we got our final score screen here, which is a little bit different than norm, and that usually means the API is being slow. So we get what everyone else gets when they look at the match ID.
Yeah, Empty Dreams on 49k player damage, topping the scoreboard there. But was that kind of like a sleeper pocket performance? Obviously we always focus on Empty Dreams when he's able to get a pocket. That's a pretty classic Empty Dreams pick. What did you make of what do you make of this, Jason?
Honestly, it was kind of hard to even remember he was in the game because we were just talking about Sonya the entire time. Also, like Arzo, 9-2 and 16, 43k player damage. Didn't really notice it because I think just Sonya he stood out so much in that game that it made it hard to remember there was other players on this roster. But I mean, the constant pressure of Empty Dreams didn't need to have a standout match because Sonya kind of already started things. They had the backup plan if Sonya did eventually get control with Arzo, continue to farm up. I mean, even together, he's like, I'm gonna just take your shrines while the rest of my team's doing mid boss. Like there was so many like individual moments of strength that really no one felt behind in this game.
Truthfully, you're talking about the pocket end. I'm actually surprised Empty Dreams ended up at 49k because you didn't get a ton of, full team fights in this game. It's kind of interesting because we thought the game plan may have been more or less small skirmishes that, Sneaky Team would be winning. Instead, for Hidden King, for Abrahams, they ended up winning a lot of the small skirmishes off of the power of lane phase, and you didn't even need necessarily gigantic team-wide afflictions to have an impact because you're just kind of winning a lot of these fights straight up off stats and fundamentals. But either way, for Sneaky Team, I wouldn't be too harsh on them for what we saw here. Still a newer team to be put together. They're going to have rough edges, and time has shown that it takes a few weeks for a team to get online. I mean, look at NA with FPS Lounge, where the first week the new FPS Lounge roster came out, it wasn't great. Next week they come back and win everything. So it takes a little bit of time in Deadlock when you have a new team.
All right, well, very wholesome take. That's a great way to bring us into the break. When we come back, we will be, of course, on to our money match, and it's going to be Buff Enjoyers, who previously were Loki W. If you're not like an old school viewer of Night Shift or the old Fight Night days, back to Buff Enjoyers. Extremely powerful team, but Abrahams look like they should be able to give a pretty strong performance up against them, especially with some of the new looks that we saw here with Sanya Sniper and Infernus. I hope we get to see more of that, and here's how the brackets, of course, looks. But we'll see you guys on the other side for the money match.
fault.
Welcome back to the Deadlock Night Shift number 44. We're about to enter the EU money match, where we'll have the, I suppose, maybe the most repeat finals that we could possibly have here in Europe, and it's always a good one. Abraham's versus the now, once again called Buff Enjoyers were Loki W. Joining me, of course, is Jason, not Jake, although he's trying. He's got this part.
I'm not trying.
This part looks pretty solid.
I think he has more hair like right back here though than I do, if I'm perfectly honest. And he's got the great smile, hangs out with the hottest dudes, goes to the chillest restaurants, and I'm just a guy who lives in Italy and hates it. So
true,
living the life.
It's true. You really do hate it, and we all know it. Like we all definitely know. ZP, how are you feeling about this money match? We've got. Is there any weakness for Buff Enjoyers that we'll see today against Abrahams? Is there any hope that Abrahams can beat them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's always hope. I mean, these two teams have gone back and forth over time. Obviously, in recent times, it's been way more Buff Enjoyers sided. But, I mean, look, any given week, Abrahams can easily, take a match against Buff Enjoyers. History has shown that much. And in terms of weakness, probably not. I mean, Buff Enjoyers have been one of the most consistently well-coached teams in the game as far as both hero pool variety and, how they approach the game. And, just the hero pool note, you look back to last week's night shift, they played Bebop in both of the games that they won, but the player playing Bebop was different in both the games. You had Hoot playing it in one game, Listic playing the other. A lot of teams within the scene, even to have that level of different or variety on who's playing the pick hero is a little bit unprecedented. So they're a team that is way more willing to kind of mess with hero roles and who's playing what than the norm overall in the scene. So I mean, it makes them pretty durable regardless of whatever the meta is.
That's true. That's true. I think we'll be looking at the roster shortly, but the last major change that they had was adding Zergy into the team. And Jason, I mean, Zergy, it was kind of a rough start first couple of weeks, but after that, it's never looking back.
Never looking back, never back down. Zergy's here to change the world and bring death from above with his. Oh man, I had it in my head, then I lost it. Was it bun, pickle, lettuce, cheese, put the patty in between, something like that? I can't remember, man. He's got so many good stuff over on the stream. But this team, yeah, I don't think there's a weak link on it, honestly. Inside, outside, I think probably the weakest link they have is Listic's sleep schedule when he tries to reset it and fails miserably time and time again. Rank has proven to be deserving of the spot. I mean, there's always questions about it when you're playing with basically the old Buff and Joy's roster and you're feeling like a Demov, or not feeling his role, but you're basically a Demov spot. He's massively stepped up and shown to be a huge asset to the team. I mean, Hoot's also flexed around to so many different heroes. Zergi's bounced back from the tough start. Cosmetical has brought GT to the forefront competitive play here at the top tiers. Obikim's also been able to flex around to so many different heroes, and Listic is just as solid as ever. Like there is no weak link in this team, and it's up to other teams to figure out. Okay, all right.
I want to get in some Listic slander here for real. One of the weak links in the team is that when Listic has ability points, the man does not spend them. He That's by true. Far has the most held time on ability points of any player in the game, where he'll be like, do I need 5 points in my newly buffed tier 3 abilities? Nah, I'm just gonna let that like sit for 2 team fights in a row. Like that is something Listic needs to improve. And look, it's something that Lightbringer continually harps on him on every co-stream, and now it's just at the point of public shaming until Listic stops doing it.
That's so funny. It reminds me of that thing if you're playing like an RPG game. I don't know if you guys have experienced this phenomenon where you will basically get consumables and you will never use them because you're always saving them, and then you're like at the end of the game, it's like,
I might need them later.
Supposed to use these.
I might need them later, Dan. I can't afford to use them right now because I might need them for like one big fight.
Yeah. I guess that's Listic's playing on hard mode. He's conserving it all.
He's handicapping himself. You know, he's giving other teams a chance by not spending his ability points. But I do wonder, is there ever going to be a patch this team won't do well in? And I feel like they future-proof themselves so well and patch-proof themselves so well, as AP pointed out, having the flexibility between anyone can play pretty much anyone can play Bebop on this team. Anyone can flex to so many different heroes that they become really hard to lock down, and they have the flexibility to play heroes in like basically heroes in like any composition that they ever could want, because they have that flexibility.
Yeah, this is an incredible team, but we're going to move on to Abraham's now, and of course we just got to see them play. We got to see Saint playing Rem. That was a lot of fun. Together was playing Shiv. That's a classic move, isn't it? And then Sanya Sniper on Infernus. I think that's interesting, and I hope that we get to see it again here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, for Abraham's, again, Sanya probably the more impressive player in terms of just swapping off roles, where Sanya was more in the M1 role, and then Empty Dreams joined the team, and then Arzo is in, and Sanya has basically been the ultimate flex player for Abraham's. But I think the thing that still you have to give Abraham's credit for is the ability to kind of adapt to roster changes as it came down. I mean, to lose both Hoot and Demov on Abraham's, going far enough back, I think for most teams that would have been a killing blow. But the actual core of the roster with together Saint, Tass, and Sanya has been so incredibly good that they were able to weather that storm, re-recruit. They got Arzo and Bobby, and then Empty Dreams leaves Loki W, and by leaves I mean they kick Empty Dreams for Zergi because of they just want everyone speaking fluent English. And then Abraham's like, yeah, we'll pick up Empty Dreams, and they solidify into what's been basically the perennial number 2 team in Europe over the last month, but a team that again any given week can punch up and get number 1. Obviously I think they're probably a little bit frustrated in recent times that they haven't been able to get over the hump consistently, but we'll see. I mean, a lot has changed even within this newest balance patch, and maybe R1 has given them some things to think about as far as how to turn the tables on buff enjoyers.
It's only going to be a good one. Oh, did you have something to add, Jason?
You can't forget about the fact that buff enjoyers or VP, whatever name they've been under, have yet to lose one-man bombshell or R1 in the finals. And I guess we'll find out, I think, this weekend, if some team can eventually do that to them, even though they might beat them in the group stage. But I have to say one thing, though, because I feel like I've probably been like the most critical on Abraham's side of Sanya Sniper. I wasn't necessarily impressed with him originally coming into the team. I feel like there was better options to pick up instead of him. And seeing him in the M1 role, I still wasn't too convinced, but I have to give him credit. Like he's stepped up massively over the course of the last few months. He's become a real staple and proven to be a top player in EU, and now even flexing out of M1 to play like some more. I don't even know what you want to necessarily call his role. But the fact that he can play pretty much anything now as well, it really is an asset to a team. So big shout out to Sanya.
Here we go. We're going to be into the bans. So we had Holiday and Billy, I think, received the first bans in the last draft. Are you guys expecting to see the same thing here?
Yeah, I mean, Billy has gone up way high in priority. Maybe not the Holiday. Like, Holiday is kind of, I almost felt like that was more targeted to Sneaky Team, the way that went down. But no, actually, just the meta. It may actually just be the meta because, and this has changed even over the last 2 days, where Holiday was not getting first banned, and now seemingly people on the first ban Holiday train. Now, for buff enjoyers, if they're going to ban anything that's on the usual, it'd probably be more Doorman than Pocket. But who knows? Like, what are they going to do? Yeah, except Doorman. So the reason here is that buff enjoyers, they've been the one team that notably has not feared Pocket as many as other teams, and probably one of the first teams to not ban Pocket and say, we'll play against it. So given that the Holiday was first banned, them coming out with the Doorman ban doesn't surprise me too much.
What are we standing around
Completely agree.
for?
They're not worried about Pocket, one of the few teams that can play around it. And that does open up quite a few picks for them here as well. But with Billy already being taken by Abrahams, I feel like you almost have to take an Abrams, at least in your top 3, to make sure it doesn't get taken away from you if you want to have any sort of semblance of a front line. But I'm still looking towards GT, man.
Protection now.
Ooh.
Wait.
TP, talk me through this one.
Yeah, that's the
I'd
one.
love to see it.
I got nothing.
He's having a stroke, Jason. Quick, take over.
Probably Abrams. The second, but no, they could.
My power's having a stroke. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Everyone's getting wrecked.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it happened in R1 in the last like day, but that, going off last week's night shift, yeah.
It's about to get sticky.
He's on tilt. He's done. He's fried.
I'm processing. Like, brain bricked.
All right. Well, Viscous is making a comeback here, Jason. Definitely the Viscous, splatter cube Viscous is been pretty solid. That's been actually kind of a buff enjoyer's staple. And they also get
ZP, can I borrow your glasses? Can you ship them immediately? I can't. I keep rubbing my eyes thinking that's not Mirage, but it actually is Mirage. This production is trolling us.
Also,
I think
Abrams hasn't been picked yet.
Watch my greatest trick.
Wait, Sinclair. Okay, so you get Sinclair, which in a way is protecting against, Sinclair being picked against you for cloned affliction. But this draft, I mean,
you could just banned it.
Yeah, you also could have just banned it. Which, I mean, Obakim likes playing Sinclair. That's not too surprising.
Well,
okay,
all the viewers out there, get your channel points ready because we don't know which way it's going. You might want to re-point your points because I see 341k in favor of Buff and George and 56k in favor of Abrahams. You might need to rethink some of your predictions here because even chat's catching up to what is happening here. A Warden being banned, a Venator being banned, M1 heroes. I mean, you got Mirage early on, so you got some sort of M1.
Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of one of those. You know what? I just need. I'm gonna DM Lightbringer right now. I'm just sitting here running through what in the world happened. I don't know.
Yeah, very peculiar situation, but I'm like all in. Whoever gets Billy, I think Billy is insane right now. So love to see that for Abrahams.
I like how Dan's just so focused on Billy. Oh, what? Okay. All right, production. Sniper first. You stop messing with us now. There's no way they picked a Viper as well.
That's all.
ZP's in full lost mode right now of what's happening.
He's writing to Claude right now.
No.
Claude,
I will never.
Please make sense of this draft for
but
me.
I got. Okay, so Lightbringer is saying that Lightbringer thinks it's more of a lane meta, and therefore, picking more lane-centered characters. Now, whether that means Mirage first pick or not in this case is that's overvalued remains to be seen. But that is the logic that's coming on through.
I think it's confirmed that we've proven that having no vitamin D in your life, i.e. not leaving your room and having any light touch your skin, is bad for you mentally. Lightbringer, I think I need to bring the belt out on you, man. I don't know what is happening here. 7. Get your team under control, sir. And then a Calico. Okay. Well, if we're talking about Shiv being the only front line before for Abraham's DDK, they got nothing this time.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
I'm comparing this draft to the drafts we had 1 week ago, where, by the way, the same game. What in the world? We've only had 2 days of R1 get played as far as scrims go. This is just a wild transformation in draft prio from both teams. And it just, look, for Abrahams, the one thing that makes sense here is their early parts of the draft made perfect sense. You grab Billy, who's generally a high prio pick that, went up a little bit. Viscous, who's been very important to buff endurers, where you don't really want them to play it. whatsoever, and Furnace that Sanya, frankly, is incredible at. And the back end of the draft makes pretty decent sense too. I mean, maybe the Viper is like, you know, for having not as much frontline is a little bit weird. But you know what else is weird for the high priority pick that he's been in like anything recently? Where's Abrams? Abrams got shot on the street before this draft. He's not here.
Yeah, no Abrams, no Shiv is super weird. Well, have fun costing it, guys, I guess. Okay, so pretend like to you it makes sense. Okay, what are the win conditions here? Like, where are these lineups strong? Where are they weak?
I mean, okay, in terms of overall, I mean, Abrams, I think, definitely has the better team fight. Buff Enjoyers, their entire, I mean, okay, yes, you still have the pocket, but Buff Enjoyers is still very much in the, okay, we need to win lane, we need to win small skirmishes, we need Bebop to do wild things, and, you know, we'll hopefully clutch out team fights with Affliction when it comes down to it. Abrams, meanwhile, I mean, they're able to run in with Billy, they have saves with Viscous, they have Infernus in terms of Flame Dash, and Paradox. Like, Abrams, in theory, should have, like, a way, way better earn fight so long as they don't get tagged with a 3-4 man Affliction from Cosmetical. Overall, I mean, I like the Abrams draft a lot more. I mean, lane meta stuff aside or not, like, I don't know. I've been sitting here processing things. What in the world do I think of this draft? I don't love the Buff Enjoyers draft. Like, I feel like this has been cooked a little bit too hard.
I love Buff Enjoyers draft. Just going to go on the record here. Zergion 7, Death from Above. I think that's all you need to worry about, honestly. I'm trying to be serious about this, but I just don't know how I think it's going to be listed Calico, and I want to say Hoot on Bebop.
Yeah.
And then Vraic.
Sinclair. Sorry,
I thought it'd be Obi-Kim on Sinclair, but it could be Vraic. But then Obi-Kim's what, on Mirage? Or is Obi-Kim on Bebop? And then Hoot's on Mirage?
Well, no, Bebop is going to be either Hoot or... I would guess on here, like, probably Listic on Bebop. It's been a very long time since we've seen Listic on Calico, at least in Night Shift again.
I need to check from chat. What time did Listic wake up today? Or has he gone to bed? Because I think that would determine how this draft probably played out. Because I'm guessing he's been awake for about, like, 37 hours and hasn't slept yet, trying to fix his sleep schedule, you know, in perpetuity for 3 weeks now. Wild. Can we just get in a game? That's what can we start talking about the draft and just get in a game? Because that's I think what I want to say. Wait. We can see it. We can see who's on who. Okay.
Also, for those watching, there's a few questions saying, did you not see R1 today? Chat, I woke up literally about an hour before broadcast and had to get ready for broadcast. I did not see the R1 games today.
You woke up at 2 p.m.?
Yeah. What? No, well, it's 1 p.m. for me.
Oh, that changes everything.
Yeah, like, relative to some Deadlock players in NA, that is incredibly reasonable. Like, Ido's still probably sleeping right now, just to be clear.
Oh, for sure. 100%. I mean, he's been sleeping the last, like, 3 weeks I've been seeing on Night Shift. Yeah, well, looks like we're heading to game here, Dan.
Yeah, fun, guys.
Oh, okay. Right back to
that's
us.
a throw.
That's that is a throw. That counts. Okay, so it looks like we do have information, and hopefully this stays true here. It looks like we have Arzo on Viper, Together on Billy, Tass on Paradox, Sanya on Infernus, Saint on Viscous, and Dreams on Great Talon. I think the interesting part is you're seeing Vraic on Calico, Hoot on Mirage, Listic on Bebop, and Obi-Kim on Sinclair. Very interesting, but again, goes to like as a testament to how deep the hero pools are on Buff Enjoyer's side, that there's just no team in EU or NA that can match that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I put channel points this game into Abrahams. I'm not 100%.
It was like 300k to 50k, and now it's like 900k to 800k in predictions. Like 900 to 900. That's insane. Oh my god! I completely the D-Mob bet all of his points again. That's what I want to know.
It's entirely possible. I mean, we have some people throwing their weight around, and you never know if average got up in time. But okay, looking at the lanes, let's go off this idea of more lane meta. You got Viper, Billy on the left for Abraham. So let's go down Buff Enjoyers because they drafted. You got Bebop, Mirage mid. And you got, big swaps coming in right now, teleporters. So we're going to try and shift up, put Calico Pocket in on the left. And, we got lane swaps the other way. So Abraham says jockeying for lane position right now, Jason. Everyone's taking the teleporter. No fees are being charged.
I wonder if they'll ever add a cooldown. So you can't keep doing this. I wonder if that's ever something that's been thought about. I mean, I don't think it's ever been abused to the extent that you would need to do something specific about it. But this is interesting to see if we're going to have another swap happen yet again, because now we're back to the original matchups that Buffingers, who initiated the swap, and didn't want to go up against.
And I think overall, both teams playing about the same path. Wait, they're going to go for the swap again. Oh, back to the teleporter we go. When you, I mean, in a way, this is kind of, isn't this making the lanes effectively more passive because neither team, you're not engaging on the left and the right. The other pair shows up and you go, nope, I'm out.
Oh yeah, good old Lightbringer. It's a lane meta. Just what he didn't tell us was it's a lane swapping meta.
The most action in this game has been, did any of the heroes jump the turnstile into the teleporter as more swaps, Jason? Very little actual hero interaction. High interaction though with the teleporter.
Just imagine if you had to pay souls every time you went to the teleporter. Eventually you just become so poor that you couldn't do anymore. Though it looks like you might see a little bit of a skirmish on the left-hand side. It seems like Together and Arzo have cut off or have been pressured by Zergi and co. As we do see the first initial kill come in towards the mid lane though. As we were talking about before, the mid lane being the most stable, ballistic, opens things up with Hoot to get 2 kills here on the mid lane, giving Buffingers the overall lead.
Well, the mid lane has been the only lane that's been fighting. Like, there's been no fighting in the left and the right for most of the game. I think that's changing right now. Taking a look at what's going on left. But, yeah, it's been an interesting start to the game, mostly off the lane swapping. But, okay, I have to ask, though, thinking about this conceptually, if you're drafting for more lane presence and priority at the moment, and a good portion of the lane phase, you're not even able to, evenly fight because both teams are swapping, is that not a benefit to Abraham's in the draft they have that in theory is going to be better at actually team fighting? As long as they don't get hit with the Mega Affliction, which is the disclaimer you always have to say when there's a pocket on the other team.
I mean, it could be. I think maybe the one caveat to that, though, ZP, is the fact that mid lane's winning for Buff Enjoyers. So even if you're just trading, constantly swapping lanes and really not engaging each other, that kind of means your overall for Buff Enjoyers getting ahead because of the mid lane winning. Whether or not that actually, continues to stay true since we're at 15k pieces is still yet to be answered. But I would assume it's going to benefit Abrahams here, who I think kind of have a better overall composition for sure.
We'll see. I mean, the degree of winning in mid lane is going to be important. Although, okay, looking at right now, it's Paradox GT in mid. And the degree of winning is actually pretty significant when you look at the farm that both Hoot and Listic are on. So, I mean, mid lane has been a boom so far. Or Sanya. And look at Sanya, of course, dominated the early lane against Sneaky Team. And this time around, the Guardian eating plenty of damage here on the right. So maybe Sanya picking up where he left off just a game ago.
Just weird to see that they constantly swap lanes to just inevitably end up fighting it out anyways to the lanes that Buffingers didn't want. Like this is the same matchup that we started the game off in on this right hand side and left hand side. The Puddle Punch actually punching Sanya in the wrong direction here, maybe away from a kill, but again the pressure's still being applied. Vreg very low in health. We see Obi can get caught up by a parry here on this left hand side buff, so he's gonna fall as Hoot gets survival and Arzo gets movement. Oh my god, a Viper with movement. All right, chill game.
And definitely, I mean, you look at the lane pressure being applied here. Now it's Saint getting into it. Empty Dreams finds Listic, and looking at Hoot, looking to walk away. Hoot leaves middle, goes to side lane. Sanya getting a little bit fisticuffed by Vrake. And this one's a bit all over the place as, the Guardian's still up, by the way, on the right-hand side, where you see Pocket and Calico super, super deep at the moment.
Mystic did fall in the middle. I'm not quite sure if Empty Dreams got a stack from that. But it looks like the bleeding has stopped here for Abraham's in the mid-hand side, though the pressure's continuing to mount on this Guardian. And a little bit of parry coming through on Sanya, who gets caught out and gets cleaned up here. So actually working out pretty well for Buffingers, inevitably getting a lane they did not want, but getting a big kill here. And help break out quite a bit.
We didn't see the openings. That also might have been a Hyperline. That was either parry or Hyperline, but that almost felt long enough where I wonder if Sanya was just going for the extra movement and actually got caught. Either way, stunned and focused down, not something you see happen super often. Sanya, but Sanya had the zipline boost, is immediately back in the lane. And, mid lane, despite the rough start, has been, well, I was going to say they've been holding on, but not at all. I've actually just cursed Empty Dreams to death.
You're not the person you want to see going down. Asanya once again going for the dive here. Gets the parry onto the garden, which should be focused down here momentarily, as Varric is just burned away with 377 damage being done. With the re-engage. The cosmetical does cost him his life. I guess he's trying to push the wave out. And the garden will fall on the right-hand side here. So Abraham's, even though they did lose Sonya before, they're going to at least get some revenge. Get a guardian, potentially killing a Varric. Oh, that's a good parry.
Not only a good parry, but that concussive combustion, that was about a meter away, or, half a meter from not hitting. That was just the slimmest of margins that Vrake got tagged. If Vrake had actually been, like, just a little bit further up, that probably doesn't hit. Elsewhere, though, a little bit of stack charge onto Together as, overall, for buff enjoyers drafting for lane, while their mid lane has been by far the standout, overall, Abraham's, by doing lane swaps, trying to get their ideal matchups, I mean, they've looked pretty good at the beginning here. So if the goal for buff enjoyers was win lane, don't worry about anything else, even with the pick on the Empty Dreams here, I don't know if they've really accomplished their goal so far, Jason.
Not so sure either. And they're keeping even at least. I mean, I definitely felt like it could have been worse, especially without the mid lane control the buff enjoyers inevitably had with Listic and Hoot in particular. Their side charge comes on through and a hook back under towards the tower, but the Cube will save his life. And Together now trying to pull them in with the chain gang, catch that Listic. Has support of his team, and I think Empty Dreams might have gotten a stack from that. Actually, no, probably not, because he hit Zergy with the owl. But Hoot gets a guardian down on the mid lane with the help of the minions. As a stolen chain gang comes on through here out of Obikim. And Together looking worse for wear here. ZP gets cleaned up as we're still seeing kills being traded. Arzo dives straight in towards the back on Zergy. And Obikim's just trying to run away. Gets away for the petrifying Bolo though.
And for Obikim, no spectral assistant to use and no escape on the menu. Also, that splatter just hit 2 or 3 times. I feel like that was, like, there's a lot of bounce off that splatter, which is, of course, the main reason why you see Viscous get prioritized nowadays. Back over in the mid. This time, seeing pressure on the Sanya. Sanya can be able to make the great escape. There's a whole lot of blue in and around Sanya, and no escape path to be found. Not sure one existed. Hook over in on the Billy into the Affliction, and Together in some real danger.
Yeah, I mean, Together very, very deep, as well as Sonya there. Get caught out in the jungle, so Buffenders get a cozy 2k lead here off the back of that, and also some time to free farm the jungle. The sitters are up, man. Look on the right-hand side of the map here for buff enjoyers. You have your doubles up. You have another one next to it. You still have 2 on the other side of the map as well, like straight across from you. There's a lot that Saint, if he was on Rem, would love to be stealing away at this point. And we need to start to see some focus, I think, out of both teams on that. But they're trying to deal with Sonya on the right-hand side, who's just being left alone to continue to farm up as much as possible.
Also, Jason, despite the mid lane being a bit of a problem, this is plus 20 stacks for Empty Dreams so far. Now, that's not going to be a plus stack. Wait, I think it actually was. I take it back. The burst was there. Sanya, though, falling on the other end as Guardian goes down. But it's kind of interesting. For as rough as mid lane for Empty Dreams was, the GT, I think... Can we get a shot back? I think it's like plus 30 on Empty Dreams now. Kind of interesting.
Also, ZP, big shout out to Deathy with the raid. 500-something viewers. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying your victory and the Sagem Slam. Just killed it out there, representing Deadlock well.
Wait, Deathy won.
Yeah. All he does is win. Just not in Deadlock,
Hey, it depends on the team and the moment.
It's true.
But you can't slander the man right after he wins the fighting game turn. As Empty Dreams, though, finds on the Hoot. And, okay, this is so interesting because, again, the mid lane went really heavily against Abraham's here. And yet Empty Dreams is, like, I think actually got it plus 10 off every owl. So even though you look at the farm, right? You have Hoot at 8.7k, Empty Dreams 1,000 behind. You'd happily be 1,000 behind in most games and meant that you had 3 stacks this early. I mean, the item value worth of plus 30 spirit, especially this early in the game, is unbelievable, Jason.
Yeah, there you go, plus 30. Killing it, man. I mean, only at 7.8k souls, but I mean, from the 30 spirit power alone, you kind of catch back up quite a bit as... Wait a minute. Sinclair can get plus permanent spirit power. Okay, not gonna have a chance there, unfortunately. That would be kind of crazy if it happened. But hey, let's talk about the Mirage, because again, we have our main M1 out of Zergy. We have like a side M1, like a secondary M1 being played as Mirage's role. And actually, I could see Hoot having really good success with how mobile he is around the map, how many plays he can create with the Dust Devils. Not to mention, he's already able to do some real serious damage, able to catch up quite a few players so far in this game. I actually am kind of digging this, and also, you know, would love to see Hoot play in Infernus as well, which I've seen him do in Scrim so far this week.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit when Mirage has actually won recently, it hasn't been Mirage as the solo M1 carry. Mirage has to have someone else that's actually taking more of the heat. In this case, for their comp, it would be Zergy. And also, in this moment, it's going to be Mirage as the Urn carrier. Now, this is kind of interesting. Buff Enjoyers, this Urn fight is so dependent on Cosmetical getting good affliction. Elsewhere, Obakim slammed down by Billy, double bash down and dead. Losing Obakim right before potentially Urn fight. This could be deadly against Buff Enjoyers if Abraham's able to rotate over in time, which it looks like they're very keen to do.
I think they'll get there for sure. As Cube comes through. And Son is going to be a pivotal point in this one. Combustion ready to go. Affliction has hit onto 2 here, onto Task and Arzo, as Hooch is trying to go for the chase, in particular onto Arzo. Stormcloud on top of this, which is going to do some serious damage and some serious, could potentially zone the way as Buffers is looking to lock this one through. They also get 2 kills to kick things off with 99% apiece here from both teams. Sonya's going to follow as well, and this is going all the way of Buff Enjoyers. 3 kills so far, ZP, and the Urn off the back of that would be a huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure if a 2-man affliction would be enough, but in this case, seemingly good enough. Plus 10 against Empty Dreams, courtesy of Oaken. Yeah, you know, it wouldn't never actually work this way. It'd be funny if it just like stole plus 10 when you die to your own bird, effectively.
Oh,
Let's take out Viper.
imagine having negative spirit power in a game.
But yeah, in that last fight, I didn't think 2-man affliction would be enough, but in this case, it absolutely was for Buff Enjoyers. And
It's so weird. He hits the 2-man affliction, and then he's like off to the left lane to look for a guardian. Like he just like retreats from the fight. He's like, my job's done, and let the rest of the team clean it up. And they get objectives as well. Like they turn this from a dead even game into an 11k lead off the back of that Urn with the kills. Like that's crazy.
I'll get into position.
Yeah, no, I mean, overall, this is the kind of lead I think Buff Enjoyers needs to win their comp. So that last Urn fight, pretty crucial, because I don't think the laning phase went exactly as they had planned overall. But now we get the chase down here on to Empty Dreams, and it's just absolutely erased the combo play between Pocket and Sinclair. More than enough damage. And now for Abraham's, you know, comp-wise, this is a little bit dangerous. The Buff Enjoyers they're in the zone they want to be now, Jason, where they can look for these skirmishy fights and have things work in their favor.
Yeah, and also the fact that they have like 2 heroes that can quickly rotate around the map, whether it's the Traver to Hoot or just using the Ava form out of Rayek on the Calico. You can quickly turn a fight around. You can quickly catch people off guard as well. And you already talked about where, you know, previously GT where he's susceptible. I mean, generally easily to be dove. I think it was the conclusion we were basically coming to. And when you have like a Mirage, when you have like a Calico, you can easily get on top of them. It's gonna be tough for Empty Dreams, though. You know, you gotta give him credit. Continue to build up stacks here at plus 30. And considering he's lowest eco on the team, or pretty much lowest eco on the team, is definitely something they need. But you'd imagine, what if Empty Dreams didn't have that plus 30 right now? That would be a real detriment.
Yeah, I mean, plus 30, I mean, it's effectively, you know, better than a Boundless at this point in the game, or like not quite better, but you know, around equivalent. So, you know, add another 6,400 of value there. It's like, oh wait, GT's actually in a good spot. Still vulnerable though, they're getting hooked. However, the backup seems to be there, but over the top come Cosmetical, drops a 2-man affliction. Empty Dreams running for his life. Vrake able to chase it on down. So the quick addition of the Frogs, more than enough to turn the fight in favor of Buff Enjoyers, who continue to pick off in these small skirmishes.
Funny, because this is what Abraham's initially did to Buff Enjoyers to beat them way back when. Now the lead at 12k as we approach the 16-minute mark. And the Urn going to be up in about 2 minutes of time. And I would imagine that's the next point of actual contention. Can we actually maybe get checking on Golden Statue Bus? I'm kind of curious because we had a lot of centers up for such a long time. They're going to start to respawn back in soon. Their owl being thrown on out as well. No connection.
That's a +0. The time wall does not count as a target. And elsewhere, we're just seeing Together get run down. Close quarters, splatter already been used. Saint and Together, both unable to get away. Vrake polishes off Taz towards the end. A quick engagement, and man, oh man. Wait, is this an early... This is an early mid-boss play. You got the Calco. You can reduce the resistance. So, yeah, this is what they're going for, Jason.
Petrifying Bola. I mean, I actually don't remember the threshold for ours that to potentially have that maxed out. I mean, that has the real potential to get it stolen away from here. You have to be very careful about positioning inside the pit, and Obikim's going to help facilitate this one. Obviously, a bird going to be coming on through as well to go for the stun. No bullet being used though. Looks like Abrahams will give this one up for free. In the meantime, they're trying to push the right-hand side to look for that walker, but you can quickly see who back out with a traveler. Stormcloud being thrown in as well, and the Petrifying Bull is going to connect onto Zergy. And they're still going to get a kill. Task is going to fall. Affliction is going to catch up onto Together. I want to see a one-man Afflictions. All you really need at this point is Together should be falling from this one. Even Sonya worse for wear, as he does take down the walker on the right-hand side and potentially an escape from Hoot. But I'd still say overall this is looking very good here for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, I mean, Sanya, I don't think gets away from Hoot here. Like, look at the health bars. You see the chase down. If Sanya does get away, it's like by the slimmest of margins. And actually, yeah, was able to break away. Hoot, unable to keep chase. Still a chance. You know, Sanya right now is just worried. Like, we know Sanya's safe. Sanya himself doesn't know he's safe. Midwalker, though, just going to be run on down. 3 rejuves still in favor of Buff Enjoyers. And yeah, I mean, the window for Abrahams is swiftly closing here, Jason.
Sometimes you just see some movement that's so clean.
Window for Abrahams. I think I said Buff Enjoyers is whatever. Abrahams run out of options.
Every time you bet ZP and you say who you bet on with your prediction points, it always semes to come back and bite you in the butt.
Yeah, but you know, I'm more measured with the channel point stuff. I never go above 10% at this point. So, you know, I'm going for consistency over time. Not doing the Jake maneuver of going bankrupt every 2 games.
Go big or go home, right? You know, I need to head on to the night shift account and get myself some channel points that I can use, like a cheeky million.
I don't think you can do that as Task getting caught in mid-skirmish. If you get Zergy, this at least would be a prize for Abrahams. See Zergy running low. Wait. Yep, okay. Rejuve is down. Can you get him a second time, though? And I don't think so. I think enough support has gotten here, Jason.
Thing is, like, Zergy's, again, just not going to be alone. You had Vrake quickly in support. You had Hoot and Nier who could travel on forward as well. While the rest of the team is actually pushing us to the left-hand side as Vrake TP's on over. So they're going for like a simultaneous push on left and right lane walkers. And one of these inevitably will fall. You cannot defend both these against the 2 Reju's still up for Buff Enjoyers. Not to mention they lead, they have. So see a cheeky little side-by-side as well. Affliction has been thrown out. I think that was, again, a catch onto 1. Also the bird getting a catch onto 2 here. Actually, that was the bird out of Obikim, funny enough. The others immediately out of the fight. A double stun had come on through, and like these walkers are still standing, but for how long, ZP?
Oh, Zergy playing defense, and if you're an ice cream truck in the background, I'm sorry my window is open. It just rolled up, but
bro, stop casting and go get me one of those like Ninja Turtle obstacles.
It would melt long before it got to you at this point. Just like Abrahams is melting under the pressure from Buff Enjoyers. Still plus 30 for Empty Dreams, who, you know, was plus 30 off the first 3 hours of the game, and then from there on out, it has been brutal. And honestly, Jason, it feels like this game, you know, the last even fight was the Earn fight where Abrahams, you know, the rotation into it was a little bit rough. They get hit with the 2-man Affliction, and like, that was the last real good team fight Abrahams was able to play in. Afterwards, it's just been skirmish fight after skirmish fight that they've just run on the losing end of. And, you know, a lot of it, I think, comes down to the pressure we've been seeing from Listic and Vrake.
Well, here we go. Another Earn being thrown on through. Abrahams, do they want to go for the contest? They still have definitely a lot of time to work with here, but have to be so careful because Affliction's coming up momentarily. The Petrifying Bullet, an immediate catch on Empty Dreams to have no chance to go. Wait, a stone form rabbit being used somehow there as Buff Enjoyers take down 2. And most likely the Earn, as long as they don't leave this path, leave this zone, this King of the Hill, they should be able to lock this one through as the Affliction's going to connect onto Tass and Sonya. And I mean, you're doing well, you're 24k souls, but you're just going to be focused on down so heavily. There's really no chance you have to survive this one. And that's the big Buff Enjoyers continuing to build up a lead even further here, ZP. I can't do the math, but it's looking like 40k.
Yeah, game at this point is effectively over. I mean, it's just snowballed way out of control between the 2 teams. I mean, it's kind of interesting how this went down. A lot of it it's kind of funny. It didn't really come out of the lane phase too much, but just a lot of the smaller scale fights that Buff and Joyers was able to take went really well in their favor, and the very first turn. And Abraham's, some of the momentum they were getting, like Empty Dreams on the GT, ended up faltering from how some of these early fights went. And now with Shrines going down, there's just not much of an opening left to get back into this game.
Just have to say, by the way, chat is telling you to go get ice cream right now. And I have to maybe ask you, if you have the choice from the ice cream truck, which would be your ice cream of choice?
It's hard to say. Like, I'm always a sucker for a drumstick, even though you can get them in the grocery store. But it's funny you mentioned the Ninja Turtles ice cream thing, because there's an old esports story with that, where it was like the Houston Outlaws OWL homestand. We were with like the executive producer at the time, and we had bought like the Ninja Turtles stuff. But I'll save the story for another time, because Jason, the game is over, and it's going to be Buff and Joyers taking map 1. Strong skirmishes across the board, and for Abraham's, things just fall apart.
I was going to say I was more invested in that ice cream story than the finish of that game, considering how well Buff and Joyers played. You always got to get the ice cream where the eyeballs are pieces of gum, those big like gum balls that you can then chew on after. Those are goated. Don't at me if you disagree.
Okay, so the end of the story was that the executive producer was drunk enough that we bet him to like drink a drink that had the Ninja Turtle eyeballs still in them. It was like one of those weird things. Like it,
I would do it. That sounds like it tastes better than a Dark Souls. But you know what's even better than that? Having DDK back here on the desk to walk us through this game.
Guys, is the new meta just snowballing? Like, what is happening? We saw in the last game Abraham's snowball victory against their opponent, and now they've been on the receiving end of it. What's the deal?
I mean, look, this game was close until it wasn't. I thought we saw a lot of really cool interactions in the lane phase, as far as, teams teleporting away to try and get to the ideal matchup. Abraham seemingly played it pretty well, but okay, it was a parry. We're wondering, so is that parry or hyperline? That was a parry. Yeah, I don't know. It just post the first turn fight, Abraham's had nothing go well for them, and I think a lot of it is that Buff and Joyers was actively seeking out engagements with Calico, with Bebop. And also, I think you have to give some credit to Cosmetical's neutralization of Empty Dreams, where every time Empty Dreams showed from the mid game on, you had Cosmetical deep diving on Pocket. Like, this is a good example here. Off, Majestic Leap, chase down, dead. That happened basically every single time Empty Dreams got in a single team fight from 14 minutes on.
What was working for Buff and Joyers? I know this was a very weird draft, and I think both of you guys said that you preferred the Abraham's draft. But Jason, like, what works really well for Buff and Joyers, do you think?
I think Vraic there, honestly. I think the mobility the team had, like a Pocket with Majestic Leap, a Sinclair who's very mobile, a Calico who's very mobile, and then a Mirage who's very mobile. I think the thing is, like, anytime Abraham's thought they had a fight that they could win, like a man advantage, it was instantly turned on. I think like Viscous isn't mobile in the same way that the rest of Buff and Joyers can be. GT can't be as mobile like that. Like a Paradox can't be as mobile like that. I think Buff and Joyers, they constantly got like little skirmishes, whether it was in their side of the map or on the enemy side of the map, and they would always have a man advantage, and they were able to get like very clean kills off the back of that initial urn. I mean, I think that's where we really start to see that first lead come through. You can see pretty much while that second Guardian was taken after 10 minutes, or the orange Guardian before 15 minutes, that's when we saw the big change. That was the urn fight. That was Cosmetical taking a left lane Guardian and a snowball from there. And then every fight after that felt like, as ZP mentioned, these little skirmishes that there was really nothing Abrahams could do about it, but they were never really prepared to fight when Buff and Joyers were taking the fight to them.
Yeah, this was a 22-minute and 26-second game. That has to be one of the fastest maps we've seen here on Night Shift. So very impressive. Is there anything about the stat screen that jumps off of the page here, or does it look as you'd expect?
I mean, I think, again, the thing that kind of jumps off the page is that I think, a lot of the fights were over before they even began. It just seemed like done instantly. But a lot of those fights that we saw were courtesy of Vraic. 9 kills, 7 assists, or Listic, who was setting up with the hook. Like, I think the engine of how Buff and Joyers kept Abraham's off guard was really Vraic, Listic, and to an extent Cosmetical diving in on Empty Dreams repeatedly. So, yeah, Abraham's, they lose the first urn fight because I think the rotations are a little bit awkward getting there. Sanya got damaged pretty heavily before the fight even really began in earnest, even with the early pickoff on the Obakim. But then, like, post that fight, Buff and Joyers just continually, went hyper aggro, and didn't let Abrahams ever get, you know, their ideal win condition, which was to have a good 6-man team fight at relatively even farm. It just never happened.
Crazy, really crazy. I mean, Overkim on the Sinclair. How did that feel for you, Jason? I know there's some question marks on the Sinclair pick.
I don't know. Like it was good. I don't think it stood out to me necessarily. I don't think he necessarily was playing it to stand out either. I think there was definitely a good mindset of taking it early so you can't have it counterpicked against you for like Pocket, for instance. He had some good steals, like some good Petrifying Bullet steals, had a +10 with a GT Bird as well, as we saw. But I don't think he necessarily stood out. I don't think he needed to. I think it was just kind of being in the right place at the right time, hitting some good rabbits. I just don't think anyone, funny enough, on really Buff and Jorah stood out massively. I think if I had to pick somebody, it was probably like Vraic in how fluid he was around the map, going 9-1, or it was Listic having early game control to give them a winning lane when they're doing all these like lane rotations. I think it's just like that's just Buff and Jorah's, man. They just all play well.
And before go ahead, CP.
I'll actually add on to that. I think the person I'll give credit to. Well, why didn't no one tell me my lights are off here?
Hey, ZP, your lights are off?
I'm sitting here like in the dark the entire time. Like, this is why lighting is important, everyone. But yeah,
I would love to turn my lights off, honestly, because this heat is killer. So you know, I'll do the opposite.
Yeah, you do it every time we're watching a game because you don't want to watch a game with like glare in your face. But yeah, okay, there you go. Look, all in all, Cosmetical's neutralization of Empty Dreams is probably one of the big storylines of the game because I think there was a real threat of Empty Dreams suddenly being just very threatening as far as like the momentum Empty Dreams was getting, and then, you know, once that was recognized, a Pocket was deep diving on Cosmetical pretty much, or onto Empty Dreams every single fight, and it took away the threat. So I gotta give props to Cosmetical this game.
Is this, so final quick question before we go to break, is this problem for Abrahams something that they can draft away?
I don't think you can outdraft Alphanjars, honestly. I think they're too experienced and they're too deep in their pools to outdraft them. I think you just have to outplay them. I feel like the best way to beat them is to figure out what's their game plan on the comp that they're running that game and then countering that somehow with the comp that you have, which is still really hard to predict in the drafting phase. It's kind of one of those things that you have to figure out with the draft you have, how you can counter the way they're going to play without being able to do the draft because they have so much flexibility. I don't know what I'm talking about. The heat's getting to me here.
Do you add anything to that, ZP, or should we just go to the break?
I mean, look, as far as drafting goes, Buff and Jorah's just won with first pick Mirage, which I never would have expected to begin with. So I feel like draft is not their weakness at the moment.
All right, well, let's go to the break and we're going to find out. That was the throw. Okay, so Deadlock's been a little bit weird today. We've had really fast games, guys. I pray that today, for the second map in the money match, we will get a close game, a game that resembles what we were having a week ago. It feels like the entire meta has changed. The rug has been pulled from underneath us. We'll see if the draft is going to be more favorable here for Abrahams, if they can make some adjustments. If they were to make some adjustments, guys, we're kind of teasing it before we went to break, but what are the top of the line suggestions? You guys are in the coaching seats, the hot seats. What would you do?
I mean, again, it's a little bit difficult to say, like, do this one thing and win. I really don't have many issues with the draft that Abrahams had in the last game. I think the problem was the execution was a bit lacking. I mean, I think to some extent is that you cannot make mistakes if you're going up against something like a Calico comp that is going out of its way to be hyper aggro, backed up by a Bebop. Also, I mean, maybe there's an argument against, like, I do off the road GT a little bit here, because I feel like over the past 2 weeks, teams have gotten so much better at just diving and limiting GT as a threat. I mean, Empty Dreams had ideal conditions at the beginning of the game and then was just completely worthless for the latter half, not because Empty Dreams was playing bad, but because the dive strategy was pretty set in motion. At the very least, maybe not picking GT against Pocket. Like, that could be the missing variable. When GT was doing well, you didn't have a Pocket on the other side, but hard dive Pocket against GT seems like a miserable matchup that I don't think you can go into again. So I think that's the one thing I would pick out here, is that if you give up the Pocket, maybe don't go GT.
It's funny though, because we've talked in the past about how GT is a good counter to Pocket because of the negative spare resist and the amount of damage that you can do to him in lane. But they weren't obviously matched up when it came to the lane. So I don't know. I think you need to assess buff enjoyers' win condition / the style they're playing, and then just don't let them play that style, or do anything you can to prevent them from playing that style. Like when you see Calico coming around, as ZP pointed out, with like Bebop as support, they have a lot of pick potential against you, and they have a lot of catch potential, and they're gonna dive, especially with like Arctic Blast. Like, you're just not gonna escape this comp, or the 2-3 heroes you're meeting up against. If you don't lose those players in those positions, would the game have played out differently? It would have lasted longer. I don't know if it would have played out differently necessarily, but I mean, teams have been asking themselves, what can we do to beat buff enjoyers? And no team's really come up with that equation just yet, at least in this iteration of buff enjoyers.
It's going to be very interesting to find out. I mean, I wonder if Viper was the move as well. You know, I feel like for the teams in these best of threes, that there is some experimentation that you're afforded in that first match where, you know, your tournament life is not on the line, but it is interesting too, because we didn't really get to see Billy get going because, you know, they just, again, sort of ended up getting snowballed. And again, it's like a 22-minute game. That's so fast. I really do wonder if that's one of the like top 3 fastest games we've had, because that's kind of crazy to the game to be won that rapidly, especially given the fact that a week ago with these more heavy frontline compositions, we were getting games that are, I feel like on average of, you know, getting 35 minutes to 45 minutes, you know, much longer games. So surprising turn of events here. And, you know, we saw that with Pocket, Majestic Leap was selected by Cosmetical. And I remember hearing, I forget who was casting it, maybe it was you guys, that in the past, you know, there's some praise on Pockets that were not getting Majestic Leap because it kind of suggested that, oh, you know, Majestic Leap is kind of used to just have an easier time getting the positioning to drop in for the afflictions. But if you can skip it, that kind of, you know, shows your expertise positionally as a Pocket, and you kind of don't need to spend the 3,200 on that item. Well, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I don't think it's about expertise or anything anymore. I mean, the thing we saw in terms of like how people are using movement tech here is that, like, the Majestic Leap, yeah, it was used for affliction, but it was also like a lot of the times it was used to give the extra mobility to just like get in GT's face, where GT is otherwise like pretty mobile. But so many times we like would see Cosmetical's point of view, and it'd be like a swoop in on the Cosmetical, or rather on the Empty Dreams, to where like Empty Dreams couldn't get away. So you get a swiftness in your ability to get in with Majestic Leap that actually allows you to get your burst damage down, which I think is important if your target is something that's otherwise slippery like a GT.
Yeah, great point. It's a moment of truth, Jason.
DDK looks like he blinks sideways.
Sick.
What does that mean?
What was I thinking?
I don't know.
Are you like from Men in Black 1 and like your eyes blink like the other way?
Like lizards?
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I just saw that comment like right as we were going to the draft, and I'm like thinking to myself, how does that work? But we do see ZP a response though to Cosmetical's pocket, and we're seeing it being banned away. But that means Holiday's open.
Also, I just did a little bit of research because, again, it happened when I was sleeping, and then when I woke up, I had to get ready for the show. But the very final match of R1 today was also Buff Enjoyers versus Abrahams, which explains a few things in regards to what chat was saying. Also, it was 2-1. Abrahams was able to win one of the maps, and the map they won, Buff Enjoyers may have cooked a little bit too hard because they put Listic on Drifter. It's what went down there, just to be clear. But okay, we're gonna get the first pick from Abrahams. It's a holiday. This leaves Buff Endurers open for Doorman +1. And the +1's gonna be Mirage.
Or No Man. And they don't pick Doorman.
Surely not.
Surely not again.
How does this make you feel, ZP?
I like the Hoot Mirage, by the way. I think it was pretty decent. They go Sinclair. So they have their own lasso for themselves. I didn't hate the way Hoot was playing the Mirage and the adaptations of Mirage not being an M1 hard carry for your team anymore and being more of like a flexor, like a catcher and use the mobility to high extent. I actually really enjoyed that. And I think I've enjoyed the way Mirage has kind of settled into the meta now after going, was like 3 or 4 and 27 or something.
That being said, I'm still a little bit skeptical where, okay, grabbing Sinclair this early, giving up Doorman. I mean, Doorman Holiday is also really strong lane power, and it's going to get backed up with Venator, who's still like one of the premium position ones available. And the weirdest thing here is that Buff Enjoyers didn't even value Abrams in the last game. Like, it was an Abrams-less game overall. So, for Abrahams, you still have the option. If you need something frontline-wise, you can grab Abrams first pick post mid-stage bans if you even think that it's needed.
I kind of love this Warden with Cage Max. If you're Holiday trying to go in for a lasso and you get caged and you're silenced and you can't ult, you're just kind of standing there like, uh-oh. you have to spell magic to deal with that. That's actually has like really cool implications of how this game can play out, picking this Warden in top 3.
Also, and I think they may ban Bebop. Like, Bebop was so frustrating them. It was both Pocket and Bebop last time around. Maybe get rid of the Bebop. Yeah.
There you go. I feel like anytime I see like a Zergy Warden, when it does best, it has a Rem. So that's what I was kind of thinking along those lines, but we'll see.
Man, on paper, especially if you were just to look to last week, this would feel like the most absurd Abrahams draft of all time. Also, yeah, Abrahams had second pick mid-stage ban, not first. But for Abrahams, in theory, you can get Abrams here if you want something frontline. I mean, without the Billy being on the table, presumably they're going to get either Abrams or Shiv. But wait, Silver's still available. What
yeah.
yeah. Silver actually
exists.
Oh man,
just like the guaranteed
the
first
draft
pick
seems
for like weeks.
So stacked to me.
Oh yeah, it's
relative
like
to
premium
week.
picks.
I want to see like an Abrams as well.
I got you.
Maybe round it with an Abrams, and I feel like you gotta. I don't know. Actually, Abrams. I don't know. I don't think Abrams has the mobility you need necessarily to make this comp work. I would hate actually a Calico with this for Abrahams if they wanted to go that route.
Or a Shiv, maybe.
Time for a little field work.
Honestly, this is so interesting, guys, because like Abrahams have like the S tier like picks, and Buff Enjoyers. I mean, the thing is that Buff Enjoyers always make it win.
I mean, look, Drifter. They lost with Drifter earlier today. I want to be super clear, like catching up on the results. Buff Enjoyers did lose with Drifter. It was Listic on the Drifter. I mean, the amount of cooking that has gone. I mean, this is either a world-class meal or an absolute disaster as far as the draft for Buff Enjoyers go. And, okay, Abraham's round out the IV. Rem unpicked also, by the way, for recent Rem priority. I don't know. I mean,
I can see the vision, like, ZP.
It almost feels to me like if Buff Enjoyers wins this game, there's like someone out there with like 1,000 IQ is like, this proves draft is fake. Just play the heroes and win the game.
I actually think the Dynamo picks are so awesome. I do think Dynamo's a little undervalued right now.
Bro, you have the darkness out of Drifter, and then you just hear the metal clanking of a Dynamo running at you. Also, I mean, to be fair, right? If you look for a lasso, that Drifter ultimate it shuts down the follow-up, right? I mean, it can shut down a good amount of the follow-up on a lasso, but then also you have Q to prevent a lasso. You also have silence to prevent a lasso from coming. There's a lot for buff enjoyers to like shut down. I feel like this lasso and this doorman combo.
I also like
it's gonna be hard to play those.
The doorman ult, because like you don't even need to really invest in the ultimate for Sinclair, because the doorman ult, like the utility is just having someone inside of the hotel. So like, yeah, I can see some cool stuff here for buff enjoyers. I mean, it should be fun.
I like chat catching up to this and just all being surprised at the dynamo, but wait until they see the drifter. And they're gonna be real confused. There you go. There it is. Oh man, this is, I don't know. I think it's, again, if, as EP said, if buff enjoyers make this work, it's, I mean, you're going up against quite a few like S tier picks with some pretty, I don't think you have a single S tier pick out of buff enjoyers, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
arguably, I don't know. Arguably,
like
if people are winning with Mirage the way they are right now, maybe Mirage is like somehow rocketed up as far as that goes.
Please.
But relative to last week, Buff, you're correct. Like last week, the draft from Abrahams would be considered heinous and unconscionable. Like, just was Buff enjoyers asleep? I mean, Buff enjoyers, they get a little bit of credibility for winning with the draft they had last game, but this draft on paper, I don't know. Anyone last week would have said insta win the Abrahams, but the recent wins from buff enjoyers give them a lot more credibility of saying we can make this work. And I mean, okay, think about how things are going to work in terms of team fights. Like, yes, half your team is going to get blind. Half you have to play actually pretty carefully around the dynamo. You pick the Sinclair early to get, the potential of a Sinclair counter pick off the board, which actually lets you pick the dynamo in the first place. Otherwise, you have to last pick dynamo because of the worry of Sinclair being picked on the other side, where it's most brutal counter pick in the game. In terms of lane phase, Mirage, Sinclair, Viscous, Warden, still really, really good laners. Although on the opposite end, you got Silver, Doorman, Holiday on the same note. So it's not like Abraham says like a weak lane phase by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I mean, I guess the wild card for me here is like, okay, Dynamo, Drifter, how is this going to pan out? Because they're frankly heroes we haven't seen that much in top play.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a team to do it, it's buff enjoyers. So, yeah.
You have 100,000 channel points. Where are you putting these points and how much? And don't give me that 10% rule.
No, I'm not answering this because I don't want to influence what's going on right now in the channel points. I will ask me in 5 minutes.
Zeefy's got responsible risk management. He's got good bankroll management. So
that was the answer, though. You could tell. Yeah. You could tell what his answer was. He's going all in on Abrahams, ladies and gentlemen. So get your prediction points in, because I'm betting buff enjoyers, because I need to cash in some points. Thanks, guys. This is so wild, though, honestly, to me. And I think this is what we. I mean, I kind of hate that we always talk about buff enjoyers, but like, what team would pick this roster? Like, who would pick a Drifter and a Dynamo in a game like this? I feel like it's only them, and I think that's what makes them so deadly, is they can just pull out. Obviously, they haven't won the series yet, right? But if they win this match, it just goes to show and is a testament to how damn good they are as individuals, as a team. They can throw out the most wild picks against you and have thought about how it's going to play out in the series and how it's going to play out in that match in particular against the comp they're playing against. I don't know, man. Like, this would be wild. And I think if they win with this one, it just shows that they deserve to win the NSO, the Night Shift Open, to be the best team in North America, but also the best team in EU. It's just crazy, man. And I think this has a lot of potential to be hype.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing with buff enjoyers is that they seem to really understand the game to the degree where, they set the meta. They've shown us time and again, oh yeah, you can play Warden. Oh yeah, Viscous is actually really sick. And they kind of show you how to play it. They've got such a good read on the game. I think I made this point last week when I was casting that what's really interesting about Deadlock is that I think, yeah, we were casting together, Jason, and we were talking about the GOATS meta, where I was making the point that in the GOATS meta in Overwatch, they clearly, wasn't around, but like my understanding is that you kind of had to do that if you wanted to win. Whereas with Deadlock, there is enough skill expression outside of the conventional picks that you can have something that is S tier, but if you have like a team and individuals that can kind of optimize the playstyle around that thing, that currently there's you can make it work. Like you don't have to do everything cookie cutter the way that the meta is defining it. And speaking of defining things, you guys are going to be defining how this cast sounds as buff enjoyers are looking to win with an unruly composition. Take it away, CP.
Yeah, heading into game here, Jason. We'll see how this one goes. I mean, buff enjoyers apparently, did draft something similar in the final map of R1, but Also, I don't think the Abrahams draft was nearly as stacked as this one is. I may be wrong. Again, this happened when I was getting ready for show because R1 like went right before show. So I guess we'll see. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one way or another, but on paper, you know, going at least within the total data of the last week, I feel like if Abrahams was going to Forza Map 3, this would be kind of the draft they'd be looking for.
I mean, this is like the worst case scenario, I feel like, for Abrahams, because if you win, it's like, okay, yeah, well, I mean, look what you're playing against, a Drifter and a Dynamo. If you lose, it's like, how'd you lose to a Drifter and a Dynamo? I feel like there's no winning for Abrahams in this one, win or lose.
Yeah, but also, how do you win 5v6? we're straight up missing a player, as so it seems.
Okay. Probably have to remake this one. I saw a comment in the chat saying, the ZP, get your belt out and start the game. And I mean, he got his belt out. We just started the game a little bit too early. We didn't have all 6 players in.
Well, as you know, there's only one belt in all of Deadlock. I actually have to fly over to England and take the belt from Lightbringer before the belt can be used in this instance to get the players in line.
If Lightbringer doesn't show up to LAN with a Lightbringer branded belt, I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm just saying. You gotta like work on it. Maybe like art a little bit. Hit up Kalaris if you need some help.
There's gonna be some fan out there with a get the belt Lightbringer. Let's go. What? Okay, like there's terrible traffic or something going on outside. I don't even know.
Everyone wants ice cream. That truck is popping off, man. What am I doing here being a caster? I should start an ice cream truck in Italy. Oh yeah, they don't have air conditionings for the ice cream truck to keep the ice cream cold, so that wouldn't work. We're starting the lobby. We're getting the teams back in. Obviously missing a player. But this is, I don't know, man. Like, this is such a weird thing. And I think ZP or DDK said something really interesting. The fact they don't have to play this very set in stone meta. You can come up with new things. And I think that's the difference between, not the difference, but one of the differences between Overwatch and this is that it's a MOBA, man. There's items involved. There's skills involved. I think this is a much more difficult game to play overall, that you can have things like this happen, that you can have like an individual stand out so massively because they got ahead in the beginning of the game. In Overwatch, I feel like you didn't really have that, right? You didn't have the ability that if you do really well in the beginning game, okay, maybe get your ultimate online quicker and maybe you can use that to help snowball, but it's not like you get like Sonya was in game 1 becoming Thanos, being 5-6k ahead of their opponents and no one being able to 1v1 him anymore. But yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, also looking at the last draft of the day that you had from Buffingers in the R1 tournament, they're running like GT with Mo and Krill is what they had. So, you know, we lose out on the Mo and Krill because it gets banned. But like, yeah, people are saying like Abraham's got a similar draft. I'm looking around. I don't know if they got, what was game 1 here? Like, I don't think they had a draft that on paper was this stacked in the entire series. So
it was, so Abraham's had in game 1 Holiday, Rem, Silver, Geist, GT, Shiv versus Buffingers, who had Viscous, Venator, Mirage, Sinclair, Dynamo, Drifter. So they did run like Dynamo, Drifter together with Viscous. So they have 5 of the same heroes that Buffingers actually did win against them with in that game. So it's very similar between the two, but I think GT, Shiv, Geist not being there is pretty big differences.
Yeah, I mean, big differences also. I mean, the fact that Abrahams was able to pick up Silver Doorman is like a really, really big difference. Yeah, Buffingers, they did win a game with Listic on Drifter and Hoot on Dynamo. So that happened right before show today. But Abrahams had a much, much stronger draft that we see here in this last game before. Like, I'm looking between the two. Abrahams is definitely coming into this game with like a better, I think, draft on paper than what they had in game 1 of their last game against Buffingers and R1. Also, we're starting the lobby. Like, we're literally just waiting on the players. This is where
starting an air conditioner installation business in Italy, you'll be rich. Yeah, but we went over this, man. The power grid here would not handle it. The power's died, I think, 4 times today because of it. Because the heat's so high, people turn on air conditioning units. Even my own apartment, I can't even run an AC that I could buy because there's not enough power coming into the apartment building. You have to actually go to the power company and pay them to change the wattage or whatever. I don't know, it's crazy stuff, but not as crazy as this game's gonna play out. I'm telling you, it's gonna be insane to see. Again, Listic being back on Drifter, seeing Downway be picked up by Vraic. I don't know, man. Like, we've already seen them be successful before. We've seen obviously Downway be successful way back in the day with a certain build that he would run with the Kinetic Pulse. But it looks like we are about to start. If I understand correctly.
We've heard that the game has started. I don't know if
Are we in that game though that started? That's the real
that is a very, very good question. As opposed to sitting here and just speculating what's going on.
was that a no? We're not in the game and they started.
We're waiting for a feed of some sort. But what was I gonna say? Oh, you're asking about what I was going with channel points. I went all in on Abraham's here because I feel like the odds were too good.
You went so you broke your 10% rule, or we're doing the theoretical 100k points.
Yes, because well, I mean, at the time the return was 7x, but
playing all about the returns. I can understand, man. And obviously, I think our predictions were going heavily towards buff enjoyers, so there's definitely a lot of points you could win here. But keep in mind, guys, we still have the North American portion of the show to come up after this. The show is not done after this series finishes. We do have Melee Creeps looking to reclaim their title as they play against Bird with Clock here in a best of one. The winner goes on to play against FPS Lounge and ZP. I didn't have the honor of casting that match last week, but my God, it was insane. And I didn't really expect FPS Lounge to bounce back like they did.
Yep. Well, hang on. Right now, I need to see if we need to like stop the game. They still might be playing the game. Like, okay, we're gonna throw to a break as we figure this out because something really weird happened in the lobby. That's why we're not in game. But we will be back when the game is actually ready to start.
And it's only a matter of time before he tires.
Alrighty, we are back in game. Everything has been sorted out. Whatever weird is with the disconnects and reconnects and observers dropping out, I don't know. We don't have to worry about it anymore though because the game is underway. And Jason, we'll see if Abrahams can bring this match to a map 3, or can they make the Dynamo Drifter work for the second time today over the entirety of EU?
That's what we're going to find out here as we do see Drifter and Dynamo being picked up. Yeah, that is not an error on our side. We, in fact, do see those two heroes just like we had in R1 earlier on today, where Buff and Drawers did take the victory in the first map of that series with pretty much the exact same composition. I think it was Warden was the only one who was not being played in this one. And we see Listic back again in towards mid to be paired up with, I believe that's going to be Vraic over on the Viscous. But on the other side, man, like ZP, if you guys out there missed it, like they have Abraham's a ridiculous lineup full of like so many S plus tier heroes. Well, maybe not S plus, but I mean, I see Doorman Holiday S plus for sure. I think Silver is still like a high A tier. I think Vetter is still like a high A, and even Infernus, I would personally put pretty high up there as well.
Yeah. Also, again, you're seeing the jockeying for lane position. This was a really big deal in the last game, and appears to be much the same here, where both teams are looking for what they perceive to be the ideal lane matchups, and as a result, seeing a lot of mobility where both teams just continually swapping back and forth. And this time around, Jason, it's between mid and right as opposed to left and right.
It's so weird seeing Hoot on Dynamo, man. Seeing like Hoot on Kelvin initially when he rejoined Buff Enjoyers, and then now seeing him on Dynamo. I just don't know how I feel about this one. I feel so torn and so confused. He makes it work. I'm putting Dynamo as my my high prio hero.
Oh,
that's contested.
So wait, when the boot kick stops you from actually getting out of the binding word, Arzo went in for a little bit of disruption, and does Arzo get away with his life? He does. It's just barely, but there's a big of a penalty paid there for the boot kick mid binding word. Still, Dynamo looking a little bit low, goes for the parry, off on a fishing expedition, nearly pays the price for it, and very high impact lane here so far as Frank from the top drops a bit of a splatter.
And he's out. Just a quick little splatter and back to mid lane here to help out Listic. And the pressure was put on. They knew they had Together alone looking for that 3-on-1, but Together's movement and damage he was doing was pretty damn spot on here. Even Listic confident enough to go in 1v2 as he knew Rake was coming back in from the left-hand side. Trying to put that pressure on here, and not necessarily so easy to do as a Drifter up against an Infernus and a Holiday. That's painful, ZP. I would not want to play against this combo.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deadly con, which again is kind of interesting that, for drafting for lane power, giving up Holiday and Doorman, it's not that Buff Enjoyers has bad lanes here, anything but I think Abraham's got some pretty significant power in exchange too, and being able to run Infernus, Holiday in middle, it's going to be competitive even against Mirage Sinclair. And speaking of Holiday, by the way, you have the Sanya went all the way over to the left, a full 3-on-2 for a moment on left, as we saw Vrake do some rotations for a gank earlier, and now it was Sanya's turn, but same result.
You ever considered that Lightbringer might be trolling you and just messing with you with the information he gives you sometimes?
No, I think every now and then Lightbringer cooks a little bit too hard, but I don't think it's Lightbringer's nature to troll on things like that. But the Drifter may have won in another tournament, but a rougher start for Listic here in the night shift today.
Well, if he does troll you, I know he's getting that ZP belt for sure. The one that you secretly have. Bringing in the belt from NA. But we do see, Listic rotate towards the right-hand side. Leaving Cosmetical here alone in towards middle. So we've seen like the lane swaps happen yet again here. Putting right lane to mid and mid lane to right. Trying to look for some more favorable matchups here. And keep in mind, like Listic and Hoot together in the last game did win their lane in mid. And that was like part of the point that allowed Buff Enjoyers to somehow snowball, not necessarily fully snowball the game, but considering the lanes were swapping left and right constantly, it get them the edge early on.
All right, off to the right. A little bit of a mark on to the Ivy, and again, Drifter, one of the bigger wildcards here, because I'm thinking in night shift, just seeing Drifter played in general has been a rare occurrence, let alone being played by Buff Enjoyers. So
I feel like it's never won. It's maybe won like once or twice.
Well, for now, is a full-on melee over the buffs, and that's one buff that's not going to be enjoyed by Listic.
Continuing the trend here with Drifter on night shift. Tries to steal away the buff.
That's a 0-2 Drifter start, I should note.
It's just, he's just handicapping his team, trying to help Abrahams out. And just be careful though, it's a 2k lead so far for Abrahams. Empty Dreams this time going to be on the Infernus, not Sonya, who's going to be on the Holiday. I'm not sure if we pointed that out necessarily, but that's super interesting because I feel like Sonya did just pretty damn good overall on the 2 times we've seen him on Infernus now.
Oh no, it may be number 3 for Listic. He's just taking a trip to the Baroness Hotel. Gets a cube though on exit, so maybe not yet. I think it's worth noting in terms of team composition that part of the idea behind this comp for Buff Enjoyers has to be actually Drifter ult and the Dynamo ult for setting it up. Teleport on the Doorman, a little bit of revenge for the Drifter. But you have to be looking for basically Eternal Night into Singularity like one after the other, would be my guess for some of these fights. As, okay, clone the lasso, bring Sanya the bear.
I think the Eternal Darkness or the Eternal Night, it has like so many good facets of use. It can be aggressive and defensive at the same time, honestly. As Empty Dreams a little bit deep with the combustion, he's gonna fall as well. So some big kills being had in the mid lane here for now Buff Enjoyers. But the fact that you can use it to also like force or like help stop the engage out of Abraham's, if like Sonic's trying to look for a lasso again, like also having the binding word to silence him trying to go in, also having a Q for safety. Like there's a lot in Buff Enjoyers comp, funny enough, even though it is a little bit wonky, to do decently well against what Abraham's has if they obviously respond in a timely manner and sometimes a preemptive manner.
I also kind of wonder how much the look at this. Well, hold the phone right now. Wolf form out, looking for Dynamo, gets away from the binding word, and that is not a very healthy hoot. And yet, there's not enough speed for us together. It doesn't matter though, because Arzo, I think that was a shot of Iridamini towards the very end. But something interesting on the Silver pick here versus the Dynamo is that, you know, normally Silver just wants to go forward with reckless abandon oftentimes, and it's gonna be more difficult with Singularity being a threat. But out of the hotel, fall through from Listic here, make a little bit of space for Vrake.
I think Obikim just stole a Baroness Hotel actually and catches out Tass here. Tass is very low in HP. It could be teleported to by Listic, and he goes for it in the melee, but the parry comes on through, but they still get the 2 kills after losing 1. Again, another strong turnaround here for Buff Enjoyers, even though they are down by 1k souls at the moment.
Wild start to the game here so far as some of these early engagements, but Empty Dreams gonna get down mid Guardian, where, by the way, we didn't even really talk about it, but it's not Sanya on the Infernus this time around. It's Empty Dreams, and Sanya goes for the holiday. So a little bit of flexibility coming out of Abraham's here. You know, you see Sanya on the Infernus twice today, all the maps Abraham's have played, and comes down to the wire here facing elimination. It's like, no, we're gonna change it up, put Empty Dreams on the Infernus instead.
Yeah, kind of wild to see considering the success Sanya's had, but maybe one of the limitations if they're running Dorm and Holiday together is that you would probably assume Tass would be on the Holiday normally. As we know, Subtle to come through, it's gonna be the Light and Curse being taken. My Obikim is just gonna immediately back away and try to keep that pressure on. Even though Abraham still have a 4k lead, it hasn't felt like it's a 4k lead for them, if I'm perfectly honest, because all the kills it feels like have been going the way of Buff Enjoyers in the last few minutes of time. We now also have the Sinners up here, ZP, and that's what we're gonna see both teams really focus on, as Abraham's, you know, flexing some extra muscle here on this left-hand side to make sure to secure doubles.
Elsewhere, looking for the Silver, just again, pressure from Sinclair, most notable earlier in the game, and I mean, together, getting kind of low, but I think is going to be able to get away here. Enough clearance, and yeah, gets on the zip line. Elsewhere, Lasso in onto Listic, brought in under the Guardian, but yeah, Clone Lasso comes out instead, so Sanya gonna be the one to fall there, and Listic gets to live another day.
All right, so just Listic is just being bait, and it's working out pretty well. He's at +9 already on his isolation, and the big man gonna be getting caught out here by Together. Good use of the Dust Devil to actually knock up Together to save Hoot. And I hear combustion going off here out of Empty Dreams. Not sure what's caught on to necessarily. Obikim gets queued up to help survive the initial burst coming on through.
Oh, no Wolf, no problem towards the end. A lot of that Wolf form was spent running, but you go back into human form, a shotgun, all you need to finish things off there. Also, I think Listic getting chased down again. Buff's coming on up. Gonna be taken by Arzo as the gun buff. Iridamini's still available. Gets the shot on the Cosmetical towards the right. One more for good measure right thereafter. And, you know, overall, the difference to me, Jason, this game, Abraham's been coming out ahead on a lot of these small-scale skirmishes relative to what we saw in the previous game. That being said, we haven't really hit the power spike for Buff Enjoyers, which is when we get into some of the earn fights. You know, are they going to be able to make the Eternal Night Singularity combo a thing?
We actually see how many kills both teams have, because it's felt like Buff Enjoyers have gotten more kills, but Abraham's in like recent times have been able to continue to, I mean, they're up to 6k, like 10, almost 11 minutes in, which is kind of crazy considering I feel like Buff Enjoyers, actually it's equal, 66. I really thought for some reason Buff Enjoyers had way more kills, but to have, you know, equal kills and to also have this kind of lead for Abraham's is really a testament to their macro at the moment, taking all of the jungle, keeping these solo lanes farmed up.
I mean, Arzo's at 11k.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, for Venator, you've gone probably one of the best starts imaginable here. And all right, once more pressure here on the Hoot. Gets hit with the boot kick. Does a little bit of a stomp, but 200 HP. There's nowhere to go. And I mean, honestly, self-control from Hoot not to throw the Singularity into a losing fight. I feel like, you know, there's been the warning, you will get the belt if you drop Singularity before Earn fight. Do not do it. Although, as I say that, Eternal Knight is popped pretty early, and it's to maybe no effect here, as Listic is not going to be able to get away. So now for the Earn fight, you're not going to have the combo.
Yeah, they're getting caught out quite a bit here now, too. I mean, Hoot's been, I think, on like 2-3 deaths in a row here. Listic, he falls again. And Abrahams are setting up for something they've done in previous games, letting the Infernus solo push the right-hand side. This time, Empty Dreams, as we mentioned before, and rotating on the left-hand side to try to deal with any extra kills coming their way. But they're up 9k, 12 minutes in, and the first turn has spawned on in. And that's going to be easily 15% change here. So it's going to spawn on Buffenjoy's side of the map, maybe the play they're looking for to use that Singularity with the extra resists if Abrahams go for the contest. I would assume Buffenjoys are going to be looking to get this one in for sure.
Stop them from delivering.
You would think. It's going to be Obakim in control of the Earn. But Abrahams are going to be aggressive here once more. Looking for Hoot. Hoot has the Quantum pretty early. Still getting hit with barrels, courtesy of Sanya. But the fall through is there. You just have both Frake and Obakim hop on over. Good disruption. And you can't close the door just yet. Instead, you have to put him into the hotel. Obakim, though, was there for the fall through. So Listic not needing to finish off his own plate. Elsewhere on the map, I mean, things just continue to go bad here for Abrahams. The binding word connects, and this is going to be Venator dying. Post farm player.
No.
The airdrop. Wait. No, still a death.
I'm not sure. Maybe they cancel the fight format of Sane. I mean, Arzo drops back down and dies, and now they have the Earn to actually turn as well because it was on their side of the map too. This is looking from bad to worse here at Abrahams, especially if Sane gets caught here. I mean, there's nowhere really to run anymore. Being chased down, gets a nice parry, but Obakim is doing God's work in this game. His ultimates, his lassos have been phenomenal. Listic gets a parry as well. It's together another. Oh no, the counter parry comes on through here and the transformation. Listic's the one to be caught here. Cosmetical being forced to probably Dust Devil to save his life, but it doesn't matter. Listic's still gonna fall together. It's just going ham.
Wait, Together still alive, gets life steal. The double kill out Together is unreal. Gets away. Silver's not dead, and Silver's dead in this game, but as a character, not dead. Sanya will get Hoot off on the respawn. So what looked like Abrahams being in the process of throwing the game, life brought back in courtesy of Together, and what an unreal sequence of events.
Urn has been dropped.
Earn almost got stolen away too. A great pickup here by Buffenjoys. I think that was rigged to get it and run it away. I think Tass had it for a split second, if I'm not mistaken. But oh my god, like what happened there Together? If he doesn't get that double kill, Buffenjoys have an easy dunk and they have an easy transition into most likely a lead.
I mean, that parry attempt in the Listic pressing Q may have been the difference with Zergi. Going for a ride here, courtesy of Sanya. Brought way back. Here comes the barrel into the stone form. Displacement all aboard. And fear may have not been shown, but Zergi gets shown the door back to base. Nailwalker out here still. Pressure being put by Abrahams, forcing Buffenjoyers back. Earn still yet to be turned in, and you know, what's the scores going on the outside? Listic game thrown into the hotel. Tass super low HP, not the most advantageous run-in with the Drifter, but the Earn has been thrown into action as right now Walker's just being taken by Together.
Earn has been turned in. Zergi gets to mid in time. He's going to save the Walker. They're going to look to push this Guardian down. There's still 2 Guardians remaining left alive here for Abrahams. Combustion Gushing being used. Also Singularity as well to keep him away. It might cost Hoot his life, but at least keeps the Infernus away from the rest of his team. And Obi came again. Oh my god, what a use the Spectral Assistant to get the stun on Asanya. Can the follow-up be there though? As you now see Frey going into Gooba form, trying to stun them up constantly. He gets 1 kill on Asanya. But Together is, I mean, he's showing, like you said, Silver is still alive, able to take down Listic another time to keep this fight relatively equal. And when the dust is settled here, ZP, it's still a net even game.
Here comes the Domini, and no way out for break on that. Just easy connection coming out from Arzo. And I mean, Jason, this game has been incredible. The last few minutes, things have been going back and forth. That shot, knock ahead, and sometimes you just hate a creep enough that you throw in the final shot. But 82k to 80k, and the action has been nonstop, but a much better showing from Abrahams relative to map 1.
Yeah, and I think the worst part, funny enough, for Buffenjoy is that Obakim's been the one soaking a lot of these kills. I mean, he's at 13,000 souls. He's nothing. It's not leading the roster, but imagine those kills going to Cosmetical or Zergi. I mean, Zergi's been quietly continuing to farm up here. Hasn't really been involved in too many of these fights, but his counterpart Arzo is at 19k. And that's the one worrying thing I'm seeing for Buff and Trojan now is, do they have an answer to Arzo?
I mean, Arzo pulls out the ult and things simply die. You know, crossbow out, and oftentimes, you know, it doesn't matter if you're at half HP, the rest of it's going down in one shot. So Arzo is a huge problem. Sanya has been doing a great job of actually setting a lot of this up where, yeah, sometimes the lassos got Uno reversed, courtesy of Obakim. But I think overall, you know, Abrams has been playing a more brawl build a lot more coherently, and also options for saving here. Just got the rescue beam picked up by Saint.
Okay, Walker Holiday. Actually just go straight for the Walker. Oh, they're just trying to burst it down. Throw Darkness being used, catches out together and Sonya. Boot, no singularity. They can get some knockups here at a stolen Baroness Hotel. Throws Task back into his own hotel once again. The follow-up though might be there when he gets out of this one. Tries to use the cart, actually pushes Hoot away, which is not just a bad target, but here comes Listic. He gets stuff thrown into the hotel. There's no vacancies left anymore here as Task is still being punished quite heavily, very low on health.
Baroness has increased capacity today with Sinclair on the other team, is what we're seeing as Tass running away at low HP, but also fortitude, so, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to go back to base. Can hang out, do some boxes, and get back into it in a moment, which is, I mean, this has been the doorman build of choice for a while, is that you use fortitude for higher uptime, so, you know, you can continue to, you know, have your presence around the map. But man, again, Abraham's now getting off to a little bit of a lead. Ern about to spawn. And I think you kind of go back to the question of what do you do about Arzo? Because Arzo is a massive problem at the moment, should Arzo show up to these fights.
Yeah. And I think that's the answer they need to come for is, what do they do? I mean, they don't really have a comp to dive into Arzo. They're more about taking down the, you know, quote unquote front line. Who in the meantime though has managed to steal away the Ern. He's looking to run it across the map. He's got to be very careful because Sonya is in the vicinity. Doesn't think he's going to connect a barrel anytime soon. The teleport's already coming out of Abraham's here to get onto this turn-in. I have to be careful about like this right lane Walker. We've already seen Empty Dreams try to push it out himself. Obi-Kim actually getting crushed on. And I don't think he's out. As I say, I don't think he's going to survive, but he actually has the teleport back to his own Walker. Okay. That's rough.
Pretty far assistant all the way back there. You know, not the most compelling matches. I was like, where's your assistant in the show? Yeah, about 8 miles in the other direction. But we'll see how the Ern fight transpires. Abraham's still posturing way more aggressively on the map here so far. And Buff Enjoyer is more than content to take a little bit of time in setting this one up.
Okay. Well, as I say, Together's getting real aggressive here. Got the backup of his team, but I mean, he's been having a pretty good game here. 17k souls. Definitely be the front line that they need. And Listic got Cosmetical off to the side, maybe trying to bait them in for a kill. Eternal Darkness comes back out again, catching on to Saint, who's going to fall to Cosmetical. So initial pick has been created here for Buff Enjoyers, but Listic needs to escape somehow.
Listic under the gun. Eternal Knight used. Sanya mobility limited after, and okay, Flame Dash coming in here from Empty Dreams. Looking to light things up, still good HP. Moving forward, Singularity still remaining a threat in the fight from Buff Enjoyers. As skirmish continues, still a 5-on-6. Saint out of the fight pretty early. Looking to Listic right now, who's just, you know, again, you have to give a wide berth to the Dynamo just because of what Singularity can do. Quantum gonna be forced out, and maybe the fight just ends here, Jason.
Sometimes holding the Singularity is more of a threat than actually using it too. Especially when you start running up players. I mean, the Warp Stone. I do like the Disarming Hex pickup too. As you saw, it forced the Dispel Magic out of Empty Dreams pretty early in that fight, and then the knockdown was able to connect. So it bought some time. I think this might be the actual go time here for the Ern to be turned in. I mean, this lead is starting to be created once again for Abraham's, up to 5k now, 21 minutes in. And they're actually bringing the Ern towards middle, forcing Dispel Magic immediately out of Sanu, gets somehow knocked back and picked off for free.
I think Sanya got hit by Puddle Punch. Like, I didn't specifically see it, but that's the only thing I think that would knock back in that situation. But okay, early pick in the mid-boss attempt to Abraham, so you have what it takes to contest. They're going to be moving on in, but the mid-boss, it's Dynamo's playground. You're going to have to play around the Singularity. In comes Together to the side. Last stand coming out. No fear shown by Zergy. Rejuve Crystal is down. All charges up for grabs. There's the Singularity in on the middle. All 3 Rejuve Crystals going the way of Buffingers, and Abrahams getting the clean sweep.
Bro, I don't know how you contest this against a Sinclair and a Dynamo together. You have Singularity into a Rabbit Hex. You can't do anything for what feels like 10 to 15 seconds. And Buffingers, they lose 1, but it's just Listic, and they get themselves 5 or 4 kills. And they have an urn to turn into. This is funny enough, they only have a 2K lead now right now, ZP. It felt like much more than this, and Sandra's trying to get something out of nothing. I mean, that was the perfect call.
Post Singularity, Abraham's just getting cleanly swept out of the fight, and yeah, I mean, this is like, in a way, it's sort of even pub game 101 that you know, going the mid boss with Dynamo on the other side, it's risky, but the reward here is unbelievable. As Sanya gonna fall to the storm, double Dust Devil and gone, and for Abrahams, this is looking a bit ugly after this one fight.
Uglies, I think Uglies being nice, man. This is just
no.
This is like the snowball we just had in the first game with that first urn. Buffingers getting there and turn in plus the kills. Okay. Oh wow, gets stunned while in the Baroness Hotel. Use the warp stone to get away, but this is exactly what Buffingers needed. This was the spark to the flame that's going to get them a victory here in night shift number 44. Even trying to get a catch once again here with the kinetic pulse, trying to grab on Empty Dreams. But the pressure is just non-stop. They want to get this first walker of the game. I mean, look at Zergy. He has 7.7k souls to spend.
Yeah, he's ready to go on a shopping spree. And I mean, Abraham's, the entire map has completely swung. They were the ones being super aggressive. Now having to play against triple Rejuve. Together, though, still wanting a piece. Going up to the top. Fighting Word going to come in, countered. Curse of Dispel Magic. Like a Curso about to fade still. Maybe time to get a little bit of a piece of Obikim. Gonna have to do it post-Rabbit. As we see the Viscous rolling on in, having a ball. One Rejuve Crystal, though, burned out of the Mirage, but now it's together under the gun and simply bursted down. A full team effort from Buffingers. Swapping on the Together. All Rejuve Crystals have been used, but used to good effect here, Jason.
It's not like they got in the Walker. Actually, I think Abraham so far have 1 out on this fight because they get all 3 Rejuves. They keep the Walker alive, and they're keeping Buffingers back. It's more about Abraham's not overextending. They get a kill into Vraic on top of this. Abraham's, I would say, a massive win, actually, off the back of the Rejuves being taken by Buffingers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a situation where, you know, Buffingers, ideally you want to use the Rejuves in a good fight and then press advantage after, but the Rejuves get used, and yeah, the rest of the fight, not necessarily fair. No, wait, Obikim goes to secret shopping. That is not where you want to be shopping at the moment. That's Venator territory.
He was trying to, he actually like juked them out. He was in mid lane, going up one of the ropes, and he juked back to this position and tried to sneakily get back to his own side of the map. But they had every angle covered. The urn back in play in the hands of Saint, running across now. And with the man advantage of Obikim being down, I feel like this should almost be just a free turn in for Abrahams.
I mean, it's a quick window. There's still threats on the other thing. You have Singularity, Eternal Night. But, okay, you have Singularity in theory, but Dynamo's nowhere near the urn at the moment. Going for the teleport, but this is going to be a late entry for Listic. Still, they can stall out. 4 seconds on Obikim. Listic is waiting on the flank, Eternal Night ready to go, and the full contest is going to happen. Eternal Night is out. Hoot going to be looking for the Singularity. Cosmetical down early. Urn goes away of Abraham's. Buffingers are off the point, and yeah, Hoot. Waiting. Singularity still available. Picks up 2 towards the tail end of the fight. Is the fall through going to be there? Obikim throws in the Vexing Bolt into the splatter, but Together looking none worse for the wear. Lycan curses out in on to Hoot, who's going to be perhaps evac'd away as Together just plays the door.
Kind of surprised it actually even turned into a 2-on-2 exchange. Looked like Abraham's completely had that fight. A good Singularity, doesn't really net them kills, but still. Saying Empty Dreams going down. Cosmetical maybe dying a little bit early in that fight. He actually got hit like a really sick back-to-back dust of onto 2 players. I think it was Arzo and Tassi caught twice. In the end, Abraham's, they have equalized things at 137 apiece after being down the Rejuves. I think they really deserve credit from pulling that one back too. Like the fight they had in the left lane, Walker defending it. I think allowed them to completely catch up, taking all 3 Ryujus, taking kills, taking the urn off the back. And yet Buffingers are still looking for another fight. Iradomini comes in once again here. Arzo able to get away from that cage, but his charges still have yet to be used. And there's the first catch on the Ballistic. Huge damage being done. Even a follow-up shot as well.
The blind shot through the corner ends up paying Listic towards the end. Is enough to put Listic away. Super low HP, but nah, he's able to get back into base. But Abraham's able to brawl their way back into this game. And also elsewhere, picking up a walker, this time Empty Dreams. Gonna be getting the solo walker, combustion thrown in for good measure, and I mean the skirmishing power from Abraham's pretty solid. So they were in a tough situation. They give up mid boss and seemingly no problem. But I will say, Jason, going forward, there is a lot of pressure on Abraham's to never give up a clean pick, because I think what we've seen team comp-wise is that even just one pick is more than enough for Buff and Joyers to slam mid if Hoot has Singularity still up and available.
Yeah, and I think like Abraham's have shown though is that it's really hard for Buff and Joyers to crack the defense out of Abraham's if they're all grouped up, like on that left lane Walker. There's just too much pick potential with the lassos, with the doors, with the Baroness Hotel, with like the Stoneformer combustion. Buff and Joyers just not really able to siege any of these walkers down. And the thing is that they're hurting, man. They don't have a single flex slot opened up here in this game, 27.5 minutes in. We were on Zergy before, and when we got to that walker play, and he had 7,700 souls. He's had to really itemize specifically and get rid of specific items because of that lack of an extra slot. Unless they're picking up toxic rounds. Nice counter spell to prevent the lasso. That is huge, and that's a big cooldown now down here for Abraham's. It might be a point for Buff and Joyers to go for the engage and get aggressive.
Also, by the way, speaking of items having a difference here, just about everyone has dispelled magic on Abraham's. 90k is like a near universal buy. However, together may just be dead here. Wait, the rescue beam. Wait, into the airdrop. This. Okay, save private together, and together gets back in, and who goes down in off the rotation. So just when you think together's gonna get picked off, the save was enough. Can't quite walk through the door though, but Hoot being down still a big boon for Abraham's. 5 on 5. Still seeing Sanya in the hotel. Doorman apologizing for the bad service, says it's not quite sure why Sinclair's in play, but the Iradomini comes on out. Listic is gone. And Abrahams gets to walk away with the edge off that one there, Jason. And maybe is this a mid-boss angle?
They have no ultimates. Zergy has got last stand. And Hoot's not going to be up in time to contest this one. You also have Obikim there. I don't know. I feel like this is a fight that Buff and Joyers can still win here. It's not set in stone here for Abraham's. And they're going to actually commit for the kill. Zergy's going to come in from the side. Look for the early harass. Obikim's there as well, so the Rabbit Hex could easily land. And here we go. Dust Devil comes on through here at a Cosmetical to open things up with. The Cosmetical gets the first rejuve and the second. And Obikim gets the third. Now, can they escape with their lives is going to be the question.
All rejuves going the way of Buff and Joyers. The harass was successful between the Mirage and Sinclair, and now Zergy. You can't show fear when you got an extra life. Walks forward, takes down Tass, and that is brutal for Abraham's. They had the advantage. They had Dynamo down, but Obikim showing some tricks alongside Cosmetical, who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty, and the final cleanup is there. Not a single rejuve taken away from Buff and Joyers, who are still down, by the way, in overall souls, but it won't be for long with the urn spawning in about 7 seconds.
I mean, this is 6 crystals in a row taken for Buff and Joyers, and yet they're still behind in souls by 8k. You for sure know they're going to be looking for a flex slot now to be picking up. Actually, this would be huge if they can take down Empty Dreams here. They have to respect it. They don't want to lose any more rejuice here. This mid walker is finally going to go down. Finally, the flex slot opened up here for Buff and Joyers. And Zergy's on another 4k, picked up Frenzies up against together in the one-on-one. Spell Magic's come on through. He's got Cosmetics. It's not even a one-on-one. It's a 2-on-2 here. And taking them together would be ideal for them to push this right lane walker. And Hoot is here. Hoot has Singularity. He has Warpstone. He has everything needed to get in towards this fight. Luckily doesn't get stunned up there, and they actually do have the Singularity to hold on to for the next turn.
Also, you know, in terms of why the souls are going wildly the other way, is that there was a lot of latent income on the map. I mean, in terms of walkers available for Buff and Joyers to take. So not only are they going to get multiple walkers, they're likely to get earned. So, you know, if we could look at the soul graph again, Abraham's had started to build a decent lead, and It has all gone away. You know, the sine wave comes back into focus here, Jason.
This has been like this has been like one of the most wild soul difference graphs we've seen. I think maybe the melee creeps FPS Lounge from last week could be a contender. I mean, do you contest this urn? Who's got Singularity? But you do have Era Domini out of ours, and he's at 38k. It looks like they're going to commit for a Walker instead. So they're going to let one objective be traded between these two.
They're, if anything, I'd say look to kill Listic twice, but honestly, look at the overall game state. This is smart from Abrahams. I really don't think you want to take a fight in the open at this point. You're like, stat-wise, you're still at a point where you can evenly fight. It does, you know, feel bad to suddenly let Buff and Jors back in the game like this economically, but the alternative of getting full team wiped would be even worse. So they're gonna play defensively around their final walker and try and, well, solo Singularity on the test.
No way.
Beam from afar. That's actually cooldown-wise a massive win for Tass, who gets a concussion trying to go for the hyperline.
That's so unfortunate for Buff and Jors, and so well done by Abrahams to keep Tass alive. I mean, with Singularity not there, they lose a lot of their power. Speaking of power, Zergy showing no fear up against this walker, already below half HP. The rest of Abraham's looking to maybe contest this one, throwing him into the Baroness Hotel, but Vrayek is going to be there, so he's going to have a cube to get out of this one. No real worry, not to mention Abrahams have kind of given up ground around this walker.
Yeah, I mean, it slows down the damage, but they decide, nope, not going for the full walker fight. Again, I think this is smart from Abrahams. Yeah, they're going to be down 10k. 10k isn't that much at this point in the game. You still have a very overfed Arzo. Although, you know, the degree of being overfed is definitely lessened. But in 15 seconds, rejuves are gone, and Abrahams can effectively play the video game again, Jason.
Yeah, we still have about 2 minutes for Hoot's Singularity too, so they have a window to play with for sure. But I feel like if you try to play in this window and you fail, you're just handing over the series to Buff Enjoyers. Let's see, Obi Kim again, just constantly harassing towards middle. You know, just Spectral Assistant away. They're get 4.5. He's got Colossus, Frenzy, Vamburst, Berserker, Surge of Power. I mean, he's kitted out his teeth.
Yeah, I'm about to pick up the Dispel Magic 2 from the, or maybe not. We're just getting trolled by the next item part there. It's like, yeah, next time queued up Dispel Magic. No. Gotta go Blood Tribute.
This is gonna be ugly. And how much damage he does. I think ours actually picked up armor piercing rounds. I'm not sure if it actually stuck with it. He also has Ricochet too. So ours is gonna do quite a bit of fight, or quite a bit of damage in these team fights.
Why have you pressed this button, Zergy? Why does this happen?
For style. He knew the camera was watching him. He's like, look how big I am.
I mean, that is a new meaning to the word fat finger there, when it actually makes your character fat for 10 seconds. But either way, he'll probably be back up for your next fight. Not the biggest error of all time.
Oh, he did sell armor piercing, so he actually didn't commit to it and went Ricochet instead. Here for ours, though.
All right. About as even as it gets. 35 minutes of the game. Abraham's playing to extend the series, get a third map. Buff Enjoyers in one of the more unconventional drafts we've seen in recent memory. Looking to end the series here and now. A lot closer than some people may have believed in off the draft, at least if they went from last week into this week. But Jason, how this fight gets engaged is going to be so important.
Exactly. I mean, we have mid-boss coming up. Buffs as well. You don't want to throw this. And you can see, actually, Abraham's managed to get both of the buffs. So a movement buff for Arza, which is going to make him even more difficult to close the gap on, and a gun buff for Sonya. And even with the lead, Buff and Jors are still being cautious about this one. They don't want to be the ones to be the aggressors. They're trying to actually play like retroactively. Maybe force a mistake out of Abraham's. Maybe a catch. Obi can get another steal in the Baroness Hotel. And actually, they're even potentially going to catch on the Tass, as you saw there.
I mean, Tass is just playing around a little bit. Had the door up the entire time, going back and forth. It was almost like he was trying to bait someone to follow him through the door, because the door close was up at that point. Speaking of fishing, Listic. Fishing with the mark. Not going to find it. It's said together. Okay. It's time to go and counterspell onto the boot kick, but the Singularity doesn't land. Hoot doesn't land it, takes a guess, it is wrong. Concussive Combustion comes on out, and that's a quick evac for Together, courtesy of Saint. But Singularity being off the menu, Abrahams has a real opportunity now in this next fight.
A stolen combustive combustion. Wow, that's easy to say. Out of Obikim there. He's gonna have ultimate back online here in a few seconds, and Abraham's not quite sure if mid-boss is actually being taken here, but that is so unfortunate for them to actually lose out on the Singularity, catching absolutely nothing. That is the worst feeling to have as a Dynamo, especially at this point in the game, considering mid-boss is available or has been picked up here. Vrake might have been gotten caught. And as you said, Refresher is available for Hoot, and he has used it. And he's looking for that key Singularity to make up for the blunder from before.
Together having to get out in a hurry, still alive. Eternal Night is popped, but overall, if Together's able to get away, Abrahams, they're going to complete a good disengage here. Significant ults used, Earn still in control by Buff Enjoyers, but okay, Together's going back to heal. The lane on right is pretty pushed in. We'll see how Abrahams plays this. They don't lose anyone. They get a lot of ults out of Buff Enjoyers, but in turn, they're going to be a little bit late to the Earn party. And now looking at Sanya. Sanya right now is looking around for a lasso, like kind of deep behind enemy lines. Who's the target for Sanya? This could be crucial. We look at the setup into Veil Walker. The Earn is just outright won by Buff Enjoyers, and does Abrahams get anything for this? They're looking for someone to pick me mid-boss up, over, lands the lasso, but no, it bugs out. I think it bugged in this case. Or it got counterspelled. It was hard to, we didn't really get a clear angle what happened to Zergy.
I think he just used the railing to actually make it so he couldn't be pulled anywhere. And the lasso just gets nullified. Hey, you know, a Singularity for a lasso, that's kind of fair, right? You know, you're allowed to miss one of those ultimates, though I don't think Refresher's on the cards here for Sanya. Those ultimates will be up a lot quicker. And now with that down, man, who with Singularity available? I don't want to say necessarily it's go time, but look at the lead now Buff Enjoyers has been able to build. Albeit 38 minutes in, that's not that big of a lead, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get the angle of that because it's just like the long-standing. I don't even know if it's considered a bug per se, but it's the entire thing where if you get caught on something, like there's some things it won't pull you through. But also, the trip to the Baroness has a taste of your own medicine. Obikim gives the special service to Tass, but here it comes Together in the middle of the fight, just ripping Listic's face right off. Together, turning things around. Back and forth. For now, a 1-for-1 trade. I think one you kind of like so far, but Singularity out for Hoot. How many did Hoot get in there? Certainly got at least Saint.
It doesn't matter. Saint goes down, ours goes down. The man advantage has been won for Buff Enjoyers. Continue to go for the chase here, trying to get a catch onto another player, but the mid boss is still ready to be taken, and Buff Enjoyers is going to be focusing on that tasty meal waiting in mid pit. This would be 9 Reju crystals in a row, but their bases are looking too healthy, man. All their lanes are being shoved against them. They have to be very quick about this one. Guess the upside is Sanya. I don't really see a world is actually going to contest this one, is he? They don't have combustion. They don't have a lasso. They don't have anything to contest this one. And they're running into a Dynamo and a Sinclair. You have to get this one up for free.
Into a pause. 3 rejuves and a quick pause. But that was a wild sequence of events. In a fight where I think Hoot must have gone 2 in the Singularity. Like, looking back at who died immediately after, I think it was a 2-man Singularity, hit Saint, hit Arzo, and that was enough. But also, a little bit of karma when you start the fight with Doorman getting sent to the Baroness, and have things just end up miserably. But Obikim's lagging is the assumption for the pause, so we're going to chalk this up as a tech pause. Will hopefully be resolved relatively soon.
Could be worse, Obikim. You could have your power going down all day for you. Yeah, crazy game, honestly, ZP. It's been so back and forth. Can we actually see? I don't know if we can in the pause, like the soul graph again. Not sure if that's something we can see because it was kind of ridiculous how back and forth it's been. It felt like Abrahams have had the lead for the majority of the game. I think we have a replay of that lasso. Yep, just get stuck.
Yeah, that honestly, that lasso getting stuck is kind of tragic because I really think that could have been the difference maker in this game. Like, if Zergy dies there post lasso, you're talking about a very, very different sequence of events. So
I feel like you just I don't think you get lasso. I mean, the lasso connects, but I don't feel like you don't pull them out because of the terrain that's around, because you're so low and he's kind of like high with the railing. I don't think you're really going to be successful in that lasso. Or I mean, I could be wrong.
No,
You've been
half the time you are.
spamming
Like,
it on the holiday.
As someone that's played Holiday, like that will usually go through. It's just there's like weird cases where even though lasso will normally go through, sometimes like you'll get the right set of circumstances where it won't. But from the player end, you still kind of always go for it there. You just never know if it's going to bug out or not. And this, I mean, pretty impactful, unfortunately, for Abrahams, for that to go down in that way. Like, that's probably, I'm thinking back in the past, that maybe the most impactful we've seen, like, that interaction with Lasso have, like, this swing on a match.
Hopefully Obikim's internet comes back, because this has been a nail-biter of a game, honestly, ZP. I feel like we haven't really seen it happen too often, as we're due to get a replay of the singularity here in just a second to see how many Hoot did in fact catch. Looks like it was actually Venator. Is it Venator? And it was Ivy there. So yeah, 2-man catch. Nailed it perfectly. And those are, I mean, we've been asking how are they going to deal with catching Arzo, and well, there you go. It's a singularity.
Uh-oh. People already going as like, is this EU's Ido moment? Now, bear in mind, we've kind of communicated to teams that, you know, for us, the max pause is within about like 15 to 20 minutes, unless, you know, we reserve the right if we hear that it's going to be resolved soon, that, you know, okay, we can fix it a little bit more, like we had reason to believe, but we're not going to go too much beyond that. So I think the pause started about like 3 minutes ago. So around 7:30 Eastern, at least from us on the broadcast, is when we'll be looking to unpause.
The soul difference here, just constantly bouncing back and forth, and I mean, you could just see like they had to fight back like a 14k deficit, but they also had to fight back like a 10k deficit and like an 8k deficit, and they kept turning it back towards themselves. But it's been so tough, I think, for Buff and Joyers, considering they're, I mean, you can see in the way they've been playing, they're unconfident in trying to go for a push in towards Abraham's on like an equal footing. Even with Rejuve crystals, we saw that they were punished, and that's where the swap happened yet again. In terms of difference in souls, can we maybe get like a golden statue check-in? We can just kind of go through the whole shebang here with what we have. I know Rem eating away at every single Sinners this time, but 53 for Listic at the moment. And it looks like we're back into the game here. Oakham's reconnected. Yep. No Ido moment in ZP. We're going to find out if this is going to go to a third map or end in 2.
I mean, I think this one, you know, if you add the win percentage graph, it is likely, you know, 90% plus for Buff and Joyers to run away with it. I think some of the team fight has been decisive enough, and like the win conditions for Buff and Joyers still, you know, dependent on things like landing good singularity, etc., to where there are a few cases where Abrahams could swing this back, but playing around a clean 3 rejuves is one of the most difficult things in Deadlock, especially now that we're about to hit the 40-minute mark. So.
Yeah, right now, Buff and Joyers need to clean up these waves, man. You saw the base guarding go down the left-hand side due to the wave. They obviously want to maximize the use of these rejuves, but you know, dot your E's, dot your I's, and cross your T's here if you want to close this one out. Even though you do have a 29k lead, it's so late in the game that 29k does not amount to that much. And again, they've shown resistance to trying to push in towards Abrahams here, and you got to look for a pick. And Obikim honestly has been so stellar, I think, on this game on Sinclair. He's hit so many great lassos. He's hit a great amount of Baroness Hotels as well. Definitely the MVP of this match in particular. And there we go, lasso. Of course, I talk about it. He's going to miss this one.
That one wasn't even close. No, I'm blaming that entirely on you and the way you set that one up. But either way, it's a short cooldown. Like, really, really short cooldown.
Yeah, it's up again.
It's back up.
Oh, this is interesting. Cosmically, it's caught.
Well, it was more of an expense-paid trip without the customary checkout service that, you know, Doorman is known to provide.
Singularity's almost ready.
Back to basically 8.9k to spend. That's a lot of money. Spellslinger picked up for Zergy too. Boundless picked up for Cosmetical. We're hitting some big power spikes here for them as the rest of the squad continue to push in towards this mid lane guardian or base guardians. And Singularity is going to be up in just a few seconds. Refresh us up. So we have double ultimates out of Dynamo here for Hoot. And this is where things get really scary for Abrahams here. Getting caught by one's already bad, but the fact that you can back it up with two, you get a catch on Arzo. I feel like if you get a catch on Arzo and maybe together this game's over for Abrahams. You have to keep these two players alive in particular. Together's been putting in so much work trying to kill off Squishies and Listic.
Shrines now under siege. 3 rejuve crystals still up for another minute and a half. And for Abrahams, again, fighting this is very, very tricky, especially with the singularity in the cards. Full group effort here onto the second shrine. And for Buff Enjoyers, you just wonder, how's this going to pan out? Abrahams, you have together going in, looking to get 1 rejuve crystal out of Zergy. Hanging on to the singularity still, going to let it fly, and it's a big one! Pulls in multiple members of Abrahams. Zergy and Listic on the follow-through. And Jason, this one may be over as Buff Enjoyers with one of the more interesting drafts we've ever seen, taking out Stage 1 Patron, and frankly, they got no reason to leave.
Don't worry, we didn't see that first singularity. It was only the second one that really mattered. First stage Patron gone, like you mentioned, and the rest of Buff Enjoyers swarming over the Patron. This is going to be another win here for Buff Enjoyers here. Night shift number 44. They're trying to finish off the last couple of members, get the kills before the win. That's what it's all about. Even a Baroness Hotel being thrown in onto Arzo once again. I mean, Buff Enjoyers behind for the majority of the game. They getting 9 Reju crystals in a row, and they finally close it out with a very unorthodox composition. And as DDK said before, you know, there's no GOATS meta, there's no set meta, set way to play this game here, and Buff Enjoyers continuing to prove that to be true.
Yes. For Buff Enjoyers, it doesn't seem like there's anything that's really a risk because the team, the cohesion and the skill is so evident, and they do it again. And in such a fashion as this, I think it's truly impressive because EP, this draft really shocked a lot of people. I even saw tweets about this draft. But Buff Enjoyers seemingly the generational talent in Deadlock at the moment. What was most striking for you in terms of how the draft actually played out now that we got to see, you know, how them go toe-to-toe with an Abrahams draft, which was S tier, it felt like?
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, I think when you look at the overall game and how the skirmishes were going down, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that Abraham still had the better draft. However, I think Buff Enjoyers proved that some of the heroes that have been lesser used in recent times definitely are pretty competitive, and the difference between things not as much as expected. It didn't really turn into using Eternal Night to set up Singularity as much as expected, but in a way, I kind of looked at the Dynamo pick here as something that at times kept together a little bit in check because, you know, again, frankly, you cannot dive as wildly into the opposition when a Dynamo is here. And you think about the comp that Abrahams had, you know, they were already invested, I think, in both the Infernus and the Silver before the Dynamo came in, and that kind of curtailed a little bit of how freely both Empty Dreams and Together could play in this game. You know, Listic, meanwhile, the interesting thing, you know, aside from here, where honestly going for that melee was, you know, miserable. And I mean, without that parry happening, this game could have been way more one-sided. Like, this was a key moment of swinging things around from Together. But yeah, overall, you know, some of the pressure you got from Listic on Drifter was interesting because even with Doorman escapes, you would just get a drift mark on someone and just follow through the doors. So, am I sold on Drifter? I'm not sure, but it certainly didn't look as bad as, you know, some people may have thought it was.
Have to ask
Jason.
CP. How's your channel points doing?
Non-existent.
Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you or sort of exclaim that Buff Enjoyers, you know, again, it's an interesting composition that they ran. The Sinclair, you know, oftentimes, you know, I think it was a very early Sinclair pick in the draft. You know, oftentimes that can be sort of to protect against the opponents picking certain things, like maybe discourage them from getting a pocket or something like that. And sometimes it's about like protecting like your ability to pick something like a Dynamo so that they can't counter pick with a Sinclair, let's say. And you know, the fact that like Dynamo proved to be somewhat of a counter to Silver in the way that ZP was saying, and the ability to steal the lassos and so on, because we haven't seen Sinclair and Holiday as a dynamic, you know, in so long, or really ever. Maybe this actually looks really legit as an approach to the game. Like, what was your thoughts overall once you saw it play out? Because VP obviously gave his answer. I wonder if there's anything else that VP didn't pick up on that you did.
Well, it's just kind of crazy to me that you can let a Holiday go through. You can let a Doorman go through. They have the ability to take Doorman, but they had a game plan. They had a counter, and it worked extremely well. I think like Obi Kim played his lights out in that game. But with the way like the whole game is going, it wasn't an easy win for Buffendorf whatsoever. I mean, together, I think, was the kind of the glue of the team. He was constantly being this threat on that silver. He was able to just destroy Cosmetical if he could ever close that gap. He was doing the same to Listic as well after we saw that parry come through from earlier in the game. Arza was doing some really good damage as well with the Era Domini, but Buffendorf had to work extremely hard with, I think, what most would say is kind of like a suboptimal composition. And yet they proved you can still win with these comps. And I say suboptimal because I think you look at it, if this is anyone but Buffendorf, you say this team loses.
100%. Wow, 30,000 clean 30,000 objective damage. That's actually kind of wild. Zuggy, I think, showing some of the extra, I suppose, specialized power that Warden has. Not just a tanky M1, but one that can really tempo objectives, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, Zergy makes Warden look good, and also, I was kind of contemplating, I didn't bring it up on broadcast, but as you get into the late game, you know, do you want at 45k plus souls, would you rather have the Venator or the Warden at that point? I think you can very cleanly make the argument that Venator is giving you more impact in the early mid game, especially with, you know, how Ira Domini impacts fights at that point. But Warden hits this power spike super late into the game where you're dealing with this 5.5k plus HP beast that is really, really painful to actually DPS down. I mean, you think about who is going to actually do enough damage to take Zergy out of the fight. And actually, like, getting together that level of damage is pretty difficult, especially when you have Obakim playing interference with both rabbit hexes and repeatedly just stolen door mantle. It's like, yeah, it's wild. Oh, yeah, yep, production. We see that. That's a little scary.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think you raised some really good points there, and the amount of utility that was there. You know, the extra capacity to keep Zergy alive, whether it's through the cubes or the quantum entanglements and so on. There's just a lot of tools to really make Zergy even more dangerous later on. So yeah, this worked out really, really well. Is there anything else to add to this now that you're looking at the stats, Jason?
I don't think I have anything else to add, honestly. I think like one thing we didn't really touch on too much was like Vrayek did actually a really good job in positioning. I feel like most of the Baroness hotels being thrown up by TAS, Vrayek was there to just cube someone, like whoever got thrown into the Baroness hotel to keep them alive. And I think Vrayek deserves a lot of credit as well. I don't think they get as deep into that game without pretty much canceling out that ultimate the best they can. But also one thing to note about the Warden and that binding word, I think when it comes to late game ZP, it's like binding word with the silence versus gut shot. I mean, gut shot obviously has its uses, especially in like close quarter combat, especially if you're fighting like towards mid boss on the staircases. But that binding word with the silence, forcing out a dispel magic off like right away, then you can follow it up with like a knockdown. I feel like that alone makes Warden so valuable late game for sure, because you're basically forcing a dispel magic out of the other team.
Well, actually, to that point, if we go back to the stat screen, that was the thing I was going to point out is that Dispel Magic was bought by everyone except Saint. And the reason why Saint's not buying is that, well, you're Ivy, you got Stone Form. Everyone was buying it, and in large part, it's because of the high value against Binding Word, where if you get hit by Binding Word, it is miserable and you're probably going to die, but also Dispel Magic being effective against both Mirage and Drifter. Like, Dispel Magic was like a very S-tier pick, item-wise, for Abrahams in this game, but it was also a mandatory tax to deal with the comp that you had coming out from the Buff and Jorah's side. But yeah, just to look at 5 different Dispel Magics for Abrahams, and then again, the Saint, the only person not needing it because, well, you're Ivy. You don't need to buy that item. Versus this, anyways.
Yeah, not a cheap item either. And something else actually is that Zerky was also making Warden pickable or look pickable and was winning with it before Warden actually got buffed recently, because in the most recent patch Warden actually did get some buff, I think, like to his was it to his gun damage and also his ultimate damage. Like, he just got some all around buffs. So kind of cool to see that Zergy's still showing people that maybe they should be playing Warden a little bit more. But who is going to be the player of the match? I know, Jason, you were floating that it should be the Sinclair.
Go on. And it is. Of course it is. I mean, even just, I think Obikim's performance in this map alone was series MVP worthy, is what I want to say. I don't remember who was playing game 1, honestly, but the Sinclair stood up that heavily, and how good he was at stealing the right ultimate at the right time, the harass he was doing, the kill streak he had early on. Like, Obikim just put in some serious work in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of all game long where you're getting it from lane phase, where of course Sinclair is naturally still one of the better laners in the game, but also I think back to key moments that we had in this game, particularly the mid boss. Like, to me, Abraham's lost this game at 2 points. One was the mid boss where they had Hoot dead. They were up, 1 player total, and part of the reason why they were losing mid boss there is because of Obake coming in with, timely Rabbit Hex. And then, of course, the other reason why I think they lost the game, which is a bit unfortunate, is that Sanya had that lasso that wasn't to be, that got stuck on the railing. But all in all, Obake was a key part of a lot of the plays that made things work for buff enjoyers this game. And, in a way, potential man no longer, because the potential got realized.
It's so cool to see as well, because we talk about how versatile the whole roster is for buff enjoyers, and Obake, someone that had played a lot of supports, getting stuck in support jail, but then showing that, when Holiday was very pickable, like, early adopter to Holiday, looked incredibly good on Holiday. Very, very different to the classic support, like very high movement, very, very active. And then just showing again, like Sinclair, I think, a hero that I think many would say is maybe the highest skill ceiling hero in the game, like one of, if not the top one. And so let's check out the history here of EU. I mean, it's a history of domination. It's pretty brutal actually at this point from buff enjoyers.
You're looking at that, you're just like, damn, Loki W fell off. It's like, no. It's actually just buff. It's the same team, just different icon.
Yeah, it's like one little, win from Leviathan, kind of just besmirching their good name. But other than that, yeah, this is looking dominant. We're looking like we're kind of back into maybe an era.
Yeah, I mean, the Abrams era, from like 14 to 27, was pretty dominating. That was also when like buff enjoyers kind of called it quits, right? And then we had Loki reform. They picked up Listic and Shark initially, and then they eventually brought in the rest of the boys. Maybe create a legacy for themselves yet again. I mean, thinking back to Fight Night, it was all about VP or buff enjoyers back then, and 7 out of the last 8 wins here for buff enjoyers, with potentially another win in R1 as well coming up this week. Like that, I mean, they've already created a legacy, and they've already proven to be the hardest team to beat in EU and in A, and it's just a matter of when will a team figure them out? When will a team beat them? Or is it just you have to depend on them to beat themselves and break up?
Also, if we could go back to the screen for a moment, just one thing to note on the Loki W / buff enjoyers journey here is that up to 33, when Loki W comes on the scene in Night Shift 30, and they have Empty Dreams on the team. And they lose at first, and then they come in, they win 32, 33, and they're looking strong at other tournaments going on the scene at the same point. Then they finally, make the change. They get rid of Empty Dreams, bring on Zergy. And it's a long adjustment period where from 34 to 36, they're out of it. But by 37, like, Zergy is attuned to the team and everything is going well. They win 3 straight. They drop 1 to Leviathan, and then from there on out, win another 4 straight. So it's, it took a while. Like, I mentioned this just in terms of, them having the slump and the rebuild and everything else, because I think sometimes people forget when you see a brand new iteration of a team or a change up that, it's not always clean, but in this case, the long-term result is definitely worth it.
What are they doing with this?
The aiming skills there, a little suspect. No, that was a great rundown, ZP, and I guess I need some more practice there, some more Kovacs. But this is a really, really great team, and I just love the way that they're winning right now, able to do it with such interesting drafts and really showing this, I guess, the whole Deadlock scene, what's possible. Next, we can look at what action is coming up, because that is, of course, closing out our EU portion of the day with the NA remaining. Melee Creeps against Bird with Clock to kick things off for a chance to play in the money match against FPS Lounge. And what do you guys feel is going to be going on in that challenger match? Are we feeling good about Bird with Clock? They look pretty strong, but it is Melee Creeps.
We have a big wild card. Because for Melee Creeps, League was a sub last week. And honestly, I called them out on broadcast, and I think I have to apologize a little bit in that, when Melee Creeps did the Melee Creeps Academy thing, usually those things are a PR stunt and you're just going to get another veteran from the scene. Apparently, per Saya, they're playing with a new 6th player today called Vinyl. and they came up through tryouts, relatively new face to high-end NA competition so far as I know. So Melee Creeps, this is a new 6th player that's basically taking the spot that Ranger used to have on the team, which of course used to be the spot that Scout used to have on the team. So that is the history for Melee Creeps, and we'll see Venile's debut today.
All right, well, that is a wonderful way to segue into the break and get the North American action started. Thank you so much, Jason and ZP, for covering all the EU action. It's time to move on to maybe better casters. I guess we'll see.
What the hell? Can we get a better host too? Damn.
Let's take out Ivy. I see Ivy. I see Ivy. Let's take out Ivy.
I see Sinclair.
Venator will not be denied. I see the Earth.
Let's hide here. I see the enemy.
I got you.
I see the enemy.
Let's take out Holiday. Let's take out Holiday. I see Holiday. Let's take out Ivy. Let's take out Ivy. I see Ivy.
I'll do my
You're just hunting us.
The enemy. I see Infernus. out Holiday. I see Holiday. Head to Broadway. I see Holiday. Head to York. I see the enemy. Let's take out Nexus. I see the enemy. I see Sinclair.
Hello, welcome back to Night Shift. I wonder how many people stick around for EU and then also all of NA. I wonder what percentage of viewers do that, because you guys are the goats if you do it. But now, as you can see, as we switch regions, we switch casters, I'm here with Mitch and Jake. How you guys doing?
Guys, I'm on a streak. This is my 4th show in a row. That is actually crazy.
This is actually Mitch's body double. This is his like assassination body double. He's coming in.
I just use machine learning. Basically, I've had them scan all my tripe for the last 15 years of casting and just like spit out random lines to keep people happy, you know.
Sick. How do I do that? Oh, that's pretty sick. Nice. Okay. Well, Mitch, when is that going to end though? When is there like a combo breaker coming up or?
I mean, yeah, I'm going to do 5 in a row, I think, unless I get fired today.
Okay.
And then, a little bit spotty. I'm not going to lie to you. But, I mean, hopefully over the next year or so, is more consistent. That's my hope. I love being here. Obviously, you guys, when I get into a groove with the Night Shift, man, nothing beats it, honestly. And we've had fan-fudging-tastic games. Last week, also, Europe today was great. So, and also, like, we've had a little while since like a patch, really. It's like back on the 11th. So we've had some time to really settle into this kind of metagame, this kind of balance patch here. And it's been fun to just sort of dig in and sort of start to digest some of the new comps and even some of the random ones we're seeing pop up if you saw Buff and Joy's comp in EU. So it's fun. The game's still evolving, even though we haven't had a patch for, God forbid, a couple of weeks. So I'm loving it.
I got to say, Jake, I got to ask you, how does it feel to get to cast with Mitch? Because I feel like we're all fighting over Mitch when he comes back. We're like...
It's always a pleasure. I mean, Mitch and I have casted in Overwatch together and such, so we get to work together now and again. But always a pleasure having you on the show, Mitch. Always great to have you here in Deadlock. And as you're saying, I mean, the games have been incredible. We've been pretty blessed, I think, with the competitiveness and even the innovation. I mean, we saw Drifter and Dynamo just succeed. When I saw that draft, I was like, surely they've gone too far. Drifter like never works. Dynamo, it's really out of the meta, but Buff and Jerks, they're just a team that can kind of make anything work. NA, I think, has been closer than that. I don't think any team has been able to kind of get that kind of ahead of the competition.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket and see what we've got going on here for North America. So Melee Crews against Bird with Clock. You don't often see Melee Crews in the Challenger match, but today we will see that because FPS Lounge may be stabilizing a little bit after the recent merger of rosters. And perhaps they could be the new super team in NA. We'll have to see how that one turns out. But first, indeed, guys, Bird with Clock and Melee Crews will be the first showing for a best of one. Any feelings on this? Where are the emotions?
It is, I mean, I'm curious. Curiosity is the sort of overwhelming emotion here because obviously Melee Creeps have made changes, right? We have sort of a player that, as ZP was talking about before the break, has actually come up through their quote unquote academy program. Like this is homegrown talent. So Vinyl is going to be joining here Melee Creeps for this week. And we poked around a little bit, tried to understand like what the background is, maybe what the pool is like. And we got completely different answers from Josiah and John as to their hero pool. But expecting to see like Doorman-esque type heroes. Apparently that's what Vinal's been working on here. So I'm very interested to see how that turns out. And I don't know how that affects Sire's role. Whether Sire's going to be more support focused again or still going to be trying to play pick because obviously Holiday right now is bonkers.
What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I look at this team and I think, this is really the standard bearer. So Vinyl, it's going to be, it's a tough team to kind of come into and join. But also in some ways it's easy because this is such a strong team with such good systems. You can kind of come in and you have some room with which to work as a player to kind of show off your individualism in this comp. But of course it'll be under tough circumstances with them coming in the challenger match. You still got to consider them the heavy favorite over BWC, but nonetheless, anything can happen here in a BL1. You don't want to take it for granted, especially as a new player coming into this team.
Is it Vinyl or is it like denial? Like if you turn your head all the way to the right, that's kind of like a D. Like sometimes people get funny with it.
Me and everyone in chat, I think all just cocked our head 90 degrees to the right.
I mean, it's that or venereal. So I will go with Vinyl for their own sake. Yeah.
Okay, you said it, not me. All right, let's go to the next roster. Okay, we've got Bird with Clock. I think this team is really dangerous. I feel like obviously they don't yet have Melee Creep status. I mean that's kind of hard to achieve. But this is a roster that kind of feels like it could pop any week and kind of shock everybody with their level. Are you guys getting the same read as I am?
Yeah, I mean, generally, this team was really solid last week in that challenger game against FPS Lounge. And one thing that stood out to us is that Matt actually picked up the Great Talent role, which, we hadn't seen from them previous. Matt was, a little bit more support oriented and actually farmed, was a good plus 40, by 25 minutes into the game and was pretty terrifying on that Great Talent. FPS Lounge, though, they were able to make use of Calico and they got Holiday in that draft and looked really good. Was also Yamato there. But this team is really solid. Still expecting them to, be impactful. But yeah, they're going up against the big dogs off the rip. So it's a lot to ask from these guys.
I mean, FPS Lounge, our current champs, they had to make a comeback against this team, right, in the BL1. And so we look at last week, you think, okay, FPS Lounge are the champs. They did really well, but it could have all ended. It could have been killed in the cradle if they had, failed to topple BWC in the BL1. So this team, you can't take it easy on them. You got to push the advantage, especially for Melee Creeps who are, head in the clouds, thinking about going back in the challenger match, retaking the top slot. If you think you're going to get an easy one past BWC, I think you're in for a tough lesson.
All right, well, now it's time to get the fists up because we've got the Mo 1v1 coming in hot. I don't know, honestly, most of the times when we do these, it takes me about the duration of the whole fight to work out which person is on which side, so I don't know.
They put their names there now. Look, we've got a proper overlay, which is kind of lit. And they actually have their actual names here, which is kind of awesome. So I took a hit early. Wasn't able to find a parry timing there. So, Coach Scout's starting to lay that lord down, but that parry might end it, I think.
Yeah, big advantage. Okay, he's stretching the limits of the arena here. Nice escape, but that parry going down, surely it is a finish. Well done by Saya. He's kind of the GOAT of these Mo 1v1s. I mean, has a pretty sterling reputation, I think.
All right, well, I mean, I'm curious what you guys are going to expect here for the draft because, we start to see the two main bands, instead of being, the Pocket and the Doorman, it's kind of like the Holiday and the Billy. That's where they were at. But obviously Pocket and Doorman are still top tier. But what do you expect to see?
I mean, I think we probably see Great Talent go relatively early in the rotation. I think they're just such a monster in lane. And as we know, if they can get going, they can sort of really be quite oppressive. And I think, keep an eye out for Venator. Still your premier M1 carry. A lot of teams are prioritizing that. John is someone who really wants to pick that up when possible. And Matt's Great Talent's already been banned out.
Ooh,
Like this GT
respect.
ban, I think it kind of sets you up to pick pocket. So BWC, I feel like they should ban the pocket, but you know, there's a lot of top prio heroes in the meta. You mentioned Billy and Holiday, I think being pretty relevant, but yeah, they will block the pocket. Without GT spirit damage, this hero can kind of get out of control and can kind of be a huge problem both in team fighting and lane pushing.
There we go. I wonder if we'll see Drifter. I wonder if that's going to be a
Surely
thing.
not. I still am skeptical as heck.
Only buff enjoyers have got the cojones to go for that. Yeah, get Vinyl their pick potentially here first. Melee Creeps actually really changed their style over the last couple of weeks. Sort of prior to last week, they were like aggressively banning Silver and trying to basically ban out all the powerful tanks and then get all the quality ones of theirs. They were trying to get like these Billy Abrams comps if they could, and they were getting rid of Silver, trying to make sure they had priority there. But it kind of switched last week, I felt, and they started going for like these more Doorman-esque, maybe pick-oriented comps as well. They were really trying to get that Holiday, rolled in, and they were actually sacrificing the prio on getting John Venator, and instead he was, he played something last week that was super surprising. I don't know if it's particularly Lash. John played Lash last week because all the M1s were banned out. Like they couldn't get Venator, and I'm pretty sure he was either banned or Warden was banned. So that put him in an awkward spot. That's the one thing right now. It's like interesting to see what these teams M1 carry prio has been. Obviously, their first pick is seeing Dorman or a premium tank get picked up, and Mirage has jumped up the pick order again after we thought he was kind of cooked.
Yeah, even number one pick sometimes, Jake, in Europe today.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage debuffs, I think, are incredibly powerful. That being said, this is a draft that's a little bit scary for Mirage at times, with somebody like Doorman, Holiday, both potentially looking to pull you out of the fight. And then Venator being one of the few carries who I think can kind of tolerate the Mirage debuffs and just out DPS him at close range. So Mirage can have to play for those long fights. And still, I think there's an unanswered question about who's going to be able to deal with the Venator in the game. Still, of course, only half the draft through, but definitely going to need some kind of tools to deal with those long, stalled out team fights where Venator holds the line, Doorman, Holiday are just putting out a lot of spirit spam. Already, I like what I see out of melee creeps.
Again, this is interesting that like Silver is really not being heavily prioritized here, and with Abrams banned and Billy taken away, like your options for building like a really stalwart front line are becoming a little limited here, right? You can try and pick up like a Shiv later on. Viscous here is like a second round ban is interesting, right? Even now, I feel like we're seeing some of this ban priority shift a little bit. The Calico's great right now, obviously. She's always incredible at stacking anything that empowers her melee damage because that's what the slash does. Gloom bombs now, they trigger as on stick and not on explode, which, does mean that she can get in and have a bit of a nastier damage spike. Ren was highly prioritized last week, and we're going to see it here. I'm pretty sure we saw Average get a three kills, with nap time in one of those was a nap time pillow follow up, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, no shock here to see that Shiv taken up here as melee creeps are a little light on the really good tank options.
Shiv would have been missing today as well. I don't know. It's kind of Europe is kind of weird. I don't know if that's things will settle there or what's going on, what's in the water over there. But there's your Silver. Shiv Silver feels like kind of nice to get this late in the draft. Still both very good.
Yeah, I think that the Silver feels great here, especially with Rem already picked, where you maybe wanted to go leaning a little bit more bullet damage heavy, and with Abrams out, it feels like Silver's the only option to give you that in the front line. Bird Clock, though, they respond with the Geist. This will be that second carry. Mirage feels like, really is the premier secondary carry who, does a lot of debuffs, pulls a lot of distraction, does real damage, but you kind of want that maybe number one mainstay damage dealer. And while Geist is very farm dependent, it can be that in the late game, and Yamato is going to be the choice to get them a little bit closer. This hero, very feast or famine. I think a lot rides on Bird with Clock's early game playing around the Yam.
And, going back to the Mirage pick, obviously you've got two separate options, depending on what debuffs you're actually trying to ricochet. You can make use of Inhibitor, or you can obviously look to, reduce the spirit damage with Silencer, right? Both are good items, over a longer period of time. They get the Lash here, melee creeps, able to fold that in. So Venator and Lash means that we're not going to see John on that pick here. But again, it gives them some pretty solid team fighting potential, quite disruptive here. But Bird with Clock, we've seen Yamato lately look pretty terrifying. Obviously, being able to stave off that early damage with the Shadow Transformation look really scary in this fights is crucial. It's very broadly set up with Bird with Clock, but with Geist and Mirage, I do feel like these fights need to carry on a bit. they certainly need time to really like reach critical mass in terms of like those ricochet builds that want to apply those debuffs here and obviously just tick up to big damage.
Yeah, Jake, I'm curious what you think about this. I agree with Mitch. Like the Holiday Lasso, the Death Slam, the Doorman, like Baronet. Like there's a lot of like very disruptive stuff that melee creeps can throw at Bird with Clock, and it doesn't seem like they have like a Viscous or something, like some supernatural counter. So how do you see them Bird with Clock dealing with that?
I think a lot just comes down to the old management for them, because they actually in this comp, especially later into the game, they're gonna have a lot of natural sources of unstoppable. So whether it's Yamato ult, obviously from the beginning as soon as she gets it, to Billy's ult max, Rem ult's maxed. These giving unstoppable is gonna let you like outplay a lot of these catch tools from melee creep. So I do think that that's essentially going to be the linchpin of the game, is like, can you get those key defensive ults out of Bird with Clock without actually losing your life? Like if you dive deep, force the arm ult, and then she turns and kills you all, right, you're not going to be feeling too good about that. So I kind of like what I see from Bird with Clock. I feel like it's up to melee creeps to make those picks happen. And if they can't quite get those connections, I think in the end, I feel like Bird with Clock should have a stronger team fight. That being said, the key question against a lot of these teams is, how does it come out of the lanes? Like, can you actually get into a competitive game of Deadlock, or are you just stifled from the beginning with a team's overwhelming pressure?
What does it fall for you, Mitch, in terms of these drafts?
Yeah, I think like what we see in Deadlock, especially as the game gets a little bit later, as it could be hard to like handle a lot of this like hard CC, get burst down pretty quickly. So I think like Jake makes a great point. This Bird with Clock comp really is very brawly as far as I'm concerned. Melee groups are going to want to punish some positioning errors. I think they have some potential to fight around the urn. I think Death Slam is obviously a huge component of that, being able to get the Shiv in there. But Mirage also now with like the double Dust Devil look really quite disruptive. We've seen like the builds for Mirage change, and sometimes in a Geist Mirage setup, it's like the Geist that gets funneled more of those souls to be like outputting that gun damage. And you'll notice that Bird with Clock don't have a traditional M1 carry, right? Like they haven't opted to go for a Warden here, where you justifiably could do so. He's also someone that's really hard to stop. It gets tankier, lifesteal off last stand, but they really value Geist's ability to turn a fight around with Soul Exchange, Yamato's Shadow Transformation, Kanako's Return to Shadows, and Billy, of course, with his spike in resistances when he's using Chain Gang, not to mention, like, Jake mentioned, the natural unstoppable that a lot of these guys get. So this team are hard to really wipe off the map. And so finding them isolated is probably going to be a more gainful option for melee creeps than to try and run headlong at them. They're very stout. They've got great sustained damage output and the ability, obviously, to weather the storm of a lot of this initial disruption you're going to see.
Yeah, Jake, how are you feeling with the win cons? Do you feel like all the win conditions are kind of being defined, or did we miss anything?
Yeah, I think a lot is going to come down to team fights, as it always does. But I will say I do like the concept of like the rejuve or the earn fights for Bird with the Clock. If they can come in with the ultimates, like it's going to be really difficult to deal with Billy plus Yam, just aggro frontlining anybody who comes in. For melee creeps, it's like, who's going to be the one who stays in the zone, especially in an earn fight? I guess Silver, right? Which could look good for her, but Silver can, I feel like, kind of get scary against somebody like Mirage, just hiding you around, stacking up. And, I maybe if Shiv has a huge game, this is a very different type of game. Like if Shiv is just so far ahead that he's dominating the enemy front line, then I don't think melee creeps really are going to have much trouble at all. However, I think if it, is a little bit more questionable, Shiv's, kind of playing a little bit more safely for his life, Billy and Yam could just as easily take that tide. So, as always, I think whoever can have that, better stats, better aggression in the front line, put your opponent on the back foot, is going to be feeling good.
All right, gents. Well, melee creeps against a Bird with Clock here for the money. Well, for a chance at the money match. We'll have to see who's going to take it. But on the cast, I know who's going to take it. It's going to be Uber and Jake. Have fun, gents.
Thank you, Dan. I don't blame you for thinking this is a money match, seeing melee creeps obviously here, but no. The tide's shifting a little bit in North America, and the ambitious project FPS Lounge has come to fruition, at least for now. But melee creeps are not a team to stay down for long, and Bird with Clock have looked scary, forcing a comeback in last week's Challenger game, and unfortunately getting knocked out there. But NA's looking good. These top three teams are very competitive. Looking forward to jumping in. It was speculated in chat a little bit, and yes, it'll be Fishcake on the silver, who just needs to make sure the right wire is plugged into the right port before we get started.
Crucial element here with a little bit of early pause lock. Lanes, I think, are going to always be crucial, especially for a team like Bird with Clock, who they come into this as the underdogs. Maybe they're not going to see themselves that way, but I think it's probably fair to say for the community, most people look at Melee Creeps like this team should be contending always for the title. Bird with Clock, they've been kind of outside that circle of trust, if you will, for their expectations to do really well in these competitive matches. And with Vinyl now coming into the team, this could be an opportunity for Bird with Clock. It could also be a chance for Vinyl to show off and put on a really explosive performance here. Doorman feels like one of those heroes with that incredible variance in what you provide for the team.
Obviously, it's also being talked about in chat. Our intel on Vinyl is a little limited, but it wasn't assisted by John and Sire giving us two very different accounts of what their hero pool is. So the consensus, though, is that very capable on a large number of different heroes. It was just Doorman that was specifically mentioned by John. So no shock to see that being picked up here. But like, I look across Melee Creeps, everyone is in a very comfortable role. Ido, of course, roaming, going to be playing a lot of that pressure. Fistcake, we've been seeing, like I said, on a lot of Silver lately. Sai's back on pick. John's on Venator. And Do, of course, is going to tear it up on shift. So very good looks for them. Urban Clock, of course, my eyes are on Matt here on the Yamato. Saw great talent last week from him. Looked excellent. Got banned out pretty much straight away. Melee Creeps has sort of zeroed in on that as being something they don't want to deal with. And I'm still wanting to track just what Calico can do now. She's certainly received quality of life changes, just some numbers buffs, especially when it comes to Return to Shadows. And we've got two teams that are pretty effective at roaming the map. It's just Berber Clock's ability to generate a pick outside of, I guess, chain ganging someone or, keeping them juggled constantly with Dust Devils or, God forbid, hitting with nap time is a little more limited. They will want the game to come to them in many cases, and they'll be very well equipped to stand and hold their ground.
I think you set this up well. It's a lot of pressure, I think, on players like Ido, Saya, Vinyl to kind of go out and kind of bait those engagements. Bird with Clock, in a way, they have like one incredibly powerful burst in the team fight with the Billy ult and the Yamato ult. And beyond that, I think things can be a little scary. So when they do commit, they need to get kills. They need to profit. Players like Shiv and and Silver, I think, are going to be kind of the key ones tested. We're going to step up, try to get those ults out, try to survive the engagement, and whether they can or not is going to be really significant in terms of the outcome of these fights, of this match, really.
And I guess, in the background of all of this, if you were here last week, you would have seen a pretty banger grand final game between Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge. It went all the way, and it ended up being a reverse sweep in that best of three by FPS Lounge, who, a couple of things that stood out to me about them is that, their preferences kind of line up with Melee Creeps in terms of what they're contesting through that draft, right? So, if Melee Creeps, big if, get through this game, they're going to be fighting for Doorman, for Venator, picks like that. They're going to be, having to make some sacrifices in theory through that draft phase in order to sort of get them. We are waiting on confirmation here from Fishcake in terms of what the issue is. Obviously, a bit of banter going on in the game, so we shouldn't be too far away from getting in here. But for now, chat, we're hanging out. We are reading your comments every now and then. So happy to have a chat and hang out with you guys here while we wait for this game to get underway. But either way, I think Berber Clock also might be primed to start to make a run because we've seen them only improve. I think that's safe to say. This top three obviously is pretty insular right now in North America. We are, of course, running like a what are we calling it? Like a pre-challenger match, I guess, to decide who actually goes head to head in this 1 versus 1. A lot of
qualifier.
Yeah, damn qualifier. So succinctly put. And obviously, work in progress there is a team that we're seeing put in a ton of work and hope to see them start to make their way into night shift proper.
It's the nature of the game, though, Mitch. There's no easy wins, especially in a game as early as Deadlock, right? It's hard to really, get too far ahead of the pack. But by the same token, it can be hard to break in when you're dealing with teams as established as you look at even Bird with Clock as a roster, right? A lot of these players, this core has been together now for a couple months, right? They've been really building that momentum. Look at Melee Creeps for much of the same. And for teams on the outside trying to break into those top slots, it's not easy. You got to work quite hard to be able to kind of surmount that level of experience, team coordination, and just to believe we actually can win. We can, play with that confidence. Melee Creeps seems like Fishcake is back in the game, trying to get back into the Discord. It could be a challenge.
Restart their PC, but maybe the more important part than unmuting here in lobby is being able to jump in Discord and get ready to go. Berber Clock, of course, only in game chat. Have to respect that. We also can, I mean, I can squint and start to see some of these lane assignments as they emerge. No surprise, I think, see Venator and the Holiday over towards mid. We are going to be underway here, folks. We get the R's in the chat, and this is our challenger game between Melee Creeps, who conspicuously have fallen out of that final best of 3 and have to fight their way back up, versus Berber Clock, who is ready to take on all challenges as they themselves are chomping at the bit for a chance of recognition.
Smashed a lot of stakes on it here. Calico, always a hero that I look forward to have a chance at an explosive lane, right? I mean, nothing's guaranteed, and I think especially in this BL1 and NA in particular, I think teams tend to bring a lot of respect to the laning phase. We haven't seen very many explosive advantages developing too early. And for Berber Clock, I don't know that they feel any pressure too. I think they may feel like, hey, we get deep enough into the game, things could go well. One player though, and this is the nature of the hero that I'm always going to be looking to in the early game, is Matt. You know, not in this instant, of course, but you know, the first few minutes of the game, finding those opportunities to roam on Yamato, actually show up to side waves, get some kills, or maybe bring players in to assist you in the mid, really, I think, sets the tone for the match, whether you're going to be able to really threaten kills with those power slash.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's just that once you skill into a flying strike, just connect one of those and it's going to be on for young and old. Pitch up boosty here for Arctic. This is going to be Yamato and Mirage in mid against the Venator and Holiday combo, which is definitely pretty what you tend to often see in this kind of setup here. It gets a bit frothy, of course, as Matt has been putting down a pretty persistent poke, especially in the direction of Sire. Looking across the lanes here, you can see that, you know, Arctic's also taken a bit of a beating damage-wise in this lane. Over towards this left side of the map here, we've got Ido on the lash. Certainly someone who can display just his mastery of movement in this game. Berber Clock are really shoving this.
Sounds like a problematic lane. Oh, a slightly awkward little ground strike there, and it seems like, well, the lion's share of the small creeps do go to Berber Clock. I will say this is a scary lane for Shiv and Lash. They don't have the best creep D-push, and Rem can give you huge problems with those little helpers on the creeps.
Yeah, it always feels like you're fighting a losing battle just in terms of that lane pressure. Okay, pause here from Ido now. Not a lot to report on the right lane at the moment. It's been pretty back and forth stuff. Obviously, tried with a lot of that inherent survivability. Tanner threatening to boycott our challenger game. It's like, we've lost him, so I need to get the young goat back in game.
And Du's kind of struggling in this lane. I feel like this is almost expected. I don't know what you're supposed to do on Shiv here. With Lash kind of just chilling, looking for the ground strikes. Trading with Rem and Billy is pretty brutal, especially off the DC. It's a rough spot. Maybe it might be some sportsmanship. Tanner might actually let Do out of this. Do is in serious trouble if Tanner doesn't give him the escape here. I mean, maybe, yeah, he's okay. A little respect between competitors here. Nice from Tanner. Not that the kill in the first minute makes all the world of difference, but it's a base trip for Do. That hurts pretty bad this early in the game.
Yeah, don't really want to get chunked down, and this is obviously an opportunity. This does mean that, like, your ultimate can come online a bit later. There's a flying strike we mentioned about connecting. Parry up there for Sire, but it's looking a little bit dicey, and a right click comes in for the Yamato, but it's Arctic that gets the job done. Pretty hard, I think, at low health to evade this scrutiny of this Mirage. Bit of aggression there from John. Thought there might have been a chance to take a trade here, but Arctic wisely fades back.
Oh, that grenade just came bouncing past him, barely surviving on this Mirage. And another hero loves some momentum in the game, loves a hot start. Berber Clock, I think all signs go for them here in the laning phase. Obviously, still too early to call this advantage more than a minor inconvenience, I guess, but the pressure continues to mount here, especially in the side lane.
Yeah, you can see that, Do, in order to find the appropriate DPS, so his Guardian doesn't get pushed in, actually has to, come forward, slice and dice at these minions, just that extra healing and resists, from the little helper on the minions is huge pain in the ass. And basically, if you're not there to try and equalize it by pumping out more damage, then the wave gets away from you. Slice and dice here through for Do, back to the safety of his own tower, but has already taken over 350 damage from that Billy. And kind of like you said, this definitely feels like the pain point for melee creeps. It's very hard to trade effectively into this lane. Obviously, a lot of crowd control at the disposal of the Billy. Those bash downs are pretty hard to avoid if Rising Ram is on target.
Yeah, I think you're looking to just lose this lane well on Shiv and try to get to the point where the ultimates come up. But even then, that won't be the end of their troubles, right? I think Billy and Rem are going to be very much aggressively looking for dives at that point in the game. Trades here in the opposite side lane. Also going well with Clock, but this lane I think a much more stable one. Geist, very sustainable and hard to evict from the lane, but usually not much of a bully.
Obviously the heal bane pretty early into the inventory for Do. Try and find a way to counteract some of that inherent healing that Rem is just going to be doling out en masse. And the left side Guardian is, oh man, definitely being chunked down. And we're going to see what the definition of winning well, at least for melee creeps, is going to, losing well rather, is going to look like in that particular lane. It's getting frosted though as well. Stride being pressured now. Fishcake though, face full of damage, and they're going to try and pursue this now as well. Nice baggage card that is going to send Stride off course. Good intervention there. But we saw Do actually fall earlier on. Fishcake though is able to extricate himself, if only just.
Big double buffs though go to melee creeps. Be a little consolation prize for them, although Saya takes so much pressure in mid. This life buff, it really is just mitigating that. And elsewhere, problems abound. Fishcake on 1 HP. Just take a base trip here. This is it's feeling the pressure. I mean, these kind of leads though, they don't matter too much. I think for a team like melee creeps, it's not that significant. Here comes the chain gang. It does pull Lash in. Blasted is popped. Needs a parry here maybe to escape this. He's holding those quick melees so conservatively. And the triple dagger is going to be enough to kill Billy. Oh, no way. Billy lives on 7 HP. That is unreal.
I mean, that's Gibbs also. Just a timely nap time there to stave Do off. You can chase this down, surely. Can we get to safety? We've got to try and kite. Gibbs is down, and Tanner also falls. And that is Berber Clock lingering a little too close to the sun at sub 100 HP, respectively.
Oh, big lasso. Very long range there, and it catches Arctic.
The reload timing.
Not a kill just yet, though. Venator showing up should be able to get that finish, and yes, he does. John profiting. Nice connection from Saya on the lasso, and any kind of advantage in the early game has just evaporated off the back of a couple plays. That double kill from Do with the heal bane, he's back up to max HP and has basically entirely recovered the lane in one play.
Yeah, I mean, now you can get another wave shoved in underwards that Guardian. Of course, it had to be a zipline boost to get their presence back up in that lane. But helpful. Souls funneled rather in John's direction. Notice he already starts to get some of those key items into his inventory. Weakening headshot already hits the bag for him. There's a bit of action here on this left-hand side of the map. Tanner is down. Ida's able to finish the job. Nice little ground strike. And now, if you're Gibbs, you're skirting around the edge of this situation, just trying to maintain some of their Guardian health.
That's fantastic. And Do got out of that as well. They were chasing him so hard, so desperate for the kill, but in Shiv fashion, he slips away. This is a speculative dive on Saya. You don't really want to take it under the tower here, especially without a power slash, but still the hopeful lane, I think, for Berber Clock is here in mid, but a counter kill on Mirage with the lasso really gave John a nice little buffer of advantage here.
Yeah, and you can see that also their Guardian suffered as a result of it. They fall behind there. Trap triggered there by Arctic. Probably doesn't want to have to reckon with that at a later stage. A lot of pressure here. Nice little gut shot. Dust Devils, though, more for an escape for Arctic as he has to trend backwards here. Saya very much in the mix, but he needs to watch out. Those power slashes are going to chunk that health down, but he fancies a bit of fighting. Crack shot there, connects 300 plus damage thrown down by the Holiday. And at some point, you've got to call it quits if you're Arctic.
Yeah, set the enemies very low, though. Numanto with ultimate could very well look for these tower dives. Melee creeps know it. Billy, now it's his turn to be under pressure. Like this Lash build has started to pay off. He has the Spirit Spike online. The damage is massive here.
Okay, big ground strike on towards Tanner. The tag along had expired, so the healing not available, and that window is certainly exploded there by melee creeps. But again, honorable mention to the heal bane picked up by Do earlier on. On the ground strike here, this is tough. This is dangerous now for Gibbs to try and keep this Guardian healthy. And Do can just rinse and repeat this. Drop down with his empowered ground strikes just from having such high altitude to the
nice tag along.
Trying to hide inside his minions, bro. That ain't gonna work forever.
Oh, really well played, actually, by Gibbs. He somehow survived that. The tower is gonna go down. See what the response is going to be. This is a massive one for melee creeps to find this early, because now Lash is unleashed. He can start to roam. Do's on a 3-kill streak, leading the lobby in souls. Has a comfortable safe lane to just farm up, especially with these 8-minute sinners that are so easy for a character like Shiv in particular to farm.
Losing well, melee creeps did a terrible job of that on the left-hand side of the map. Yeah, able to sort of win that lane out. Now, obviously, a timely moment here to go collect some of these camps. Guardian going down, of course, on this right-hand side of the map. Vinyl just has to really sort of accept this. Looks like a bit further down the lane was Silver, but Berber Clock very quickly able to pull themselves out of there, not expose them to any form of reprisal.
9 minutes, a little bit of a lull in the game. There's a lot of sinners to be cleared. I think both teams maybe want to relax and just deal with some of those jungle. But at the same time, the cost is being exacted here. Exacted, rather. The right lane Guardian will be cleared. And yeah, stepping through that door feels a little risky up against Doorman. They don't want to chance it, but they will be able to hold on to their tower with that counter pressure.
Yeah, that's pretty important. And obviously, the further up that melee creeps on the right side are going to push them more, they can expose themselves to, like, you know, there's Yamato even rotating in towards that lane. So, got to be a little bit careful. Their safe zone is pushed back a lot further. Here in mid, Billy and Yamato have actually turned up here for Berber Clock. And so far, not really much to speak of in terms of that action. A bit of a shove on the left-hand side there as John wants to get that wave rolling. 8.9k soul. So head and shoulders above the rest in terms of the early farm. Exactly why he's sitting in that lane solo at the moment. Fight for buffs, though, is certainly on. And suffice to say, Berber Clock have they've expressed themselves here very much on that top side. Now going to have to fight for it. Ido looks like he was able to come over the buff there. Tanner also fell, but Flaws, nice little siphon there. Able to at least make it a 1-for-1.
The trades can get expensive here, though. Yamato coming back into this one with everything available. Silver ult does come out. Crucial little battle here. Silver looks to be getting overwhelmed, though. So many players fully surrounding Fishcake. And yeah, Sustain just can't come into that one. He's here, 10k souls, thinking about getting into a fight, but seems like he may think better of it. Yam could be a tough chase down. Depends how many daggers Do is holding on to. And Do DCs again. That is really rough.
So I hear having a brief conversation with this mid guardian. I think even with Tanner on the way, there is no chance of intervening there. We've got a chance. We can have a look at the builds, start to see how some of these are shaping up early. Another Do DC has us taking a pause. Do obviously saw him get that solo 1v2. Granted, his opponents were low, but very, very important to come and be able to pick up that kill. He is motoring in terms of those souls. Got that suppressor, of course, in the inventory alongside the radiant generation. So already going to be pretty hard to try and drag down. Very low. It's a chain gang straight in mid. Sire looks like he's going to be punished for taking that Guardian. Might be a worthwhile trade for him, though, now, as we're equalized Guardians in mid. Ido's got to respect the bash down here, though. And Tanner at about half health, yeah, has to watch out because all of a sudden, Do has turned up and he is exerting every single one of those extra souls he has of a lead. He's up to 11k now.
Yeah, it's a tough death for Tanner. I mean, he really needs to get more towards the late game. I think Saya, you know, ideally you'd be able to escape from that without losing your life, but a 1-for-1 with Billy, I think feels pretty good considering Billy wants to be ahead of game. He wants to be bullying. Mirage is getting legitimately ignored while the Predator just pushes the tower. But maybe he's gone a little bit too far. Should be a fourth stack here, potentially. You know, isn't quite going to get that, but a couple heavies connecting here off the sleep. And Mirage is in real hot pursuit of this Venator, who actually may be getting away from this one. It's not a free kill.
Calico was bringing up the rear here. Her extra mobility might have allowed her to get the grips. And yeah, Stride is going to come in and snap up John. Matt, though, elsewhere down. That was in mid lane. Completely just stomped on by like 4 players by the looks of things. And Tanner might not fare much better either. Huge migration, rotation of players in towards mid here for melee creeps. Even though there's not necessarily a key objective to be fighting for based on where the lane was. But it looks like they want some early pressure there, at least getting the wave shoving towards that Walker, and they're death balling here over towards the left.
Yeah, Tanner is definitely getting punished in this game. We've seen what Billy can do with a little bit of a snowball. It's okay, Shiv and Ram have a little bit of a welcome party there. No one's gonna look to force this too much because, of course, with Urn spawning, that will be the key objective on the map for both teams. Advantage surely to melee creeps if they get first control here, and they will. Denial just waiting on it. No contest from Berwick Clock. You'd think they would want to fight this. Yamato ult is coming up. Billy is close, but not quite there. It's a little bit questionable.
And you'll notice here that, you know, in advance, John gets a nice little shove here on this right side. So gets that lane pushing. Is going to be requiring Flaws there to attend to it. Look at what Stride is looking for here. There's an opportunity in towards mid. Is there a fight to be had here, though?
Silence.
Yes, Flying Strike caught on towards Saya. Great coordination here between the Yamato and the Calico, but this might turn against them here. Return of Shadows has to be used. Shadow Transformation. You're kidding me, guys. Shadow Transformation also actively, and a cursory glance at this screen tells us that Berber Clock are a little outnumbered here.
Yeah, I mean, that kill on Saya was so insanely close. And now what's really scary is that Saya is going to go heal up into the base and come right back into this fight. The big ultimates available for melee creeps, all collapsing on this position. To me, this looks kind of like a cleanup for melee creeps. It does not look good here for Berwick Clock.
We're looking as terrifying as he is. No one really on the side of Berber Clock able to contend with this right now. Yeah, the fact that Sire is able to slip away is pretty ridiculous. And these two of the abilities we talked about earlier on, the Shadow Transformation and Return to Shadows, respectively. Very edgy nomenclature. But obviously, these abilities, in theory, should be staving off that sort of first wave of like hard CC or disruption that you're dealing with. But you got Fishcake who's in a great position, and Do is well and truly ready to fight. So I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I wouldn't be favoring Berber Clock here, who probably will try and make use of these next few moments to escape. So it's funny when we get pauses in these kind of like fast-paced games, teams actually have a chance to think about what their avenue is going to be as we get out of pause time. And look, yep, we're going to try and slip away. I don't think Stride's going to be so lucky, though.
Yeah, he's going to get run down. I think it's nice that Yam even is able to live out of that. Good movement from Stride to pull a lot of attention. Walker's just being attempted here, but it feels a little difficult with someone like Venator to defend, although the damage reduction from the Scarab is actually kind of mitigating this deep push from John.
Yeah, John has to be careful. I think he's now realizing that Rem's there as well. Dangerous.
Big shotgun.
That's dirty. Arctic got shot 2 pieces. And look, there's Sire. Oh, never really seems to be too far from John, in fairness. And that attempt here from Berber Clock to at least sort of offset the fact that they were going to lose the urn falls flat on its face. I kind of get the idea, like shoving the other peripheral lane, the other side of the map here to try and force your opponents into, you know, an exchange of souls makes sense. But man, they get nothing out of that. And you see too many moments like that. And you know, a team like Melee Creeps is going to get too much of a lead off of it. They're so good at making sure that each of these like little value exchanges favors them. They get everything they could have asked for there. And so they got a 10k soul lead.
Full double steal is really big when you're able to get it right off the respawn too. A lot of souls, a lot of permanent buffs. And I mean, Do also just bought Torment Pulse, which is an item I really don't see bought so much anymore. I think it's just an expression of how far ahead he is in this game. He wants all-in aggression. He wants to be able to dominate the enemy front line. And I mean, the stat check here for Yamato and Billy is not looking favorable. Matt, though, doing pretty well for himself at 13k. Maybe he can start to bring this one back. Somebody's got to shut down this Shiv, though, and it's not easy at this level of farm. He's built some of those key defensive tools. He's got the aggression on him as well. I mean, you have huge do problem in this game as Berber Clock.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing for just staying alive and slicing and dicing through these fights as often as you can. I like that here. Death Slam now comes in for Tanner. This probably is just to get a bit of breathing room, but here's Dude turning up yet again. Dangerous now. A couple more of those knives, and it's going to be good night. Still, Tanner sees fit to try and fight for this. Already a K plus damage being put down, though, by Do. And yeah, I think you're realizing at this point you are bleeding out. Sheer weight of silverware sticking out of your twitching corpse. And Berber Clock are getting flattened here in the mid game. This is where Melee Creeps shine.
I couldn't agree more, and this game actually is dangerously like hanging in the balance right now. I mean, Berber Clock have a couple more chances to get some reasonable team fights. Consideration of the mid boss, I think it's a little bit too early with how short the spawn timers are, but we've already reached the point where it feels like Berber Clock really can't take these team fights anymore. They've got a comeback earn coming in 3 minutes, and that's something you can work with, but it's a long time between here and there, and a lot of lanes to be pushed out, a lot of jungle to be cleared, and Melee Creeps battling for every last bit of it.
And Berber Clock are distributed here. There's no one resource to be fighting around, so they don't really get to be a death ball. They are pretty desperately spread, trying to cover, like, you know, off lanes, keep their walkers alive and such, which, by the way, they've obviously lost one of those already. And so this comp for Melee Creeps that wants to sort of feast on isolated individuals is going to be great here. We saw with that pause time in mid, there's a player advantage. Melee Creeps have 3 players there. They're ready to go. They are very dynamic, moving across this map, but always making sure they manufacture these pick opportunities. Sire's Lasso is on cooldown right now. They might have run into a little bit of action here. Also, Rem and Calico can traverse the map in ways that no one else really on the Cursed Apple can. But I'd still be very, very careful about getting caught out of position. You can see that Tanner is very, very quick to dodge back.
Yeah, you feel the presence of Melee Creeps here in the mid lane. Berber Clock, they really would love to bait a bad dive, but Billy Ult is one of the best ways to punish a move like that. And still 40 seconds, of course, down. And Yamato forced into ult. He's 1 HP. Oh, a little bit maybe too deep for Syed, looking for that kill, but Doorman out is going to ensure that they're completely back off the play with no risk taken. Really well executed from Melee Creeps. They get the Yam ult. I mean, not finding the kill is unfortunate, but the Yam ult alone means in 18 minutes when that next urn spawns, it's not going to be feeling good for BW.
Obviously, that's a Veil Walker already picked up for Sire, so it's really uncomfortable, I think, to play into a situation like this where the lanes were in flux. Sometimes Melee Creeps are taking these forays into Berber Clock's territory, and Sire is, well, undetectable until that lasso comes out. So they have to be extra careful about their positioning and maybe just will miss out on opportunities for that free farm. Well, there it is. That's the lasso. Now you got to respect the soul exchange here, and the Mirage has turned up. Oh, nap time as well. Clock up the numbers here, and Iridomini never really goes off. Oh, a bit of a misstep there for the dynamic duo of John and Sire, and the rest of Melee Creeps just aren't there in time to intervene.
Yeah, it's the first time we really felt the impact of Geist in this game. Flaws has just been farming up, but a beautiful moment to show himself just when the team really needed him. They get a great turnaround kill. Of course, you got to give a lot of that credit to Gibbs and Arctic with the instant reactions to save the Geist and turn that fight around.
And again, I don't think that Lady Geist is necessarily a premium target for finding an isolated player across the map. She can stay alive for an inordinate amount of time, especially with soul exchange sort of delaying what could have been inevitable there. Dangerous to go after her, especially. She's on her own. That does not mean that she is necessarily weak. She can certainly 1v2 in scenarios like that. But still taking stock of things. John is continuing to get stronger. And Melee Creeps here, they have a mid-game power spike represented in Do being very well farmed. And then that will sort of cover them until John can really get involved in the game. Once you get to like 30 plus K souls. Here's an earn take, but mid-boss is, being considered.
The damage is a little low on mid-boss. It looks like a fake, but they're considering completing. I mean, they have the doorman door here. They can play for this. As John steps off, though, signals the intention to look for the kill. Big Billy chain, though. Hold on, Tanner could be getting a nice start to the fight here if Matt can connect, but it's a little awkward. He's a little bit too far away. And now it's actually Ivanto who finds himself being chased down, and the mid-boss is still being completed here by Melee Creeps.
I will say, though, sharp on the left side lane. Floss is able to get a walker down. That is big. Dust Devil being thrown up here. It is very disruptive, but it's not going to yield an opportunity to get all the rejues. Arctic, though, does get away with one. Right now, hotel stay for them and a call bell to greet him as he pops on out. So, yes, that's going to be that reju credit burnt basically instantly. But Arctic at least able to get one for his troubles. There was an earn turn in from Bird with Clock, and they got that walker. So, in terms of the soul exchange, it actually favors them. Now that they've got to be mindful, of course, of just the impact of this rejuve. And obviously, Jake, it's going to give Melee Creeps the space to get these waves shoved back out. They can correct this awkward macro situation they're in, just with the threat they're generating. But it will potentially split them a little.
Yeah, it's definitely massive when you're even able to take one rejuve away. I think, for the casual viewer, it can feel like it wasn't that significant, but really can be game-changing. Although this pull back onto Matt, even with the save from Gibbs, is just not going to be enough. Great catches there from the Melee Creeps gank, and that's where things can start to get rocky, right? You start losing these frontliners on top of the rejuves, and there's a consideration of looking for a walker push. Still, pushing the mid walker is one of the riskiest things you can do in Deadlock, so it's still, still Melee Creeps, just looking for better opportunities, juggle camps, little small bits of resources they can pick up here and there.
But this is also why Melee Creeps are using this rejuve window to curate those two peripheral lanes, right? Make sure that Berber Clock actually have to call players back towards them so they can't be that death ball in mid to challenge what would be a risky walker attempt. Sire is definitely playing with fire where he's positioned at the moment. But still, there's so much room behind this. We've got to see Sinners being picked up. Obviously, we've got 2.5 minutes still of rejuve left. Melee Creeps don't necessarily feel like they have to group up and play as 6. They can go in, small, dare I use the word, goon squads of 2 to 3 people and play around any one of these pick abilities they've got at their disposal. Can't really say that anymore, can you? Like, it's just not designed in the way
I'm not
it
gonna
sort of
stop
used
you.
to be.
Big all-in commit from Holiday, but it actually just baits Diablo and runs for it. Power Slash does connect, so Saya's going to be running for the hills, but once again, baits Diablo and pulls back off the play. Melee Creeps still looking for more into this. There is a Lash with a movement buff and an ulti here. So with a big Death Slam, there's definitely a fight to be had. Ido considering the possibility, but not trying to overforce it too early. Matt, though, goes down so low and is now a target. Has to just run this unconventional path. Doesn't seem to be the way out of here. And with Vinyl rolling up to assist and a doorman will catch, they could go for more here, Mitch. It's a little bit suspect, but they have 2 regions to work with.
But again, there's multiple lanes of pressure that's coming down at this very moment. Hotel Stay exposes Tanner to the call bell damage in the follow-up, and John on the right-hand side gets that important pick-off on the Mirage. That global presence shut down. Looks like Arctic didn't have it available anyway. Over the top, Death Slam might be well worth it here for the Lady Geist. Got to make sure to get in before that soul exchange. Here's a rejuve credit being burnt, though. Floss, once again, nice and healthy. Ido definitely on the wrong end of her ultimate, but there's other players to pressure this down, and Geist is going to struggle to extricate herself. Floss is down. There's yet another rejuve credit gone, though. Vinyl will fall, and now Walker is still defended, but Berber Clock are low on numbers. They've been bleeding off players to respawn timers, whereas Melee Creeps have been getting them back straight away.
still, honestly, not too bad for Bird Clock. Like, they get all the reads out. They still hold this mid walker. I don't think the push is going to come in. So Melee Creeps are going to have to settle for a nice jungle clear. When Floss comes back on the map, Bird Clock will be able to flex their strength, but it has felt like, pretty tenuous for Billy and Yamato. We talked about their ability to maybe get these big team fights where their ultimates are just too impactful, but it's really Saya, I think, who's been the difference maker. He's been able to get in, force that Yama time and time again, and crucially escape with his life.
And how many times have we actually seen a full 6-on-6 fight in this map so far? Frankly, I don't think we have. I mean, look at the positioning of Melee Creeps here. They do not want to give Berber Clock that kind of conditions in order to fight. So again, looking for picks. It's so dangerous now. This Calico positioning from Stride is pretty audacious considering Melee Creeps' ability to isolate these individuals. Now, never mind. They're in the tunnels. It's all Gucci. But still, like, you want to be careful getting caught out there. This is obviously a very reasonable box run. And back to the rest of the team. We'll see Calico eventually run. We got a minute until learn. That'll be the next objective. And again, there are some macro concerns for Berber Clock. Here's Lasso catching on towards Matt. Again, it's going to be staved off, though. However, no Shadow Transformation force this time around.
I almost can't believe that missed. Looked on target to me, but Matt, maybe it's a little too cheeky with those staminas. Able to pull back, and still the Midwalker holds. Gibbs also giving them some serious problems, but just his ability to control this high ground here means, every time these jungle camps spawn, they're just gobbled up by Melee Creeps who keep control of the crucial areas of the map. Feels like they don't need to go for the commit on this Midwalker. They're controlling all the relevant objectives around it.
Yep, and they're slowly, incrementally gaining that soul lead, right? Because something that's really going to come to call when they get to cash in what they're carrying at the moment. Berber Clock don't have any freedom, and like, you're looking at the game state here. You might be forgiven for thinking Melee Creeps have got rejuve buffs right now, because that's how Berber Clock are playing. They are being very cagey. They don't want to overexpose themselves here, but they don't have the ability to farm their own creeps. Obviously, with like the way that like comeback souls work, Melee Creeps are denying Berber Clock that opportunity to sort of get that value. This is a 16k soul lead, which on paper might not seem like much, but when you look at Do and John specifically fed as they are, that is a terrifying prospect.
I see the enemy.
Mirage is pushing out a Sidewalker while this Earn contest comes in. It's a big heal onto Billy, but decides to go in deep on this. Lash ulti over the top of this. Actually looks like a much better fight so far for Bird with Clock. Will it be enough with Mirage teleporting in? John Fishcake both incredibly low. Bird with Clock maybe pulling off the comeback here, Mitch.
Yeah, John being low is a dangerous factor. Dude, though, is still in this fight, and he absolutely wants to ramp up. Gibbs has been taken down already. Benile is keeping a respectful distance here away from the Yamato, and Matt is low enough in health after that stay at the Baroness that you need to be careful about taking these engagements. Nice flying strike connection, though, and Benile needs to, have his wits about him. But elsewhere, Dude gets a second kill in this fight. He's just able to stay alive long enough, and Ido is just cycling between that high and low ground so comfortably over the course of the fight, getting off those big ground strikes, and now Arctic is in trouble. Holding onto the Urn here, not where you want to be. Dispel Magic has to be burnt in order to try and get away. A Slice and Dice closes the gap. Dude can't finish it, but the Urn had to be dropped.
Nice little find from Dude to grab that Urn on the exit. John's going to keep things pressured in the mid, and this mid walker, long time the bastion for Bird with Clock, brought these in.
What?
Matt?
Chuck Pelvis with the $1,000 tip?
What the
Holy
heck?
Bro. That is $1,000 added to the prize pool for shift number 44. Thank you, Chuck Pelvis, for your support of our aspiring pro players here in Deadlock and of the show. Thank you.
Insane support. Okay, I don't think I ever expected to see a donation like that bubble on the feed. Well, good news for the players. Now a lot more to play for, especially for Melee Creeps considering this lead. But Bird with Clock have shown fight back now with mid boss being forced. Potentially a bait in Saya parry. That'll be great for Bird with Clock to be able to disengage from this initial trade. But I mean, you just feel the aggression from Melee Creeps. They're oozing confidence in these fights.
I think whatever Melee Creeps can do to get the drop on this mid walker, I think they're going to be happy enough to take here. Billy Chain Gang does yank Saya forward, but there it is, the killing blow. Big connection there for Do, who hasn't exactly been waiting in the shadows for his chance to pounce. He's been highly relevant in every single fight. The lasso eventually connects onto Floss, and as good as Geist is at turning the fight. Not so great in the 1v3. Floss doesn't even bother with a soul exchange, and now you best believe mid-boss is on.
Also, we had a message from Chuck Pelvis saying, quote, the patron of Deadlock for that $1,000.
That is crazy. You are the patron of Deadlock. Are you Archmother, though? That's my question. Which patron are we talking? Here's a return of Shadows,
1v3ing them to keep them out of the mid pit. And he's unkillable, by the way. He still has... I think they're going to be able to help him if they get him this region. I don't think they can stick around.
He's healing. His health bar is going up.
He's gaining it. I think that E shift really takes things to the next level on Shiv. Now, Ido hunting, chasing for kills. Maybe he's done a little too much, but as long as he keeps his life, keeps his head on straight, this is going to be a comfortable one. And Melee Creeps with triple rejuve with the soul advantage with the whole map to clear here. Be a momentary back off to clear some farm and reset, but I expect a base siege to be coming sooner rather than later with these rejuves.
Yeah. Not a massive soul lead, but the way the Melee Creeps are fighting, Burbaclock have never had a chance to really get to fight 6-on-6, to make use of their, just inherent resilience, and obviously like their sort of mastery when it comes to like sustained damage output. Speaking of which, Spirit Resilience in the inventory for Floss alongside a counter spell there. Burbaclock are certainly feeling the pinch. They're losing their side Sinners. They're losing their side Camps. This is Melee Creeps denying any chance at an easy comeback into this game.
Yeah, and getting this opportunity now with that team fight win with the Souls to be able to go grab the map, clear out a lot of these Sinners that just came back up. Some big buys. This upgraded AoE is massive for Doorman. I mean, the call bells become almost a zoning tool in the team fight. Also, escalating picked up for Do. I mean, this is one of the lowest green investment shifts I've seen, and you see why. He recognizes, I think, with this E shift that they almost can't deal with him, and his damage is going to be ridiculous.
The other side here is like actually confidently harassing the Billy. Should tell you everything you need to know about this state of the game. Cursed Relic also picked up here, which is obviously going to be pretty important component of the stuff him into the body bag strategy. And yes, we get this left side pressure really starting to mount. Checking in with John up to 37k. Certainly, looking pretty imperious. And Floss, like as fed as they are, like Lady Geist is just not getting these ideal conditions. She's not getting a fight where she's not the object of scrutiny. She doesn't get to sit in the back line, plug away with this kind of damage. It has been the fight constantly taken to Burbaclock, which, hey, I said at the start of the game, that's kind of what they would want in theory, but around objectives, when they can deathball, when they can actually make use of, some of the inherent synergies and, like I said, their resilience to this disruption. We've just seen none of it.
And just taxing away these base guardians one by one, starting to edge things forward on the push. Burbaclock are trying to run down the clock in this rejuve, but there's still a little bit more than a minute, and Melee Creeps look to be forcing the issue here. Nice little high ground take from John. Gonna present some problems as the first shrine looks to be going down very quickly into this one. Matt really has one powerful go in this fight. Is he gonna deploy it now? Maybe a little bit of a deep dive from Silver, but hold on, Do is here to assist, and you have shift problems in this game.
I don't think you're getting out of this one, even with each shift. Remember, you pop out of each shift with that extra spirit resist and spirit power if you even sort of need that. So it goes from bad to worse, basically, when you fail to blow that shiv up quickly, which is fundamentally hard to do because of his kit anyway. Oh my goodness, the chase is on. His slice and dices is dirty. Killing blow there does connect, and there's certainly more where that came from. We are knocking on the doors of the spawn. 29-minute game. Felt quicker to me, frankly, because of how quickly we got out of the laning phase and into just straight up brawl. But there go more shrines. Both of them are down, and Burbaclock are bleeding out.
Yeah, Melee Creeps are low across the board. They are still going to get this nice little late kill on Arctic. 5-man Billy chain, though. Only one rejuve still remains. Tanner gets one and may actually be able to escape with his life, but the first patron won't be so lucky, and Do wants to just end the game here. If he can find a couple stagger kills here, it could be enough. By the same token, going down would be costly, so they're just going to make a quick retreat to this doorman door and head all the way out. Nice, comfortable finish here for Melee Creeps. And honestly, with this back out in the reset, I think this game may just be done. Burbaclock are going to have to go for full desperation, recontest on this urn with no wave pressure and no advantages at all, really, to speak of.
I'm going to be honest with you, the win condition feels narrow. It's get Melee Creeps all together, which is impossible considering Lash's mobility and the fact that they've got a doorman, and then just try and stun lock them, find a way to get a big chain gang, get in there with the Dust Devils, and just try and make use of like some of this wombo capacity they've got, especially with nap time in there. But Melee Creeps just not giving that the kind of fight. We've got Scourge that we've seen on the Silver. Obviously, the Alk Fire here from Sae, just tossing them in as he likes, and is very, very slippery as Holiday to catch in general. 2 buffs and a pretty elementary urn turn in means that Melee Creeps basically get their lead to an unassailable point.
Melee Creeps going to wait on the urn here, considering whether they want to do it, but the comeback urn is one of the only ways that there could still be a fight here. You see this, the urn tick damage hurts here. Even Sae can't quite hold it. They're just going to go for the fight instead. Moving all the way past the urn. Sae is a little bit outside of this, but it looks like Ultimate's already being pumped here by Burbaclock.
And pretty early too.
now.
Yeah, they're kind of getting forced out. Okay.
Oh, but he's put in the hotel and now can't really have any influence on the outcome of this fight. John has already found a kill into this one.
Yeah, okay, here the Dust Devil. So the other component of this Wombo is in play, but here's John. Iradomini is taking some serious names here. Matt's going to melt here, even under Shadow Transformation conditions. It's going to be tough, but he barely hits that in time. It is absolutely deterministically over, folks. Sire and Nile happy to sacrifice themselves for their respective patrons as the real heavy hitters are still standing for melee creeps, and then we'll end this game just north of 30 minutes. GG, melee creeps back in the money match.
What a match from Do. I mean, to come into a brutal lane for the first few minutes and just hold the line no matter what, not giving up kills, just staying alive, doing what he can really, which isn't much, to then come back with the double kill. And I feel like he never let go of the game from that moment on, right? Do just continued to snowball, continue to force those kind of fights and stay on. I think he was still on a kill streak from that initial double kill at the start of the game. So Shiv, he's back like he never left.
Brutal. Dan, I don't know what to tell you, man. These melee creeps are looking great. And Vinyl seems like a great plug and play so far. The Doorman tends to kind of throw the game upside down. It just has this outsized impact over the result and can really do some disgusting stuff, but he looks switched on. I'm kind of excited to see more of his hero pool, but for now, melee creeps have decidedly earned their chance to retake their throne.
Yes, another melee creeps final. Who would have thought? As we see the highlights here, it seemed like it was never in doubt, and that quick like double kill from Du there, that really felt like, you know, the moments where, you know, really you start as you mean to go on, and that really was true for Du. It seemed like he was a massive problem in this game on the Shiv, which is refreshing because in EU they didn't really treat us to any Shiv.
This kill too really hurt. I mean, that was a moment where Birthlock are trying to, you know, force the map advantage, really leverage this Mirage for some serious value, and then they just turn around and it's John, of course, who gets the kill, which really is the worst case scenario.
And I didn't hate the way the Birthlock traded for that mid boss, right? They got an earn turn in, and they'd already been sort of sculpting a push on the left-hand side that allowed Bloss, I think, to push that Walker down. So that was all very reasonable. They're staying within like a relatively respectful, like soul distance. But like that's like, you know, as a team. But when you see like Ju is just that far ahead, then like Jake pointed out, like he's unkillable. Ethereal Shift as well, just giving that extra time, that extra time to sort of heal and, you know, like have that deferred damage cleared, and, you know, the extra resistances that you get with that. He had escalating, he had superior cooldown as well. So the guy is basically just darting around the battlefield constantly. That double that he got fed in lane really started a chain of events that couldn't be dealt with, and this was nice for Vinyl. Obviously shuts down a chain gang that wasn't great, and that was the problem. Clock could never get melee creeps grouped up. That would have been a chain gang for a Doorman. So even though, you know, it was interrupted ultimately, it's unlikely Tanner's going to be able to generate a lot of momentum in the fight off that. Everything is just happening disparately, and guys, melee creeps are so good at this. They keep you guessing. They keep you chasing your own tail, chasing after them in terms of like how they get value out of these soul exchanges, objective exchanges. And yeah, you don't get that idealized 6v6 fight around an urn, for example. They'll always make you hurt somewhere else on the map, spread you out.
Yeah, Jake, it really seemed like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were some tempo problems. You know, that's something that we do think about when we're seeing like a Geist, you know, versus a Venator, for example. Like Venator can kind of get into the action a lot quicker and just be very active. And Geist really does need a lot of farm to get going. But I feel like, you know, melee creeps are a team. If you give them space to work with, because you're playing a bit more passively, they're going to take that extra space and really generate that advantage. That's kind of like from a macro level, that's kind of how it seemed to play out. Do you feel like the draft hurt Bird with Clock here?
Yeah, I think in hindsight, you know, I maybe would have loved to see Bird with Clock grab something that lets you be a little bit more punishing on some of those goes where Sai is getting in, forcing something, getting out. It's like those are the moments you have to be able to find a kill. So some initiator could have felt, you know, useful in that spot. Bird with Clock, they go for the kind of all in, like we will deathball, we will be the best brawling team ever. And you're right, they get picked to pieces. The mobility game is just a little bit too clean from melee creeps. They don't give those, you know, cut and dried team fights that you want when you build this draft. So it's just the nature of playing a team as good as melee creeps, right? A lot of other teams would have slipped up and allowed just that like one moment where, okay, the ultimates start to line up. We can go for the mid boss. We can go for the urn. It just felt like we never saw that. From Bird with Clock. After the first couple minutes of the game, this was just a map completely in control of the melee creep.
There you go. The stats do 15-1. Did we need to even talk about anything else? Like,
that is
there anything else that's cool in the stats page, or is that really it?
I mean, no, that to me is certainly what stands out, right? Outside that, not that surprising. We saw like how nasty John was looking towards the end of the game with that Iradomini. You know, I am kind of blown away. And again, like he's able to pick up that silencer and have like great impact against this Archmother team comp, right? They don't really have not in the way that we recognize it, like a standard M1 carry. And Arctic obviously is building like that Echo Shard escalating style and not the sort of Ricochet inhibitor style. So, you know, I think that you definitely have to give up some equity in order to sort of build that way, even though we recognize it's super disruptive and very powerful and it plays into this death ball strat. But, you know, and then maybe another initiator, like Jake said, instead of like someone with that, you know, inherent CC and global presence might have been the way to go. Because there were picks. There were times that we saw John and Sire die together while they were looking aggressively trying to find these opportunities. But those punishes from, you know, the Sapphire side are so few and far between. And it's only when they've just happened to have really good positioning fortuitously. They don't have a way to like, you know, routinely punish, I think, those kind of overextensions. And I mean, Melee Creeps recognized that off the rip. They played into it.
Yeah, one thing I'll say that does strike me is that obviously Tanner got off to a horrible start, and Billy is really, really strong. I think Billy, it's not unusual to see Billy get top damage on his team, and but Tanner got so far behind. I can't help but feel like, you know, whatever went wrong for Tanner there was a big part of the story as to what really set back the ability for Deadlock to have maybe more stopping power to slow that some momentum down that Melee Creeps had.
I think, you know, for both Billy and Yamato, they both honestly suffer from the same ailment, which isn't always a weakness, but it's that when they find themselves behind, then they really can't throw their weight around. They're heroes that rely on you try to run away from them and you fail because they have these amazing tools to chase you down. But when you're the team trying to run away on Billy and Yam, you really regret being on those heroes because they really just aren't going to contribute as much. Vice versa for Do. I think if we don't see that double kill happen, if we see Billy come off of the early game start a little bit stronger and Shiv maybe being beaten down from a tough laning phase, I think we could have seen a very different game. So a lot of props to the Melee Creeps for the recovery in the laning phase and then being able to ensure that Tanner and Matt never really found that decisive comeback.
Well, we're going to reveal our MVP now, and it's probably no surprise who the MVP is. And to be honest, when we were looking at the highlights package, I thought we were already in the MVP segment because it was just this guy, like back-to-back killing blows that we got to see from Do as he was, you know, showing the masterful shotgun movements with Shiv across the map, and I mean, I will probably see it here as well, like that double kill. I think again that was like it was a pretty sexy way to start the game.
I mean, bro, how early was his Torment Pulse? He also picks up like a Mystic Reef at the end of the game. So,
this
you know,
value.
just obviously just abuse the slice of dice to be even more punishing. So he kind of much like Arctic wants to like dash back and forth in these fights, right? But he just got so far ahead, and we're just reminded of how really deadly Shiv is. We talked about like there not being like a premium tank in the draft for Melee Creeps until they took the Shiv here, and dude wasn't just soaking damage, bro. He was dishing it.
Love the like fake majestic leap with the jump pad and killing blow.
Yeah, right. With the holiday pads, it really takes Shiv to the next level where he's able to, you know, all he needs is that like something to start the movement chain, and then he's on and onward and upward out of any kind of danger. And I mean, Shiv's just one of these characters. I think it's one of the scariest heroes in the game when you're far ahead with the farm because it's the mobility, it's the damage. You don't lack anything as a hero when you hit that kind of a farm potential. In theory, the weakness is that you aren't a fast farmer, so you should sort of have a hard time getting to that level of explosiveness. But you know, you give a player like Do just enough of a head start, just a couple of those kills in the lane, and it just changes everything.
But we're going to take a look at the bracket now because you know, that was our tasty appetizer. As a lovely morsel there that we got treated to by Do, and perhaps we'll get a lot more of it. It's going to be FPS Lounge coming up against Melee Creeps here after the break for our money match here for North America. This is the Shift 44. We'll see you very shortly.
Venator is busy. Let's take out Tony. Let's take out the Venator. Let's take out Tony. I see Red.
I see the enemy.
I see Billy.
The back scissors up. You're under attack. The rejuvenator. I see Mirage.
Got eyes on Mirage. Let's take out Flash. Pick someone up. I see the doorman. I see shit. Let's take out the Venator.
I see Billy.
Let's push Broadway.
I see Calico. I see. Let's take out Yamato. I see Billy. I see Guy.
Lady Geist is here. I see Mirage.
I see Calico. My resolve is endless. I see Billy. I see Yamato. I see Guy. Good game.
Got eyes on Mirage.
I see Yamato.
Got eyes on Mirage. Got eyes on Mirage.
I see Mirage.
Let's take out the doorman.
Hello, welcome back. It's time for the meat and the potatoes of the evening. For North American Deadlock, we will bring to you Melee Crease versus Are they floor men? What are they? They're some kind of cybernetic organism now. They've
FPS Lounge.
they've merged. They're man and machine.
Rebuilt.
Exactly, and it's pretty glorious because much like with Buff Enjoyers, there was an initial rocky start when they kind of brought themselves together. I mean, it's Loki W at that point, bringing Zergy on, but then give them a couple weeks and suddenly you get to really see the potential. This roster could be the new dominant roster of North America, and I can't wait to see Melee Creeps test themselves. What are you guys thinking? You got to see a little bit of a slice of Melee Creeps here today. Obviously, we've got a new player in the mix. How do you feel about their chances up against FPS Lounge?
I mean, I don't think we can fault Vanile's performance there on the Doorman. Obviously a very technical hero, seems to have, moved his way into the roster pretty comfortably. And hey, we know what roster refreshes can do with teams. Look at FPS Lounge. They're the ones sat right now on the throne. So I think they played a great game. I also think that there were the draft gave them so many opportunities to create chances to get ahead in that mid game and kind of do what they do best. And I think someone like FPS Lounge really contested a lot of those go-to picks when they played last week. And I felt like, I don't know about you, Jake, but Melee Creeps really lent on the Grey Talon, which didn't get going in every game necessarily. John being put on Lash as well was a different look for them that I wouldn't say it was a downgrade necessarily at all, but it definitely maybe shifted the focus of their win cons.
Yeah, I will say, I think FPS Lounge is a team that is really going to contest a lot of those individualistic playmakers. I think of them as a team with a lot of very strong individual players. And I think what we saw last game, where so much mobility was in the hands of Melee Creeps, you might get a lot. I mean, this is Deadlock after all, but I think a lot of those key heroes are going to be fought over here in this series, where stuff like the Doorman, the Holiday, their ability to shape the fight to their will and kind of be in and out. I think those kinds of heroes are going to be likely more contested. FPS Lounge, they also like to push the mobility, and so I think we are going to see a closer series here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I always love, of course, a best of 3 in Deadlock. It's where we get to see a draft evolve. One team cause some problems, but their team start to answer those problems with the following draft. And of course, if you are FPS Lounge, right, and you watched that previous money match, the challenger match, what are we thinking based on what Melee Creeps did? Are there clear targets in the draft that exist here for FPS Lounge?
Oh, I mean, I will start. I really think that they, want to be prioritizing, like contesting that Holiday. Maybe they obviously were able to make use of it in that last game. I also think sneakily, Rem is pretty nuts. I think in the right hands, Rem takes over the game, and that's been a pick for FPS Lounge they've gravitated towards when they could get it, such that it has drawn bans. So those are the two heroes I'm going to be looking out for in this draft.
Well, here they are. Here are FPS Lounge. Jake, obviously this team, as you mentioned, this is a couple rosters emerged, and we have like just a star-studded lineup. And I think for me, if I was to pick one of my favorite parts of this lineup, it might be Low Main. Low Main to me is really a super interesting player, way more like versatile than I initially at first realized. And I think it's one of the most skilled players in North America at the moment. But what does this roster say to you?
I mean, it's just raw strength, right? Like, this is a team that wants to really push you in the early game in particular, but then they can go late too. I think the calling from players like Average and DMB is going to be a huge asset to this team deep into the late game. But I just think, players like Leffa and Low Main, they're always going to be looking for the chance to just skill gap you, right? And like to not even get to the point of needing the strategy, of needing the proper team fight, of needing to play the objective. They're just going to find those kills on you, try to tempo the game out. I think when it comes to the draft here, I think a lot of the aggression is going to be against the comfort picks for Melee Creeps. I think FPS Lounge want to attack those. They want a little bit more of an unstable, chaotic game. And to do so, I mean, I think your targets are relatively clear. Like you said, I think the Holiday is one. I think the Doorman likely going to be contested, especially for the newest player on the team. It's played one character. It's a top meta choice. Wouldn't be shocked to see FPS Lounge just force Vanille to show something else here in this next game.
What about you, Mitch? Well, look, we're going to the next roster, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, we can chat about it. Obviously, I really want to echo Jake on sort of pointing out Low Main as someone who's just going to be really dominant. I also think like Average on the Calico at times has also looked excellent. I think someone who's really zeroed back in on that hero and been able to get some great value out of them here. So this team is terrifying. They looked incredible. Obviously, they had to reverse sweep in order to win things out there, but they were so composed over the course of that game. And also, they also just kept stealing Venator. they just would not let John play that particular hero. So, you know, I did mention about picks to look out for. That's going to be one of them here. Here is, of course, your melee creeps. We just saw them in that previous game. Just kind of looked so dominant. Seeing Ida want a movement-based hero is always a treat. It always feels like, as insane as he is on Grey Talon, there's just something not quite the same about these guys. They got a pocket in their third map of that series, that money match series, and whenever take the game away. But these guys are dangerous if they get to play to their comforts. That previous draft, they got everything they could have asked for. I think you can't guarantee that in this best of 3.
Yeah. I think Do is always going to be, you know, since he's joined this team, he's been kind of the player to watch for me because he gives that explosive spirit carry power where it feels like Ido has actually found a better slot on this team, looking for a little bit more of the playmaking, a little bit more of the setup of the team fighting. And Do's been the one to take those high farm spirit roles where he can just have an explosive match and blow the game up completely and really be the yin to John's yang of just that raw, straightforward gun damage. There's a clear road to victory in every series for the melee creeps, and I think a lot of it starts with those two.
It's only going to be a super interesting match, but we can't look at a match in isolation without looking at the history. As we can see, I mean, we're almost running out of space here. We're going to have to turn the page once we get to the 51st show. But for show 44, of course, the history it still needs to be written. But we've seen in that previous night shift, like we mentioned, FPS Lounge came out on top, and it was only 3 quick weeks where melee creeps have sort of returned as a more dominant team, and we could see that Floormen were having a period of dominance, just 3 consecutive weeks for them. So otherwise it's been kind of back and forth, and the question remains now, are FPS Lounge as the new winners? Are they able to cement themselves as consecutive back-to-back winners and maybe have a chance at a Buff Enjoyers or Abrahams-esque era, or maybe if you want to go far back enough, a Hydra Nation-esque era at night shift?
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing 16 wins in a row. 4 months is a pretty extreme amount of time here. I also think that right now it's like kind of a good time if you want to solidify your place at the top, because we've had a relatively unchanged game for a couple of weeks, which is a rarity for those who've been plugged in Deadlock. So I do think that gives you time to refine things that are working. I also at the same time think that melee creeps don't have to navigate that volatility in circling back around after last week and really identifying areas in which they went wrong. I am expecting a close one. I want to see 3 maps here, but I think melee creeps are going to bring something a little bit special to this game. I think they're going to be back with a vengeance, infused obviously with that fresh edition of Vinyl.
Yes. Okay, well, Jake, what do you think are going to be the bans here? Because if you're FPS Lounge, maybe again, you've looked at that previous match, maybe there's something you want to target, or maybe you just want to get rid of tricky things like, Doorman or a Billy or a Holiday.
It may just be another GT opening ban from melee creeps if they want to continue the same strat we saw in the last series. And I think FPS Lounge is a team that can use this hero to great effect. That can play those aggressive snowballing styles. And now you've kind of cleared the way for a pocket pick. So see if FPS Lounge want to ban that or go a different route here in this draft. I mean, Do showed that even off the pocket, it's not really going to slow him down too much as a hero.
What was I thinking?
Yeah. Pocket taken away here, maybe no shock. This obviously, gives you kind of your pick of Venator or Holiday to sort of really prioritize here at the start of this draft. Those are obviously the hot topics, or you just get that Doorman locked in as early as you possibly can. So those are the 3 that I'm looking for in this first round to be fought for. And there it is. Doorman yet again just seems like really warps the game around him.
And for Vinyl now, this is a great introduction as a player on the team. You're like, okay, play your super comfort hero. It's a top meta choice. You've definitely come prepared to play the Doorman. And he's going to be, I think, quite happy that he's going to be able to grab that here in this first match. FPS Lounge, of course, do punish. They respond immediately by taking away Size Holiday, making it their own. The next choice, though, I think things do get interesting. I think the Venator is a good look. I think you could consider Billy. I think there's a lot of potential options for FPS Lounge. It's going to be a key choice.
What are we standing around for?
Yeah, Billy just too good to go away from. It also means that melee creeps, if they want to play Abrams, they kind of might have to take him in this rotation. We're seeing, we saw in the previous game, right, Abrams banned in the second round, sort of taken away from them, whereas melee creeps opted to try and remove Viscous from play. That felt more targeted in that sort of scenario. So yeah, look, we've obviously called the top 4 here. They have been the top 4 for a while for a reason, but it leaves melee creeps wondering like how they're going to put together their front line. If it's like a shiv pick they're hoping for again, it can happen a little bit later on in the piece. If for FPS Lounge, they're saying, okay, like where's our real scaling threat going to come from? At what point do we pick him up? Melee Creeps get themselves the Mirage here.
They're going to be the ones playing for late game here. I mean, that's already a very problematic twosome between Mirage and Venator. It's hard to imagine really feeling comfortable going deep into the late game. I think this almost boxes FPS Lounge into needing to be super aggressive and push a tempo style, which the Calico pick absolutely suits. However, I think they're going to need to end the game relatively quickly into these three. I mean, that's a very, very threatening late game bench for Melee Creeps. Feels like you can't really let them all come online.
And Sire attempted see, this is, I think this is really heads up. Sire certainly reached for the paradox in the series last week when Holiday wasn't really an option, wasn't able to turn the game with it. But this puts Melee Creeps now, they've got to decide, do we can we find pick potential here? Are we going to take like a 4th round like silver pickup, get the Geist out of the way so you don't have sort of to contend with that. And so still, like FPS Lounge are being forced to give something up here, right? We know that Geist, when she sort of gets ahead, can really start to do some work with that ricochet. But now Melee Creeps are like, do we have initiators in the mid game to give us something to smooth over what could be a power trough for us? Or are we going to start thinking about getting our front line sorted out?
Viscus is a nice pickup, Jake. I feel like that's a good save. You know, you're talking about the danger of Venator and Mirage, and I feel like Viscus is always, and also Doorman. Viscus is like such a good, there's almost no ability that beats Cube for its utility.
So you need a monster hunter, huh?
Yeah, it's the best defensive tool in the game, I would say. And FPS Lounge are continuing on a string of early aggression. I wonder if they might consider something like the Infernus here. I mean, that's been a bit of a comfort pick for Leffa. I think he's been one of the best to do it here in North America on the hero. And we're running a little bit low on M1 picks. I guess Warden is another option you could consider. But with Abrams picked up, I do believe FPS Lounge are going to need some kind of tank busting.
Yeah, like, what is it, like Infernus Lash mode around this out for FPS Lounge? Melee Creeps do get like a pretty nice front line here. I don't think there's any two ways about it. So what they do sort of give up in Billy and Holiday, they managed to pick up. And yeah, great call out. Here's Infernus. It does give you another option, M1 carry, which is, I think, a roster that's a little bit limited right now, especially with Lady Geist being banned out. So this does sort of, remember, like Rem is still floating around here if you're looking for like a supportive look. And yeah, Warden's going to come into the piece. Obviously gives you some pretty nice durability. Warden is that sort of slow burn, tanky person that really makes great use of like Mercurial, Magnum, and those other gun items later into the game.
I feel like we've seen Warden grow a lot as a hero in terms of the last couple weeks, being able to build this sort of little bit more hybrid, a little bit more investment into the ulti than we'd seen from the pure gun in the past. But now he feels like you have options, flexibility, depending how you want to build it out. Rem, though, picked up, I think, is a fantastic finisher for Melee Creeps. They needed a little bit of anti-spirit damage and some hard saves. However, they're lacking the initiator. It's kind of like the same problem we saw from them last game. The Doorman can sometimes do that, but it's not nearly as reliable as the Paradox, the Holiday, the Bebop. So for Melee Creeps, I think the key question for them is, can Abrams, can Doorman be the ones to really get these fights cooking, or will FPS Lounge be able to kind of like dance around them with the incredible mobility in the squad?
I really like FPS Launch's comp. I think both teams have just got out with a great draft, but for me, I'm really feeling FPS Lounge. I mean, it's partly because I love the Holiday and the Billy. I think these are two amazing picks, and just also the utility of Viscus. I think, especially right now, Viscus is still very strong. So I'm kind of feeling FPS Lounge for this opener. What about you, Mitch? What's your gut feel?
So obviously not having like a hard initiator for Melee Creeps can be tough. I'm kind of surprised it didn't reach for the Lash in this sense, but it feels like a bit of more of a balanced team comp than what we saw from them in the Challenger game. Less of this like mid-game abusing Veil Walker pressure. And you do have the ability to like get good fights started off. You've got Abrams ulti. Mirage has that global presence that'll probably match the split pushing sort of presence of Leffa, we'll assume, on Infernus here. So feels balanced. They don't get everything they want, but this is something I talked about coming to this game. Melee Creeps are not going to get their pick of the litter in terms of a comp that really suits their style. And we're going to need to see Sire here get really comfortable on whichever pick it is. Maybe it's a Rem or something similar, and be able to carry this through. They still got the Doorman. I still think he's unbelievably powerful when it comes to controlling these objectives and also popping up and pressuring, walkers and the like. So I think FPS Lounge have an overtly very strong comp with like great crowd control, but Melee Creeps are a scaling threat.
Jake, I'm curious what you think about like the must-have items here, because Dispel Magic does seem like kind of a must-have against FPS Lounge with the Warden and the Infernus, but are there any other like clear like must pickups?
I think this is also a monster counterspell game, with Infernus ult being, one of the easiest ults to counterspell, but also one of the most significant, right? Between getting hard stunned and take massive damage, lifesteal for the Infernus versus just nothing at all, right? So I think expect to see those key defenses being picked up, but also that presents choices, because with melee creeps, Mirage, Venator, these heroes tend not to want to build too many of those green defensive items. So that's going to be the challenge for them, being able to get away with enough. But I think you're right to call out Dispel Magic. I mean, it feels like this draft is not something you want to be matching up against without that key tool, especially for those two core.
Yeah, counterspelling Binding Word also pretty good in order to sort of stave that off. I do wonder, like, if we're going to see like people itemizing into like limiting spirit damage output, right? We've actually seen Silencer picked up by our M1 carries here, and is it going to be like an Echo Shard Mirage build? My guess is probably yes, but there's always the option to veer away into one of those more ricochet oriented builds, the more old school ones that we kind of felt were falling off there a little bit. So I know for sure we're not going to see like a Torment Pulse at 18 minutes this time around from doing this game, unless he really ranches his lane.
Well, speaking of the lanes, like, what do you guys think in terms of the early game? Because I could see the both teams having strong lanes. There's a lot of like cool combos here. Are there any like lanes that jump out at the page, or does it look kind of even for you guys?
It's like a Warden Holiday mid versus Venator Doorman, I want to say. I feel like the Billy lane is going to be a real pain in the neck to deal with. But obviously Rem is such an oppressive laner as well. So wherever they're paired up will also be dangerous.
Rem Shiv is a classic. That's kind of nasty, but looks like we're going to go into the match. So we're going to have it all revealed to us. So FPS Lounge against Melee Creeps here. This is the first map in this best of 3 for the money match of NA. All right, take it away, Mitch.
Thank you very much. Jake, we didn't get a chance to hear from you as well, but like, what's your kind of take on how these lanes are going to shape up? Who are you sort of favoring? Because getting into that mid game, I think, with a bit of a buffer might be pretty high on Melee Creeps' to-do list.
Yeah, I guess I give a little bit of an edge to FPS Lounge. I think they've got just a little edge more of the playmaking potential, but I think we're right to talk about this Rem lane as a potential game changer, because that's a place where you might bring a lot of spam, you bring a lot of damage, but if the Rem is just mitigating it, healing up through all of it, and it is the Infernus Viscous lane, which for my money is one of the best in the game right now in terms of aggressive pressure. I think Rem Abrams has insane healing, but if you get burned up by Infernus, I don't think there's any amount of sustain in the game that's really going to make this lane feel good.
It's going to be a real nuisance dealing with that constant burn pressure, even if like your wave pushes inherently fairly well because of your troopers. But we can see how this is shaken out already. Leffer wasting no time in harassing. I mean, this is one of kind of the first heroes I saw Leffer pick up, and he can often be found on the other side of the map farming up an absolute storm here. Well, we have a lot of pauses in NA. It's kind of been a thing today. Couldn't tell you why it is, but we'll wait on that. It doesn't look like anyone is DC'd from the game. We do have the kind of expected mid lane matchup, right? I think that one was kind of, pretty much on paper. And then with this Calico Billy lane on the right-hand side, how do you sort of read that?
I mean, Infernus is about to just face plant. He is just absolutely dolphin diving here. This is peak pausing. He's actually he's about to take off, turn into the Human Torch. I had no thought in my head other than that.
I mean, the monster rounds pick up though for the Infernus kind of tells you everything you need to know about like you wanting to shove into this Rem lane and maybe feeling like you might be under some wave pressure early on. But bro, I mean, yeah, Viscous Infernus is a real pain in the neck to lane against.
Headshot Booster is an interesting buy for Lomain. I mean, that's a very aggressive choice. I actually think Viscous is not a bad builder of it in the lane because you just spam out those left clicks pretty consistent to land some headshots, especially on someone like Abrams. But I mean, so far, Abrams with some healing and some aggressive wave clear, this is a really tough lane to really break down.
We're just chilling in the splatter. Zero cares in the world. That Harassi coming down from low main. The headshot booster probably doing a fair bit of heavy lifting. Obviously, Resto shot, no surprise here to see Ferrado, considering that this is a very harass-heavy lane. Low main and left are already shoving straight on in. Min is also going interestingly in there as well, as Sire and DMB are both taking their fair share of licks. Okay, good cube timing there from low main. Super heads up, but he still finds himself up amongst these creeps, maybe stolen away, sure, but there's always some form of reprisal. Ido gets in there, has to respect his health total now, and the burn down is a problem. We can even see his extremities charred, peeking out from either side of that sign.
Still, damage is done. I mean, Abrams is kind of too low to contest this. Able to put a little bit of Guardian pressure down, and of course, this has been buffed, right? These Guardians with a little bit lower resistance now in the early game. And Abrams just doesn't want to give his life away for it. Understandably, has to just play for the heal creep to sustain in this lane, but pretty effective pressure here coming out from low main and Lefa, showing the strength here. And for Infernus to get a nice hot start on the match is always a good feeling, of course, playing toward those. Curious to see actually what his build is this game, if he ends up going more for the Flame Dash or more for the Max Napalm. I mean, the individual burst of Napalm is pretty much the best damage amp skill in the entire game. So for breaking down these takes, I wouldn't be surprised rather to see him max that early.
Also, we got Sire back on the doorman, which is definitely a pick we saw from him a little bit over the last few weeks. Don't think it's a stretch to say he's one of the most cerebral players in terms of, the macro style in NA right now, and a big part of melee creep's success. This sees Vinyl go over towards the Rem, who, despite of that pressure and even the extra regen getting picked up there by Ido, can offer some additional sustain to that Abrams here. And obviously we've got a little bit of a drift over here as early camp's being taken. We are 3 minutes and 36 seconds into the game, and we haven't checked in with Do. Obviously had a really brutal lane last game, but able to take a quick double and come out on top there. So far he seems relatively comfortable here. It's a big shove on the right.
Yeah, we saw what he can do with the hot start. I think FPS Lounge is going to be pretty mindful of that, considering the momentum that Do definitely bringing into this game. Things are definitely taking more of a slower attack. Abrams puts a lot of pressure, though. The book healing a lot off those creeps, though, and allowing him to keep the wave out. I mean, that's been the mission here for Rem Abrams, but as the splatter gets leveled, it feels like it does get harder and harder. I mean, the pressure continues to mount from Viscous Infernus, and the waves are starting to really crash without much of a clear coming on early.
Yeah, I mean, that Mystic Burst with the splatter is actually really annoying to deal with in lane, even if you have sort of great sustain. These little damage spikes out of nowhere that are kind of hard to mitigate, if I'm honest with you. Left a spotted here, deep in enemy territory, and Ido doesn't want to allow him to traipse through his back guarded. So, little janitorial duties here, box run, and we'll see the Infernus return more towards his side of the map. Under the Guardian we go, as Sire looks like we're going for DMB, who obviously in his earlier game, not quite able to have that same presence. Xeno can't do a thing about it. Dorman gets them out. Nice barrel connection, though. That drops Sire low. Coolbell's got to be respected, though.
I mean, you do get the kill, but the damage going back the other way is honestly really significant. Like, both John and Saya, it looks like they're maybe going to go for a double base trip. So, yes, you do grab a kill, which is something, but, I mean, Holiday picks up a lot of solo souls and should have a lasso up very early. So, potential for counter kills in this lane is a threat. Saya, John, both going to head back to the base. They're going to lose a lot of tower HP in the meantime.
Yeah, this is obviously pretty tempo negative in that mid lane. Going to head back over towards the left, because that's certainly where much of the harass is originating from. Healbane here for Lefa. Obviously, you're going into a Rem lane, so this is very much stock standard. Obviously, Abrams also heals up 8 tons, so limit that as much as possible. Still more harassment here on DMB. The door is pretty insane, rather. The baggage cart to knock him back under his own Guardian. And that's another easy pickup. DMB can't be getting exploded like this early.
Yeah, that's a really painful one. I mean, the first death I didn't feel so bad with some of the damage traded back the other way, but this time Sai is able to set himself up. Beautiful little cart play to get the tower melee additionally connecting onto DMB. And for a player who's been a real strength for this team on carry, such a weak start is not going to feel good. But Infernus, Viscous lane continuing to pay dividends. Looks like they dive with ults over there and do get a kill.
Yeah, that is that strong side of the map, though, for FPS Lounge. And they're definitely exerting themselves now. That Guardian is seeing better days, to be sure. Coming back on the zip line, though, is going to be Ido. But yeah, really about sustaining through this early pressure. There's a chain gang on the right-hand side of the map here, but there's actually a rebuttal picked up by the Shiv. That, though, is not good. Vinyl getting picked off there. They really just can't catch a break on that left-hand side of the map. Dude does go down, though, rebuttal or not, leaving Fishcake here beleaguered under his Guardian.
Fishcake over to the Mirage this game. Under some serious scrutiny now from Calico and Billy, but both of them are low enough and without ultimates. Diving a Mirage doesn't seem like the most appetizing little task for them, especially with Duke coming back in off the play. Mirage trying to bait himself here, almost wants the engagement to come back against them. Calico with some serious dots on her really has to back off and take a hasty retreat.
Pop is certainly not bored yesterday. He knew the approximate timing of a zipline boosted return to the lane, so doesn't expose themselves too much. Boy, howdy, that left side is got gotten out of hand, I think. Left are up to 5.3k souls. Low man at 5.8. They are bullying this Rem and Abrams combo. Melee Creeps wanted to draft themselves a premium frontliner, but getting them out of this laning phase in any sort of decent shape might prove to be quite the challenge. Big Gloom Bomb connection there. Dust Devil away, though, for the Mirage.
Yeah, Tornado came just in time before a pretty heavy hit of damage there from Poppers. And I think Leffa has gone for a really early fighting build. I mean, I think with that Reactor Bear, maybe his green spike. And so I expect to see Infernus really in the thick of the action this game. DMB, it's been a rough start for him, but he should get the space to recover with the team able to, put on pressure and get him kind of that opportunity to farm. But maybe not before the mid lane Guardian does come down. A nice little long range barrel from Xeno, actually. And with Lowman rotating into this, there could be an opportunity to shut down John.
Yeah, Google that there already as well. Lowman was willing to fight. John lost about 400 HP in the blink of an eye. So that mid lane, previously looking really, really good for Melee Creeps. They're going to be stymied for the time being. Looks like Vinyl dropped by, maybe just to offer a little bit of healing, but it's going to be back to work now for this engine room of Melee Creeps. Sire and John always work well in concert. And this mid lane Guardian likely not long for this world.
Lomain has gone also for the all-in early game build on Viscous here. Going Express Shot and Mystic Shot. So he's going to bring a lot of gun damage. Won't scale as well into the splatter in the late game, but all signs pointing to FPS Lounge wanted to continue to keep this tempo high. Maybe even threaten some early objectives. And DMB, crucial kill for him to find onto John. Rem sleeps something, so it would seem, but even Doorman potentially to get run down on this one.
Poppers runs past them in Ava form, and it looks like Vinyl saw an opportunity to go straight for the nap time, obviously, that penetrates walls, and they get the catch. Poppers there just a little audacious in his pathing, gets caught out. It's a right side Guardian being taken down. So starting to get more powerful as the game goes. We saw Fishcake as well was the one that sort of forced Poppers into that retreat earlier on. So get the Mirage where they want him in this early stage of the game. That was 2 very quick Guardians taken.
Benner getting an opportunity to get aggressive. Some stuns from the goo ball, but nice little cart away. Makes this fight awkward for Lomain's going to come back in, trying to re-engage on this, trying to get some key stuns on the exits. The control continuing to come in, but he'll still find his man. Lomain takes down Saya, and a second to fall. Poppers get some revenge, and then Furnace Ult comes into contact. Leffa finds a time to join this fight, already shoved out the other side lane, and here, finally, the well-laid plans of FPS Lounge come to fruition. A big collapse in mid, and so too do the chances of Melee Creeps collapse. I mean, 5k soul lead out of almost nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's really just a symptom of the very early Guardian take on that left-hand side of the map. FPS Lounge have done a very good job of manifesting that huge advantage they had in lane and starting to cause problems across the rest of the map. In a lane that previously was pretty hunky-dory for Melee Creeps, right? If you leave John and Sire to their own devices there, they start to become a real nuisance. Now, though, they've got to reckon with rotations coming in constantly, right? Certainly making their way out of the lane phase, but that was beautiful. And we mentioned FPS Lounge have this highly active, mid-game out-of-lane composition. They managed to prioritize that holiday really hard early over the Doorman, and Leffa is everywhere with that flame dash. So this has worked out beautifully. It's a matter of how you step out of this phase of the game with enough of a lead to make it unassailable. Up to the Baroness, it is, but jumping on in his Poppers straight away with a slash in the direction of Sire. Off to duck through the door briefly. Tube instantly is going to stifle that baggage cart attempt there for Sire, as Lomain's going to walk away relatively unscathed, all things considered.
Yeah, Cube can be such a nice defensive tool here. Xeno does shut down Fishcake. A revenge kill on Leffa would be well worth it, but Do senses that this one is not going to be a clean opportunity to bleed it. Wait, actually, hold on.
Is he cool?
Get enough? Okay, wow, that was down to 1 tick here for Leffa here on the Infernus. Put on notice. I mean, him versus Do this game, I think, is going to be a crucial matchup. Typically favors the Infernus, but this early in the game, it's anybody's guess.
Like a baggage cart here to force Poppers away. Quietly as well, Ido's been able to make use of the breakdown in that left side lane, getting up to 10k souls, basically, which is what's going to happen if you're partnered up with the Rem, who's going to start roaming, trying to exert their influence over the map. So not terrible signs here for Rido, being able to get to a point where you'll have some degree of resilience. You're not going to be left behind. Obviously, starved Abrams really doesn't feel great in this game. And already the Dispel Magics are starting to come through here on the side of FPS, or rather Melee Creeps.
Big hit comes in against Poppers. Nice little tag-along dash there to the other side of the door. Saya gets out. Ido, though, kind of alone here in this territory of the map and gets just run down. Xeno, some clean work on the Holiday. Has that max barrel online. Now Shiv is caught. And Chain Gang into the Billy ult. Just barely gets the dash off, but it's not enough to get him out of the explosion. Little parry to add insult to injury. Do in desperation goes for the melee. And now John under scrutiny and looks to be going down. Parry thrown out. Billy now free to, hold on with the buttle. A little too risky. He thought he was free as well.
Yeah, John, not somebody you're going to catch sleeping in situations like that. A nice shoulder charge here to punish onto Leffa. Good little turnaround here for FPS Lounge, and all of a sudden the plans for this Urn turn-in have been turned upside down. Still some action here, though, as Poppers has been fairly sticky around this Urn location, but Ido is not going to give up this ground. Got to make sure he shoves that lane up and make it a bit more of a dangerous prospect. I think FPS Lounge have a really good comp here to punish these, positioning errors from melee creeps, which I think are rare. But when they're fighting to catch up or they're playing from behind, they probably crop up a little bit more often as risks need to be taken.
A lot of daggers thrown into low main. Looks like he's just got the cube, though. So, I mean, these cooldowns kind of hurt on Shiv. The knife cooldown, when you use a bunch of those, is not instant, right? You do kind of rely on that, especially when it's maxed out to be a key source of your damage. Everybody's looking Holiday, but I mean, this is not the hero you want to be trying to chase down. And now, okay, Holiday, since it's an opportunity to re-engage, so just a hair wide.
Still pretty easy to slip on out of there with the use of those bounce pads. So Erno is going to be coming in this direction here, and FPS Lounge already getting set up, and somehow they've taken some Walker damage there. So there was a bit of an earlier shove up here for melee creeps. They kind of want this, more of an all-in fight. They can make use of this Abrams ultimate, this Rem ultimate as well. But that has proven so far in this game to be a form of them generating picks. Right? Saw that on Poppers earlier, the Calico just, in Ava form in the wrong spot of the map. We just face tank this Return to Shadows damage here because Do sees a real opportunity to get out the Calico. But I don't know if you want to hang around in front of DMB, who's looking pretty tanky at the moment, and that Slice and Dice not connecting. That hurts.
Even with the dash, Slice and Dice, he can't quite make it out. And now Mirage, I think, in potentially serious trouble here. An awkward movement from Fishcake. He's trying to just get some desperation parry off, but he does, in fact. Not quite enough to get the counter kill on Poppers, but rebuttals are working overtime this game, and we're right into an Urn fight.
Yeah, it looks like Urn numbers at least favoring melee creeps for the time being, as FPS Lounge were finding opportunities elsewhere across the map. Urn does get turned in, and now Leffa put to sleep right amidst these creeps. It's an easy shoulder charge now. Melee creeps definitely got the tools to set up these very favorable 1s and 2s. And FPS Lounge, it's interesting to see Lomain come in at this late stage in the fight. Kind of just got plucked away by 4.
Yeah, I think he was just caught in the Baroness. Was the one player last inside Darren Dunk and then just gets put in the Baroness. So the Finnish camp can come in. John trying to greed out the Sinners, is going to get the buffs. Soul's contested, so something taken away. But John definitely going to be happy about stacking up those permanents.
Xeno here on the Veil. Walker sees Dude come past. And hitting pretty hard as well. Happy to take this fight, or at least try and get people to attend. Has to peel himself off. Dude gets taken down. Eventually, Xeno does it. And frankly, Xeno's the cool guy that doesn't look back at explosions as one of his teammates follows up on that opportunity. And now the Magic Lasso is available. FPS Lounge, again, have been chaining these kills together and always seem to have more people where it counts, with the exception of that Urn fight earlier.
Even contesting all these camps, getting everything that they can. And it's aggressive early game build. It's been paying dividends. I mean, Lomain's been in just about every single fight we've had so far in this game. In the lane, he set up Leffa to be on a pretty hot pace. And DMB, speaking of the comebacks in the lane, I mean, he had a really rough go of it, took a couple bad deaths, and now he's been a little bit of a quieter game from him. He's, turned him to a couple fights, killed the Shiv, and suddenly he's on top of the graph here. 17K on fire with a vitality buff and a lot of jungle to clear. I mean, the flight path is clear for DMB. He is set for takeoff here on this carry warden.
Yeah, I mean, conversely, John has been able to work this right-hand side of the map, get some farm, and Ido still has sort of been pretty persistent in, getting some of those souls toward that left side of the map or wherever he otherwise can. So still going to make sure, even if he's had a pretty tumultuous early game, he's going to be able to turn up, follow up on those nap times with some timely shoulder charges. Melee creeps certainly happy to deathball when they have the opportunity, while making use of Doorman to just sort of work the map. But wow, 3.4k health, 15 minutes into the game. Yeah, you're dead right, Jake. This Warden is starting to cook.
Build for DMB here, maybe crucial. It's gone very stock standard here, just something safe, something nice and tanky, making sure you do not go down easy in the front line. But he's not being safe at all. He's willing to be very aggressive here, posturing right up here on the melee creep's base versus a Shiv, no less, and even forces the execute out. So the Warden not afraid to throw his way down despite the soul advantage on him, and even Calico gonna come in for the finish kill. Maybe more to be had here. Trophy collector stacks piling up here.
I will lead.
And out of nowhere, I think Melee Creeps did not see this kind of an aggression coming this close to their towers.
Yeah, they're just in the trophy collector here as well. It's a pretty grim sign, I think, for Melee Creeps, as FPS Lounge are already starting to stack those up really nicely. And honestly, for Melee Creeps, I take nothing away from FPS Lounge here, but Melee Creeps definitely looking sloppier in this game. Certainly getting caught in a number of compromising situations across the map, and it feels like, in contrast to the previous game, the tempo has certainly gotten away from them. We are seeing, obviously, this, soul gap sort of stay pretty consistent here at like sort of, 13, between 13 and 16K. And now we're going to start talking about this earn up in 1 minute's time. Still, Melee Creeps are missing that left side walker as well, leaves them a little weaker on that side of the map. And FPS Loungers are healthy. I think by any metric, FPS Lounge are at a comfortable lead.
Yeah, I will say with both this Holiday and Viscous playing pretty aggressive early game styles, they do need to keep the pressure on. I mean, Melee Creeps has a fantastic brawling team and some strong team fight tools if this goes late enough and gets to the objectives. But if FPS Lounge can just keep the gas on, right, and keep the opponent on the back foot, they're going to feel good about that.
Back foot is right. No doubt about it. Pressure they got to maintain. Oh! He wanted to get through the door. Nice little goo ball there. Looks like a rescue beam that might have been involved in extricating Sire from that situation. And even the threat, I guess, of that nap time holds FPS Lounge at bay for the time being. Xeno might have overextended into this, and he is. Melee Creeps able to fold back and find that catch. That's Holiday now off the map. That's some pick potential neutralized. However, John, not the person you want to see surrounded by a ton of Sapphire side players. And I think AVG is quite happy where he is right now. John and Do, the key suspects of the previous game, have already fallen. And that takes all of the bite away from Melee Creeps Bark.
Oh, they went all in trying to save John. Instead, they just throw more fuel on the fire. Even Do goes down. Now the two carries for Melee Creeps have to just sit back and watch from afar. FPS Lounge going to rip it in on mid. Expecting to see a contest coming out from Melee Creeps, but this one will not be easy. They've got to battle for it, though, Mitch. I mean, you cannot give away the triple rejuve this early.
I mean, Melee Creeps finally see a chance to fight. I think with this earn pickup, they might be deliberating whether or not this is going to be worth it. No, it's a door in play. Okay, rejuves, though, going over towards DMB.
Everyone's
here.
stunned.
That is dirty. Everybody locked in place there. Cyan Fishcake already going down. Cube going to be active here. Retreat through the door. Herald's essentially the end of this fight for everyone but Ido, apparently. And, John is also pretty deep in enemy territory. This is an awkward cancel to call. And, of course, the chase is going to be on. Doorman really helping get people out of trouble. And it was an earn take behind all this for Melee Creeps, at least, which has shrunk the lead slightly. But I'm looking at 2 rejuve credits for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, the parries were very nearly enough. I mean, tons of players stunned from both sides. For Melee Creeps, creating that kind of a chaos usually is the opportunity to maybe snatch a couple crystals away, but only losing 1 on FPS Lounge, still holding 3. Scourge is the buy from Vinyl, which will be a really nice aid to some of these frontliners getting maybe overwhelmed by the incoming spirit damage. But the way DMB's build's developing, I don't know that spirit damage is really your first concern anymore.
Maybe John's thinking about getting that silencer up to the top of the list in terms of priority. This has been difficult here, but as we mentioned, if Melee Creeps can just stay in step, not let the game get away from them. Later on, those more audacious early game builds, like from people like Lomain, for example, start to lose their effectiveness, and they might find themselves punished for taking things in that direction. Buffs here about to come up, and of course, Xeno looks to secure himself a buff for the team. Gun being available now, and Ido spotted skirting past. Xeno hungry for an opportunity, but no lasso.
Tankbuster is bought, and it looks like 2 trophy collectors on this FPS Lounge team. Both Holiday and Calico benefiting from that. Poppers even grabs a gun buff. There's definitely kill threat here. I mean, a lasso, even onto somebody as tanky as Abrams, likely going to be enough for the Infernus Fall to come in and it's the dream catch setting up for the follow-up stun. And counterspell is good, though. Does pull out John for just a moment longer, but the rundown continues to come in. Poppers is going to claim his prize, further adding more stacks, and Xeno wants even more.
Yeah, so Ido trying to help out there, but his seismic is on cooldown. He wasn't really able to start a fight. Okay, no follow-up on the zip knock there. Sire is slippery. Yeah, back into the door with him.
That was scary. I think if they had been ready for that, it would have been a kill. And meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, the kill's coming in. There's a Guardian being pressured across the map by Dude. That's the best he can do as far as split push goes. But Walker looking to be claimed. They're going to try and claim an additional walk on the other side of the map, but Average is there to defend. Could see a fight start to break out here on the FPS Lounge defense.
Now this walk is taken, though, can tell a lot from FPS Lounge in terms of where they path following this. Walker was picked up. Melee Creep's doing a pretty bang-up job of at least making sure they get a 1-for-1 here, and there just wasn't a whole lot that Average could do to stop that. Still, Binding Word here means that Fishcake is indeed trouble. He might get out of the range of that, but not of the questing bullets of DMB. Another kill, 28k souls for DMB. Hollow Point is there in the inventory along with the weight of bullets. He is going to be hitting like a truck.
Do forced into a lot more defensive tools this game. Just needs them to be able to play. Siphon Bullets is the buy from DMB, so those tanks not going to feel quite so hard to crack with that in the tool bag. And oof, the damage hits like crazy on Desai. It's just getting run through. No door rather, off cooldown. And this is that signature FPS Lounge aggression. As soon as you give them an inch, they will take everything on the map. And with Sinner spawning, there's a lot to be claimed.
Yeah, look at Melee Creep, such interesting positioning right now. Looks like they might have a kill opportunity on that right-hand side of the map, but that means they're going to lose Walker health here. Maybe even more than that at this stage. It's Do desperately trying to keep things alive, but at 19k souls, he's not going to pose too much of a threat here to FPS Lounge, who are constantly asking for more. Do is down. Great cube in response here. This is beautiful. This is going to be a get Xeno out of trouble for the time being, but losing the holiday here, not the end of the world. We still a Scourge active there, of course, on Vinyl. Hoping to mitigate some of that incoming damage, but frankly, FPS Lounge look completely unbothered. Poppers was put to sleep. And that's enough here for FPS Lounge for now. But again, back up, get some Sinners, get that Walker to half health. The last one remaining for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, definitely a familiar game for FPS Lounge. You know, playing with this kind of advantage. Feels like they're in control here. Continuing to find more of these pickups in the team fights. Not overdoing it, not committing to something like the mid-walker take that does expose you to a lot of risk, but they've had that really nice balance of continuing to put the pressure on in the mid lane, continuing to force kills, show threat, and be aggressive on the map. At the same time, they're still getting a ton out of the jungle.
Yeah, jungle for left, of course, and going to be looking to farm these lanes as much as possible. Definitely feels like a build that's focused on that mobility with cooldown reductions and warp stone. But also to make sure we can get some really nice value, of course, out of our concussive combustions and add another layer to our pick strategy. 4 players for FPS Lounge on that left-hand side. Likely a left side shove and then maybe transition towards mid if Poppers can massage the wave in the right direction.
They could just be looking for another fight, baiting the wave. Abrams is going to be the one to show face here, getting absolutely punished by this level of aggression. But there's a doorman door that does take him right out to safety. So this time, Sly is a little more ready for the aggression near those base guardians. Maybe an opportunity to collapse, at least on the urn pickup, which seems to be hotly contested. This one will not be free for Melee Creep.
FPS Lounge are preparing for a fight over this urn, unsurprisingly. DMB waiting the wings to drop down with a nasty last stand. Double Dust Devil here. He's going to hold a average up for a little bit longer. Bash down low on Fishcake now. He's going to be starting to feel the cold front thrown out here. There is Dust Devil away. But I don't know how Fishcake's supposed to get out, and he doesn't. Xeno's able to pick him off here. Still a big nap time. Catches on to 2 and Lone Main right now. Sojourning at the Baroness. So FPS Lounge can't push this any further. But there's still no chance for Melee Creeps to really do anything about this. Urn is headed across the map here, which means Melee Creeps are going to concede whatever objective there is to give up, and likely that means this mid-side Walker if things get any worse. Rem is down, and yet that Walker is scrap metal.
Breaking down this mid-walker really opens the game up now for FPS Lounge. Still going to be an urn dunked the other way, so Melee Creeps ensuring that they keep the soul count actually pretty competitive here. So as painful as these last 10 minutes have been for Melee Creeps, it's only going to get worse before it gets better, of course, with buffs spawning, and should be, of course, freely claimed here by FPS Lounge. But nonetheless, the soul advantage is manageable. 15k at this phase of the game, absolutely winnable if you can get the right kind of team fight, but feels like a big if the way FPS Lounge are playing. They really haven't given up much of anything so far in this one.
Yeah, and with Siphon Bullets, going the way of DMB, Ido and Dude's attempts to, invest more in those green items and be a bit more durable, that still gets harder. They're still going to feel a little fragile, I think, under the scrutiny of the Warden. And again, like right side is pushing here. We've got multiple lanes rolling in the direction of FPS Lounge. Lasso up in about 48 seconds here as we see the Abrams of Ido sweep on through. Obviously, Mid-Boss is now ready to contest, and I'm quite sure FPS Lounge are going to be posturing for this. But again, it's the kind of fight the Melee Creeps are going to want to get if they can.
Oh, big burst coming in. John is down before the fight can even begin. A chain gang in. Vinyl can't get a single skill off, and a parry onto Ido. It just doesn't get more decisive than that, Mitch. This game could just be over. 4 kills on the deck and no chance for a comeback fight for Melee Creeps. FPS Lounge just bat them down.
Yeah, the lion's share of Melee Creep souls evaporated in an instant. FPS Lounge have such a good composition at setting up those pick opportunities and punishing slight mispositioning. The mid-boss got to be tested here. Of course, Melee Creeps with their very, very truncated roster are going to try and do something about this. But again, it feels like Fool's Errand for Sire too deep here into the pit, and he found out the hard way.
I mean, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. An additional lasso going to ensure that there's not a single Melee Creeps player alive to even contest these rejuve pickups. Only one wave even is problematic here for FPS Lounge. So they're going to be able to put a lot of resources into aggression. They're going to be able to delay this crystal take for quite some time, which is actually pretty great for them to be able to hold this. They're going to have a lot of time to work with as far as sieging the base goes. And you see, I mean, for Melee Creeps, there's not much you can do to punish this. There's no way you can run it down mid with the wave against you. And now a full 3 minutes to be able to work with these triple rejuves. No walkers left for the defense. It's just going to be probably just slowly losing your base guardians. If Melee Creeps can hold it to that, I think they'd be happy. But there could very well be shrines on the menu, Mitch.
Yeah, I don't see this pressure letting up anytime soon. Spirit Burned here to hand for Xeno. Looking in prime form right now. And obviously is a key component of FPS Lounge being able to keep this tempo high. Melee Creeps have done a bunch of stuff just to try and stay in step in terms of the souls and not fall into stat check territory, but that may have gotten out of hand, especially when you consider the implied soul value of these 3 rejuve credits. It's going to be pretty overwhelming for them to try and deal with. Yep, Dew is not having it.
Such a scary game with like Xeno with this Veilwalker. When he's off map, you just don't know. You are never safe. You could be even in your own ramparts of your own base, and you will get pulled to hell and back by this lasso. So really, really challenging game to work a comeback in, especially without a pick hero. They are going to get this nice catch onto Infernus. He tanks some of it, does get, I think, a decent stun out of it, but Rejuve is out. See if the fight comes in a little bit better for the Melee Creeps this time.
Yeah, and the Melee Creeps realize they got a Rejuve credit burned, and they set up the door to get themselves out and deny any opportunity at reprisal. So frustrating here for FPS Lounge. They're still sitting on 2 credits, and have a look at the map state right now. They are going to be shutting Melee Creeps back inside their own territory, and there's an ample opportunity here to scoop up some of these neutrals.
Yeah, it definitely makes Left think twice, but in the end, it doesn't really change what's going on here, right? Like you're continuing to farm the lion's share of the map, continuing to develop this soul lead, and not without any meaningful counter kills coming in. I mean, this is for Melee Creeps where it really hurts to be on such an all-in brawling composition where when you're in these comeback scenarios, I mean, to steal this camp away, it's absolutely heinous.
Yeah, you are that deep in enemy territory. That gives Melee Creeps just the scraps really from the table to work with, just the offcuts. And in order to fix this soul by the minute. Oh, Spellslinger. That's pretty good. That's into the inventory now of DMB. Getting stronger and stronger. And getting really close to that. Like even now, John feeling so squishy, so easily exploited. And DMB is going to be tanky, hard to bring down, and he's going to be just a persistent threat in these fights.
I will say Doorman is super scary when you're trying to siege with advantage like this. I mean, that's really the X factor here, is that getting kidnapped into the enemy throne, your soul lead doesn't really mean much in that kind of a scenario. So slow and steady wins the race here. The extra time that FPS Lounge bought themselves with this rejuve is really looking nice, and these barrels are hurting from Xeno. That damage actually is enough to get FPS Lounge over the threshold and maybe into the fight. John once again dead off the rip, no chance to put any of that net worth into the fight.
Yeah, that Spirit Burn, you get like double explosion off the barrels, extra barrel range. It's rough. It also like limits healing, by the way, so it gives you that like Healbane-esque effect. That shrine went down low very, very quickly. Here come FPS Lounge. Do not want to leave too much up to chance, but when they see an opportunity to leap forward and take John out of the game, they'll make use of it. There's still a fair bit of rejuve time left, 45 seconds, which is actually the same amount of time that John is dead for. Melee Creeps functionally can't fight meaningfully for any of this window here. Should see a patron knock, and a Wayne Gretzky moment for the lasso there for Xeno, but it's fine. That patron is getting hammered.
Okay, Lomain is actually dead twice off the rejuve. Died in the enemy base there, just pulling a bit of a distraction. It's something, but in the end, unless you get more snowball counter kills out of this, you will be hurting. Looks like they're going to go for just that, though. Opportunity to chase, but with all waves crashing, I'm not sure how long-lived this will be. Lefus actually wants to re-engage. Hold on. Maybe he's actually throwing his life away into this because there's only a little bit left on the rejuve. There's not much hope for an extended fight, especially down a player. FPS Lounge, though, they pull back after that concussive combustion. Don't overcommit to the fight. And it's back to waves, back to the earth for the Melee Creeps. But Lomain dead for 60. You'd think this would be a free earn time.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 50k soul lead, but FPS Lounge, I don't know how much they're going to be feeling like fighting for this. They'll probably just take their own neutrals at this point. Waves are still pushing pretty beneficially. See, they're still knocking on the door. So, like, if Melee Creeps want to have a number of players here at this earn turn-in location, they might have to give up some tempo in terms of shoving these waves back out. Look how quickly they return back to base. They slip out there. It's like house arrest. You get that one sort of morning in the week to go and have a coffee at your local, and then you are back to...
Yard time is over. Back to your cells. I mean, it does feel like that this game, though. I mean, like we've reached that point where the Holiday is probably the #1 threat. But on top of that, there's Calico and Viscous behind. There's insane burst when you do catch somebody with a lasso. The ability for FPS Lounge to finish them up with, I mean, the Arctic Blast is a huge attribute for Poppers at this moment. And Billy has gone quite tanky with the itemization, but I think at any time he's also ready to like quadruple down on the aggression and really punish you. And that's what we've sort of seen. John, he has to hold the line at some point, and every time he does, he just gets battered.
DMB has the difference between his and John Souls actually sitting in his pocket right now. I'll wait to see what gets him the inventory at this point. He's pretty much a critical mass now. Oh, Scourge and the Chain Gang. Yeah, bro's taking 0 damage. Look at the health bar not move at all. Sire is able to get his team out of trouble there. It is a great door to get them on out. Leffer actually is plucked away. So there are just a couple of cracks starting to form here for FPS Lounge. We talked about Melee Creeps. They are trying to get to a late game state here. But yeah, mid-boss is up. And FPS Lounge aren't positioned for it yet.
Okay, that is huge from Poppers that they can claw one back, because honestly, with Leffa down and the mid-boss spawning, this was feeling pretty winnable for the Melee Creeps. That counter kill, it's going to feel scary. And geez, Holiday hurts with the barrels, man. That barrage just got smoked from range.
Yeah, that's Boundless Spirit. The most recent item to hit the inventory. These barrels obviously feel so much nicer now to throw. Such a flatter trajectory, easy to connect, long range as well. We mentioned the increased ability range also on Spirit Burn. That goes a long way. John, it is tough. Rescue Beam, not quite able to get him out there. Didn't quite have the healing throughput to save the Venator. And my next question was going to be whether or not Melee Creeps could keep John alive, but we just got our answer, and that mid-boss is looking mighty tasty.
Yeah, it looks to be essentially free here. I'm not sure if the contest can come in. I think it has to for Melee Creeps. I think you give up a triple rejuve with Patron knocked, you might as well be giving the game. So you got a better gamble here, trying to get some cheeky parries in the mid-boss. Zeno is going to sniff out Dew on the side of the fight, but with Dorman here in the door, I mean, anything is possible. Opportunity to play towards your base. Viscous is rolling, though. A lot of pressure here being put on the Veil. And it looks like Torment's trying to actually just finish the mid-boss. This one's getting wild.
Okay, so Sire actually ends up killing mid-boss now. Chain Gang, just for Fish Cake. Everyone's going to pop out of the door, I'm sure, in just a moment. Vortex Web, Alkfire, both thrown down. Sire gets himself a rejuve credit, as does Benile. FPS Lounge might be struggling here. Sire's going to be brought back in the fight now. Here's the combustion over it, though. Leffa needs to get involved. He needs to get involved now. A lot of damage, though, going over towards Melee Creeps. Duel is barely going to be able to scrabble away from this fight. There was a rescue being used there just to keep DMB topped up, if I'm not mistaken. And Melee Creeps are the ones that emerge here with the rejuve credit. Fish Cake is healthy. Gloom Bombs don't do anything to slow that down. And finally, Melee Creeps get the fight they were looking for. Through the door and straight onto those rejuve credits. As soon as the mid-boss went down, it looked bizarre that Sire was actually attacking it, and now he's seen why.
Miraculous fight from Melee Creeps. I mean, the execution to do that with, I think it was a 30,000 soul disadvantage. Incredible stuff from them. Dew coming alive on the Shiv, pulling a ton of attention before the fight and staying alive down near to the end of it, consuming the last rejuve. But of course, so much comes down to those parries in the mid-boss itself. Here we can see the key moment. Let's take a quick replay on this one.
Notice that Rem is waiting in the wings. Charge out here for Ido, getting into play. Vortex, Alkfire thrown in. Dangerous to be playing around that. Even a Cold Front thrown into the mix. See, Melee Creeps, look at those health bars now start to just go down. But they are staying in the fight. They get 3 kills off the back of that. Losing John is fine. They're able to get it done without him. That one should be studied, I think.
Oh, a counter kill, though. Remember, the end of the game is always nigh. With the Patron drop, John going down, it cannot happen. Seems like he's in serious trouble, though. The rundown going to continue. They do get the knock, but hold on. The rescue beam pulls him out of trouble for a minute. Now Holiday looking for more connections with the Echo Shard Mirage, one of the tougher quarries in Deadlock. Maybe Holiday, though, one of the best catchers in Deadlock, can get this one done.
Looks like no player lasso opportunity or no inclination to make use of it eventually. The Fish Cake does get caught out. 77 seconds. And the Cursed Apple will be without the Mirage. That's pretty punishing for Melee Creeps, just as they saw an opportunity to start to put some pressure down And yeah, we're going to talk about his Warden. Still in a very scary spot. That's crippling headshot, of course, alongside the siphon bullets. Spell slingers in the mix as well. Berserker. Yeah, he's got what he needs now, in theory. But that fight from melee creeps has got to rattle you a bit as FPS Lounge. That soul lead has dipped hugely.
Yeah, definitely. Now you feel okay. This is there's a real game to be played. The 45 seconds of that Mirage, though, sieging the base, it's like you want to, but it would be just too crazy here. FPS Lounge, they're going to go for the more safe and steady earn dunk. Get them some more of those permanent buffs rather, some more souls. But we've seen already that this game isn't going to come down to a stat check, right? Like there still is the team fight threat. And do with the E-Shift, I mean, he has managed to build into a lot of damage for a Shiv who had a pretty rough go with the early game.
Yeah, Torment Pulse, E-Shift escalating there for Do. So all of a sudden, things get pretty scary as well. Like we saw, like the Vortex Web Alk Fire, when you combine up the Torment Pulse, melee creeps really want these all-in team fights if they can get them. And mid-boss is obviously one of the best places to get those. Still, they've been pushed off the map. And they're going to try and find a way back in without losing John to these pick opportunities, right? Sai, though, obviously with the Transcendent being picked up. So that mobility, that escape is going to be available in spades now to the team with the Doorman.
And the game just remains so hard with your shrines, with your Patriot knocked, with your shrines down. I mean, the waves are constantly crashing against you. And especially given the comp FPS Lounge has, they have a great way of punishing anybody who gets cheeky and tries to grab some farm. So for melee creeps, it feels like they have to do something, right? Maybe they can hope for a bungled engage from Holiday that they can turn into a team fight. But like when you're losing this kind of a jungle camp, the one that you can see from your base high ground, you really don't have much business actually fighting for objectives in the game.
And we're still dealing with the Veil Walker Holiday, who, like you mentioned, can pull you off your own parapets. Like an unwilling Rapunzel. You do not want to reckon with that possibility of having a player picked up. And I want to remind everyone, Melee Creep's patron is still knocked.
I see Holiday.
So one slip up and you run it down mid and end the game as FPS Lounge. Both teams now being cagey about this because they've both got all 6 ultimates ready to go. It's a 50k soul Doorman, but John has been keeping up. Ido's getting to a point where he should be able to be quite tanky if not for the, the percent health damage items on the FPS Lounge side, like Siphon Bullets, for example. Melee Creep's in a good spot to fight here, and they've got really powerful disruptive abilities with Ido and Vinyl in the mix.
And Vortex Web Doorman is such a problem. It is so scary to try and end the game with a door ready to the throne. I mean, anybody who gets pulled through here should just be dead instantly, right? There's like no ability to really challenge, even with the advantage you have when a Doorman is threatening with that kind of range.
The cheat death is that is nice here on Sire.
Yeah, they need Curse to deal with cheat death. I wonder if Xeno has that Curse yet or is thinking about maybe picking it up.
Yeah, almost 40 minutes into the game now. Mid-boss obviously has just respawned. And already Xeno keeping vigil over this middle part of the map. Towards the left-hand side, should have a push here for FPS Lounge. They're going to show 2 players on an extremity. See if Melee Creep's going to look to respond to that. No, mid-boss is going to be considered, but not followed through on.
E-Shift is up for DMB. He can almost rip this solo, and like the waves are continuing to be pushed out here on the top of the map by Viscous, right? Viscous just spamming the splatter down mid. It feels like you can't really get the lane out. And Melee Creeps shouldn't know this is going on just yet. This is the downside of playing so safe. As soon as they hear this mid-rush roar, they have to make a snap decision. See how FPS Lounge decide to play this.
Now, my eyes are glued to the minimap here. I mean, FPS Lounge is already very suspicious. Melee Creeps very suspicious about this. Okay, there's the cheat death. The back we come, but who's going to be there? Door gets him out. Oh, it's ridiculous. Can't quite escape. Attempted a hotel guest, but couldn't get the channel off. And now, in earnest, we're going after the mid-boss. The Doorman is down. Melee Creep's best tool for contesting this objective is no longer at their disposal. Now, they've got to do it like everyone else, which is to walk up with 2 legs to the heartbeat and try and take it for themselves. Arctic Blast there dropped in by Do, trying to slow things up, but mid-boss has now been knocked. Keep an eye there on the Abrams at the bottom of your screen. He's going up for an ulti. Slams on down. Left forgets that first rejuve credit. Here come the Dust Devils, though, across the point, back and forth. Ido and Do get themselves rejuve credits. John is low, though. Can he be kept in this fight? Melee Creep's down to 3 players and change, and that's about to get worse, frankly. But are going to be picked off the backside, and now it's Ido and Fishcake, the only ones left. Melee Creeps get 2 rejuve credits, but at what cost? FPS Lounge here in numbers with a credit up their sleeves and all the buffs that come along with it. And the chase is real. Ido ain't going anywhere as far as they're concerned. Lassoed, stunned up, rolled and smoked my doggy. Melee Creeps are off the map.
What a finish. And I got to say, Mitch, I mean, these are some of the shortest lived rejuve charges I have seen in Deadlock in this match. I mean, both of the rejuves gone in a second, right, as these teams turn those crucial team fights into barn burner brawls. Melee Creeps refusing to be knocked out of this one easily. I mean, really fighting down to the last chance in this one. But FPS Lounge earned this win, man. Incredible individual play, the mobility on display from Holiday, from Viscous, from Calico. It was just overwhelming. John got shut down in so many of those crucial mid-game team fights before it felt like he could really do much of anything. I mean, that is just not characteristic of the way we typically see Melee Creeps play. So FPS Lounge certainly looking like NA's latest super team.
Wow, okay. I thought that game was a 25-minute one or something like that, but then it seemed like that doorman threat, it really was, I think, excellently played from Sire to keep creating opportunities to get like picks, to safely traverse that late game and to avoid annihilation. And then the mid-boss play as well, I mean, that was pretty cool, guys. That was very impressive. The steals there almost made it doable. It was like a 60k to 20k deficit swing that they managed to achieve, which at that point in the game makes it very doable. So that was intense. That was intense. How are you guys feeling? You know, coming off of that, for you, where was it? I mean, we never really saw. I feel like Melee Creeps, you know, have the ability to get momentum in the game. They, of course, were always sort of trailing behind. So, is that due to any clear mistakes as far as you read it, or is it just really well played in terms of how FPS Lounge, you know, tempoed off of that early game?
I mean, it starts for me with the collapse of the left side lane for Melee Creeps from low main and Leffa. They are a big problem. They get a very early Guardian and they almost instantly turn up in mid and punish the lane of John and Sire, which prior to that have been thriving, have been looking very good, putting a ton of pressure down. And then, you know, this mid-game phase is imposed on Melee Creeps. Now they don't get to have their cordial tete-a-tetes. They're just 2v2s in lane. Now you're dealing with Holiday's pick potential. You're dealing with people coming out of nowhere, Left turning up and hitting you with combustion, obviously layering these CC effects. You don't get to sort of power up as much as you would like, as FPS Lounge are accelerating the game, knowing that that's where their strength is in that mid-game. Sire did such a smart job at that mid-boss because he knocks the mid-boss down to the crystal because he wants to force FPS Lounge into a fight. He wants to bait them into that 6v6 engagement that Melee Creeps have been looking for over the course of the game. But FPS Lounge did to Melee Creeps what Melee Creeps did in the previous game, which is by never giving them a real opportunity to fight 6v6 the way they would have wanted to. Sick game, honestly. Obviously, we've seen some great mastery here from Melee Creeps over, you know, understanding what needs to be done, but sometimes knowing and getting the job done are two different things.
It really does seem like there's a really good reason that we saw in this game, Jake, that Holiday can often get first banned.
It does feel like if you get the lead with Holiday, you just have such decisive control of the game. That being said, I'm incredibly impressed by Melee Creeps' ability to fight back, especially in that secondary mid-boss, right, where they're able to actually come away with a winning team fight despite having shrines knocked against them. I mean, usually those are the desperate moments that just lead to the end of the game. But FPS Lounge, they cling on, right? They can give up one big comeback team fight, but they don't allow that to turn into more than it ought to be. And honestly, I think Melee Creeps have real problems in the early game, in the tempo. It's like, you can't just be playing looking for this desperation comeback fight. It feels like you need, against a team like FPS Lounge, to fight for the map, fight for the early game. I mean, the permanent buffs are probably getting out of control here, and the damage stats across the board, so much damage from low main and Xeno, just harassing throughout this entire game.
I know that you love to see it, Jake. The Viscous top damage. I know that's.
Viscous does insane damage to hero, and you look at the build. I mean, I think Low Main's build, I actually really like this. He goes very early game in terms of like a lot of damage, a lot of mobility, aggression to fight early, and then as he's scaling, I mean, Viscous with the maxed cooldown with Spirit Burn and Boundless Spirit. These splatters do like a third of a tank's health bar. I mean, it is unreal how much pressure Viscous puts out in the fight. And this is your support, right? So, you know, incredible level of damage in a long fight from Viscous.
I mean, it is brutal. It shows you, I think, just the hybrid nature of Viscous. Like in this game, how Low Main shifts his focus into empowering his abilities and just making him hit that a little bit harder. A lot of Mystic expansions on this team. You know, there's definitely a sense that FPS Lounge really wanting to get value out of that AoE, and it looked like at one point we were just watching Circle Lock because you know, Melee Creeps really is trying to get people stuck in their AoE as much as humanly possible. But there was comeback potential there. I just think that you get started too late. Melee Creeps, they already have their patron knocked, so their margin of error is non-existent. One slip up and they lose the game. And it was Sire, the pickmaster himself, that gets caught out, even with cheat death, and it starts an avalanche. It's the worst person to get picked off if you want to contest that mid boss with the door. And unfortunately, that's where the game basically is over.
Yeah, and it does definitely seem like there's a few targets that are really critical to make sure that what's the Floormen, FPS Lounge can't get their hands on. I mean, the Holiday did. I mean, obviously the Viscus was amazing, but Holiday did seem so disruptive. Like in the way that you put it, Jake. Like the control you get on the game. Holiday's so mobile, so good at creating, you know, picks and opportunities, and the jump pads as well. There's so much utility for the whole team in terms of mobility from them, and it's and obviously the barrel damage is absolutely grotesque as well. So it feels like, to me, I don't know if you guys agree, but you can't let them have it again a second time.
I agree, Dan. It feels like this is a heck of a mobility game right now in Deadlock. I mean, 2 times today we've seen teams kind of go, at least in NA, right, for these heavier brawl setups where, in theory, in the ideal fight around mid-boss, we even see it realized at points in this most recent game where, yes, you actually are very hard to deal with when you're getting all of that damage, all those AoEs on one single objective. But when we're actually trying to play the map and just come out, challenge for objectives, fight for jungle camps, you can't hold a candle to the mobility, the playmaking that this FPS Lounge draft affords. And for Melee Creeps, I think they need to kind of contest those options. I mean, yes, we see the potential from this heavy tank setup around the doorman, but it just doesn't feel real. And even when you do make a comeback fight, you're swimming against the tide.
All right, well, that was still kind of a barn burner, despite it's somewhat one-sided nature. Let's take a quick breather. We'll take a break, and when we're back, we're going to see what the response is in the draft.
Let's take out. Let's take out the door close. I see Ben. I see Calico. I see Calico. I see Billy.
Why won't this guy die?
All right, so we are back into the action here. Maybe this is the last map of the night. We'll have to see. FPS Lounge looked fantastic in that first game, but it's Deadlock. So we have another draft and a moment for adjustment for melee creeps. You know, coming in from behind, we already talked about Holiday maybe being a premium target for them to try to ban out. We're going to find out though as the draft develops momentarily. But are there any other notes? Because we didn't linger too long on what some of the adjustments might be. That was our top of the line item, but is there anything else here that needs to be adjusted?
I don't know. If you lose Holiday, that is fine. I don't know though if you want to expose yourself to having Paradox banned away. I don't think we're in an era necessarily where like you must have a pick initiator, but Saya is the kind of player who I would like to see in that role. I feel like that's where he looks his best. So I do wonder like how heavily like Grey Talon is going to be like weighed in terms of someone that you want to ban out. And now you got to start thinking about Lomain's Viscous, which is just messed up, to be honest with you. Get ahead early, just smoke people, like doing constant damage throughout the game. Like I think that's a targeted ban that you have to bring in. Melee Creeps banned it in the challenges game, so probably bring it out here too.
Yeah,
you, Jake.
Wouldn't be surprised to see those picks contested, but it all comes with the price. I mean, you know, in the end, you did get some of your premier choices in this match. You got the Doorman, you got the Venator, and they weren't really able to feel effective. I feel like John just got annihilated every time he kind of really came out on the map in the mid game and exposed himself to a team fight. I just want to see the level of mobility as a team to try to be matched. I mean, FPS Lounge, I think they had a decisively, I would say a drastically better mobile team overall in the comp. I mean, Warden is kind of stuck in the mud, but aside from that, the other 5 can all do these incredibly fast rotations. They can all be into the team fight whenever it breaks out, wherever it breaks out. And I kind of want to see that same energy from melee creeps, just to be able to keep pace with FPS Lounge. I think this is how FPS Lounge want to play, and it's not easy to match, but I think you almost are obliged to if you want to compete with them.
So you're saying they should pick Apollo?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Apollo is suspicious. No one's really playing the character right now, but maybe it's good. Regardless, I think it's just about overall, right? Like, bringing more pace heroes. Maybe you could do like that one greedy backline carry, but more or less, I want to see like the rest of the draft with some kind of aggressive mobility and ability to maybe seize the tempo back.
I agree. I mean, also Apollo just dies to one singular counterspell, so I'm not like over the moon about it. Also, the sigil changes. Don't know. Look a little bit sussy. Here is the Grey Talon ban. So FPS Lounge actually don't maybe want to give that over as first pick. And Melee Creep saying like, are they going back to their old tricks of like banning out all the premium tank picks and then just getting the better ones here? I wonder.
I mean, opening Pocket feels like fairly straightforward for melee creeps. This is a massive way to change the game. I mean, talk about a hero with mobility, with the ability to get in and out of dangerous situations. Pocket pretty much best in class in that regard. Do, of course, a steady hand as well piloting it. So this is already, I think, a really nice way to change the tenor of the overall draft. But FPS Lounge now, they had to have expected this with the way the bans went. They're going to get the Holiday, and let's see what else, because Billy is also taken off the draft.
Doorman? Do they get both?
That's true. You feel like you almost have to contest the Doorman here. For FPS Lounge, I mean, maybe for Lomain, I think he was kind of one of the OGs in this most recent round of patches to really show what Doorman can do. And
true.
The mobility game, I'm not going to lie, guys, it's looking pretty good for FPS Lounge with these two.
Oh my God, they are going to be so active. I do like, so to have this kind of comp is good, but you also like, you might want to find a way to force the mid game earlier if you can. So like you do still want to build like oppressive lanes. And you don't necessarily have that here right now, but you can. Calico going to be the RT for melee creeps who also fancy some level of mobility. Also, she's just tough. She's a tough nugget to crack, really. Generally, not easy to find those kills. Calico feels very safe, I think, especially when her kit is unlocked. And the Mirage is really highly prioritized here. Like, this Echo Shard build is like, a lot of teams are definitely seeing it just being extremely potent. Again, I've seen Scourge built on this guy, just run in the middle of the fight, have a good team fight. Pocket, obviously, in the mix there as well. Like, you're already building up a very powerful AoE strategy, but this is looking like a melee creeps comp on the FPS Lounge side. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the Predator snatched away from John. The Predator, I think, is still the premium, still the premier, really tier 1 carry. And for melee creeps, I think they are faced with a pretty big question here. Is it going to be John on the Mirage, or will they go with that second carry? And once again, FPS Lounge say we are going to get the initiator advantage. Melee creeps, they're kind of left with the Bebop if they want one at all, which really no one's been playing Bebop, honestly.
Lash.
You are pretty dang vulnerable to Lasso. Lash, definitely a good shout in this game.
It's actually interesting in a way because EU seems to be way more happy to pick Bebop right now than NA, but it was such an NA pick, like, for a certain time.
It's such a John coded
so
pick, yeah. Huh. Again, like, you don't necessarily have to go like something that's like pure pick. You can like find a good Veil Walker carrier, and make use of that. FPS Lounge already starting to add some durability here in the silver.
Abrams, pretty good look here for melee creeps if they want to go for it. I mean, the frontliners are starting to run thin. I think you need to at least grab one, if not two, in this next round of picks. Maybe also a support. And it will be the Viscous, which I do think well-placed this game. I mean, the purges are nice. You're pretty adept at escaping even from like a doorman combo, one of the few characters in the game who really can. But yeah, I do expect to see some sort of additional frontliner here for melee creeps. They're sorely lacking on that front so far. And
they're doing it.
I am wrong. It is a Bebop. Okay.
Yes, bro. Run back the John Bebop, bro. Oh, that also makes like the laning phase particularly interesting now as well, as someone who's like super volatile. And yeah, we have not seen this pick in NA for a number of weeks.
This is interesting though, because I could have seen a world where FPS Lounge would have just picked up the Abrams. And I feel like they're never picking Bebop. They already got a Holiday. So I feel like that's kind of a risky one to get the Bebop here.
They might still go Abrams. Like, to close this one out, just to deny it away. I mean, melee creeps, what the heck do they pick for frontline? I mean, you already have... okay, wait, what? It's Geist? Okay, they're just picking every carry so that melee creeps cannot get a carry. But they've pigeonholed themselves into a little bit of a crazy draft. I mean, 2 carries is on there, but
who's getting the souls?
There are not that many lanes, man. Is this like some new build? Is it going to be like Ult Warden with Majestic Leap and melee creeps grab Abrams? I kind of thought that they would. We have gotten wild and wacky for this game, guys.
Okay, so so the front line of FPS Lounge is not the most stalwart. I will say that. Obviously, Warden, is inherently quite durable, and you can obviously build him slightly differently. Phil's Lefa coded. That's totally fine. The Bebop here in the mix as well does give you some of that like organic free range pick potential. You've also got a cube to sort of prevent your teammates from being picked off. I think that's just like such a valuable pick here in like a number of scenarios. But I think both drafts are really interesting, and we sort of have gotten off the topic of the Pocket pretty quickly, as that was the first pick here. So I just want to remind everyone that like Pocket is certainly in the mix still here too.
I feel like Pocket's so nice here as well, especially with when it's a Silver Warden. I feel like these can be like high hit point heroes that are pretty annoying to deal with. And I mean, especially the Silver, I feel like Pocket is kind of nice with the Affliction there. I mean, Silver is like, to me, I'm always wondering like what is your counterplay to that? And I don't know. I feel like Pocket is probably one of the best answers they have. Maybe Bebop, actually. You can hook, uppercut. You can really sort of like mess with Silver's ability to kind of like close that distance a little bit. And you got Cube as well. So yeah, I guess there's actually quite a few decent options for melee creeps to deal with Silver and the shenanigans.
Melee creeps are definitely going to be able to bring a much higher rate of play, a much higher pace in this match, but they're obliged to now because FPS Lounge has done one of the greediest drafts we've seen. They take 3 pretty much late game gun carries. I mean, I'm like trying to think how you build one of these characters to not be a late game gun carry, because someone's not getting a side lane this game, right? Maybe is it Spirit Geist? Is it Spirit Warden? Like, it feels like you need to, but what will ultimately the strategy be? I mean, FPS Lounge, I do think that it's interesting to see the game 180 so drastically from a game in which they wanted to be early game, they wanted to be dominant, they wanted to be aggressive, to now one in which, I mean, I feel like they're kind of turtling for the late game. We'll see how it actually breaks down in the lanes, but Melee Creeps have full tempo advantage.
They weren't hedged into picking a late game comp either, FPS Lounge. They literally started the draft with Holiday, Doorman, and Venator. Kino, great. You've got such a good foundation to build off of here. These last couple of picks are really interesting, but I suspect it might have something to do with like Billy being banned out, right? Like they're feeling like they're really limited on frontline options. They have to like maybe pivot in a direction where they can certainly build some of these gun carries in a way that like can level the playing field in terms of durability, right? Siphon Builder's obviously amazing at doing that in general. So it's a mainstay in Warden's kit, but Jake's right, there's 2 side laners. So one of these gun carries has to take a back seat. In theory, right? Won't be able to get funneled nearly as much of that like all-important farm. But hey, if Holiday's generating you some picks, you're in fine shape. I don't know like how quickly you want to accelerate out of the laning phase though. I think you will probably like to get like decent amount of souls underneath like a number of these gun carry spells before you transition the game, and Melee Creeps might not be about that. They might be looking to brawl and get down and dirty pretty early on here. The Bebop for me, I probably will see it in mid. I think that really throws things for a bit of a loop, can potentially like turn these like early game into just an absolute cluster storm.
I felt like Jake, tell me if this makes sense at all. Like, would it make sense to have like the Geist and Venator as the side laners, and then have Warden as kind of part of a tempo, just shove objectives down with Silver, Doorman, Holiday is kind of like the roaming hit squad looking for objectives and playing the macro.
Flask
I think you're right. I mean, I could see the Venator in the mid. I could see the Warden. I mean, honestly, all 3 of these carries, any of them can play mid in the lane, but typically it's not the lane that I'm so thinking about when it comes to a carry's farm. It's really that like after the Guardians go down, the laning phase starts to break down, who's going to the side lanes and who's going to just like hang out there for a hot sec. And usually those, reliably is going to be the 2 carries. And I'm kind of worried for them in this particular game because side laning against someone like Pocket is not easy in the best of time.
Are we just going to build ulti-bot Warden here? Like you like mentioned the Majestic like leap build, just get in there.
I mean, you can, but it's the thing is, it's like it's not even. I don't even think it's that good this game. I mean, on top of that, with the Pocket Affliction Max, I think what makes the Affliction Max so good is when you put it on carries that are relying on like Infuser or Vampiric Burst, and they just can no longer heal from those key sustain items. That's honestly, I think, like one of the heaviest hits when it comes to turning off healing is carries with crazy lifesteal that sustains them through an entire
like
team
Lady
fight.
Geist.
Exactly, like Lady Geist, right? So the ability to battle through. Although I think Lady Geist should still be able to swap her HP back up.
Yes, I don't think it doesn't count as healing. I think
exactly. So Lady Geist might actually be better off of the 3. In the end, it's just odd to see a team that has been so aggressive so early in their draft to go for a triple late game carry setup where it feels like they really need to weather the storm from Melee Creeps through this first 15-20 minutes.
Dude, if that was like a REM or something like so many other things instead of the Geist, it's like, oh yeah, cool, sick.
I thought they were going to snipe the Abrams away. I thought that would have been a great choice. Like, get the Abrams for themselves. I thought Melee Creeps really wanted it, and they did get it in the final slot. But
yeah,
we'll see if the scaling does become an issue.
From Melee Creeps, I was like getting Bebop instead of the Abrams in that slot. It's like, oh, you've given it away.
Yeah, and I don't think FPS Lounge would have contested the Bebop for sure, given that they already, the picks they've already got in the draft. But anything is possible in this one.
Have fun, guys. Have fun with this one. FPS Lounge, a map up. Have they doomed themselves with this guy's pick? How do they make it work? Jake and Uber are gonna tell us how.
I mean, yeah, I'm very curious to see how this the late game comes together here for this FPS Lounge lineup. They're just doing it differently. They wanted to play like a really up-tempo mid-game composition last game. This one, very, very much the opposite. Whereas Melee Creeps have gotten a bit of that, I think, to mix in here. Definitely got to be looking out for that Pocket Affliction Max. Cutting that healing off entirely has kind of what's catapulted him into...
Yeah, and it'll need to be a little bit later in the game, right, to where we really see the impact, especially from somebody like Pocket. But John's impact in the mid lane rather could start very well from the beginning, and I think what he's able to contribute here is going to be crucial.
So Warden Silver here on this left hand side. Abrams Viscous is going to be the matchup. Got a wrestler shot to hand. So it will be, Bebop Mirage. What year is this? Okay, in mid here for Melee Creeps. Obviously, unsurprisingly, Venator Doorman is the go-to combo on the side of FPS Lounge on the right side with Pocket and Calico. Holiday actually finds herself on a peripheral lane, which is rare, but sometimes you get Doorman and Holiday and you can do what you want.
It's a good matchup though for Holiday up against Pocket. There's explosive barrel damage, gonna really hurt against Pocket's negative spirit resist, and Geist in this lane as well. It's gonna be average on the Geist, so signaling that likely that's gonna be the character who needs to be pushed into a little bit more of a frontline role. I don't hate for this draft. I mean, maybe you could build a little bit towards the spirit side of the kit here, something usually a little bit underserved on Geist, but you can see, man, one explosive barrel just takes like what, 20% of Pocket's HP off.
Yeah, it is huge. Yeah, one of the only characters that has that negative spirit resist at base coming into the game. Funny little tweak there. Okay, some contest here over these creeps. Melee creeps want to apply that pressure early on here. We've got that Holiday Geist though to contend with, like I said, big burst nukes potential from this Holiday, and oh yeah, Pocket is certainly feeling it.
Good shots from Geist, getting some nice trades. A parry though onto Abrams, and he is just soaking up that damage. Saya can tank through it for now, but him and Vinyl, this Abrams Viscous lane is very defensive, but I actually think this is a brutal matchup because Silver and Warden, you really can't tank through them. You need to just not get caged, just not get caught. And Abrams Viscous, it's decent for that with a Q, but there's kind of a long cooldown window for Silver and Warden to punish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm certainly concerned about those constant flask spam coming down as well. Here's John though, reprising his role on the Bebop and already being a real pain in the neck for FPS Lounge. So nice little early damage here on towards this Guardian. Pretty poke heavy lane with some hard engage potential. You don't want to get hooked into one of those Dust Devils. You'll know about it. That is for sure. Still, we are looking at Doorman Venator, which is gold standard of safe lanes here to set up early. And we saw the exact same thing from LA Creeps in that previous game with Sire and John looking to start things off. The bomb gets appended though to low main. Bit of free damage there for John as the Doorman flew past.
I do think low main is one of the best players in the game at this style of very aggressive nukers in lane that just put constant pressure on you and eventually snowball their way to a kill. Speaking of a kill though, Silver finds yourself in big trouble. Viscous trying to run this one down and is going to get the finish. Vinyl. Nice execution from him off the rusted barrel, and maybe a second even to be had in this lane that started so rough for their opponents, and they managed to endure. So maybe some over aggression here from Leffa and Poppers. And I mean, given the deep late game you've drafted here, you really need a long time to come online, and kills like that going against you are not the kind of start you want.
Feels like Poppers really saw an opportunity to go after Sire, and the window against Abrams to punish them at low health is really short, especially when he's got extra regen on, and he naturally has that good regeneration. So an overextension into that one for sure. Bebop, how we certainly missed you. Hook there connecting on towards low main, and he falls like a lawn chair. Dust Devil here thrown in. This is what you want to see from Bebop. You want to see manufactured kill opportunities, and as low as John went, still an unanswered elimination and a chance to get back to base.
Yeah, it's big for John. Nice little tornado from Fishcake there. Buys time to get the Bebop safely out of the fight. A second rusted being picked up, and oh, they're going to build multiple disarming hexes this game, aren't they? That is going to hurt.
Why not?
I love the read.
Your opponents have drafted how many gun carries, bro?
It's really nice, actually. And at low main, though, and Leffa do get the buffs. Although, hold on, John's waiting on the other side. Won't necessarily be a free kill, though.
Okay, very disruptive. They're going to knock back a disengage uppercut there for John. But damage certainly taken there. Low main was minding his own business. Popped on out and saw a welcoming crew waiting for him. Quick scan over the Guardians. These melee creeps left and right lane Guardians actually taking a bit of damage in a rotation here over towards mid. It's going to be led by Ido. DP goes maybe back behind this Guardian. DMB going to be struggling. Gloom bombs connect enough to find that elimination. Into a trap there, but no harm, no foul. Now you can start to look after this mid Guardian. The part of the map where maybe certainly gets a lot of scrutiny. Saw a super quick rotation across from the right. And they're far from done, apparently. Return to Shadows, just catches onto low main. And this is melee creeps doing what they do best, getting busy as bees in this early game.
Yeah, the mid lane, it's been a bit of a bloodbath. Ido, though, looks to be getting punished for this play. Quick melee's desperately thrown in from DMB. Needs just like one more shot. Doesn't want to pop the Irdomini on this one. Still has one more bullet. He's doing it. And will get that execute. No chance this game. Ido, revenge wired. Now Viscous under a little bit of pressure, but a punch out should get him back to safety.
So how annoying the rusted barrel is for Venator to deal with in the early stage of the game. Disarmed for a lengthy period of time. I'm not sure where Sai is hoping to go here. Dive here for low main, straighten under the Guardian, and easily enough to pick up. Door set up as well. He wants to put pressure on Vinyl. Hotel guest here against the
Full
Viscous.
damage. Looks
Yeah,
to be
he is getting
hitting.
all of that deeps. He's going to drop quite low when he pops out of this, and bam! Fishcake also taken down elsewhere. FPS Lounge giving as good as they get in this early stage of the game. And Holiday chalking one up for the Sapphire side.
These trades, though, are exactly what the doctor ordered for FPS Lounge. Like getting your ults into play, trading down resources, trading kills. You just need this to not be an explosive bloodbath for the early game potential of the other side. Average even grabs the tower back the other way. So I would say that this some of those kills off the back of Doorman and Holiday are really exactly what FPS Lounge need to stay aggressive and stay competitive with this kind of a greedy style.
And they've shown they're more than willing to fight in scenarios like this. They're certainly not going to be falling behind in this early game. Okay, Return of Shadows might not quite have the speed. Very nicely placed little jump pad there, but Average still caught out. Aren't able to catch on to him in the end. And they can follow up and pressure onto this Guardian. That's the Guardian down though in mid. DMB's able to push it over. Do also getting one in this right side lane. Big collapse here from melee creeps on that side of the map, and it is a spirited trade of neutral objectives everywhere across the map. On the left side as well, there's a lot of pressure going down onto that Guardian. And with so many melee creeps players leaving that lane to help collapse on towards the right, you feel like you're just going to lose the Guardian flat out.
Guardian does go down. FPS Lounge picking up a bit of a soul advantage here. Do had a pretty rough start of this one. Just gets into the cult sack, which is the beginning of a recovery. Should have some time to be able to build into some of those items. Given the draft, FPS Lounge has been refusing to play this one as slow and defensive as you may have expected. They're continuing to push the tempo, although Cultist also for Lefa signals this one may be going the distance.
Yeah, Gimme Lefa making sure they get nice and topped up here. Plenty of souls flowing into the coffers in this fairly early stage of the game. 90 seconds still until buffs. John sees the door there and doesn't really want to reckon with low main at all, low as he is. I don't think he'll have a choice though. Bruh.
And just assassinating John.
I don't know about this either. Okay, Return of Shadows, some damage on the back end this here. Vinyl can't get too close, and we're back in the Baroness. Yes, folks. That could be tough for Vinyl as he does emerge. Full damage there off the Baroness as well. Cube, though, is the answer. And it's going to be enough, but Ido gets picked off in mid. FPS Lounge happy to let the game be dragged down into the mud. Their hands are reaching up out of the muck and mire to find these kills. And Lefa just turns around with a last stand. Fishcake bowled over.
Yeah, Fishcake, I guess we should try to get a little bit of extra damage into the tower. Knew he was dead to rights there, but where's this game gone, Mitch? We talked about the greed of this draft. Will they be able to make it to the late game? I mean, they're making this look like a tempo style, and I am starting to get very worried for melee creeps. I mean, at this point, it's really on Pocket to just show up and just dramatically change the tenor of this game, but you may be asking too much very soon, especially as the damage continues to be added up here. FPS on just continuing to push this tempo.
Yeah, so many souls globally handed over because these Guardians are getting pushed down. So the carries on FPS Lounge who sort of need that infusion of souls constantly are getting them for now. Average DMB, Lefa, all getting pretty fed. Obviously, we saw the cold sacks being picked up. So they're able to position themselves to be potentially more than relevant as we sort of change phases in the game. We got out of the early game very, very quickly. No Guardians to speak of. Here's that Affliction onto Xeno. No time yet to get those counter spells into the inventory, but that Trophy Collector is getting stacked on up. Dude does go down, but the Affliction will tick, and John lasers himself a kill.
It's good to grab one back from the Affliction. I mean, it honestly is very well worth considering Xeno a lot richer than Pocket at this particular moment in the game. Well, not a lot richer, actually. Just basically the same net worth.
Headed to Greenwich.
But the soul advantage across the board for FPS Lounge make these comeback kills significant for melee creeps.
Yeah, 7k. Well, that has billowed out. It was about 3k a couple of minutes ago. Earn in 90 seconds. Some serious pressure here being applied by melee creeps up mid. At low main, make sure he doesn't dangle himself within their purview, or certainly not close enough to get caught out by one of these bebop hooks, of which we've really only seen the one in lane that did turn into a kill. We're starting to get towards the part of the game where that does become extra relevant. Good push here for melee creeps as well. They've got a decent macro control of the game, means that they can obviously go for some of these neutrals and also can head to that secret shop on the left pretty well uncontested this time.
Still, melee creeps playing the map much more aggressive than we saw in the last battle between these two teams. They've got to stay aggressive. They got to continue to contest these camps. In the end, there still is insane late game scaling. As bad as things are now, they will get worse as Warden and Geist start to come online. Lasso is missed. A nice little wall bounce, though, from Fishcake. Actually, it's going to be enough to save his life.
Yeah, it just makes it a bit of an unpredictable trajectory here. Xeno, I wouldn't say he was hasty with the lasso. Very well apportioned in that moment, but I'm able to find connection. Now eyes on DMB. He's going to get shoved in under his own walker.
Are you really diving in this? Vinyl just got stomped under Walker. Excuse me?
He might die here for that. It looks like he's going to be able to peel himself away. No, he is so deep there. Not ideal.
How did he get stopped by the walk? I think it was just a big mistake from Vinyl, actually. I didn't see any setup skill for that. And that's essentially a free one. Fed over to FPS Lounge. Does pop a silver ult, which is a little something. Pocket, 20 seconds away from Affliction. May still be interested in a trade here, but average up to 12K on the Geist does not go down easy. He just tanks through Pocket skills. Zero respect given, and Pocket just capes out. Cannot contest this earn.
Yeah, had to Veil on out of there. Lomain already has that Veil Walker in the inventory. Oh, there's a fight to be had here. Quickly drop the urn, pick it up, and try and get away. So Ida wants to stick around. Hotel guest here, so he's going to buy some time, and there are plenty of reinforcements in the vicinity. However, maybe not before. Lomain suffers, tries to get back through the door, and he will be unable to be pursued. Still, there's a fight going, and Melee Creeps have the numbers advantage here, big time. Average found himself on the wrong end of that particular engagement. Soul Exchange, though, gets him top right back up, though, by the looks. Left of those still goes down. Melee Creeps just right place, right time situation for them. Nice little parry there. That was cheeky as the slide came through. Fishcake is down, though. DMB going to work here on this Walker. Iridomini got its value. Make no mistake, and there's no contest on that right side Walker. That's going to be picked up here. Again, Ido and Lomain are going head to head here. Dash back through the door. Disarm for a time, maybe rust a barrel on him. And Ido got snapped up, shot through that exact door.
The fact that they claim the Walker here is huge. It is a bit of a hook here on Silver around the mid lane, but defensively on his own Walker, not really a serious kill threat against Poppers there. Melee Creeps feels like they're starting to grasp at straws here. I mean, that team fight goes decent for them, but through all the chaos, FPS Lounge, calmly, collectively pushing the other side of the map. They're getting a Walker for the trade. Even if that fight goes much better for Melee Creeps, I still don't know how the economy is going to look for them.
And again, don't let the timers fool you, but the urn is still on the map. It walked its way back over to a starting point, and FPS Lounge are dutifully going to swoop on in and scoop it straight back up. Keep an eye on where these doors are being set up. We just saw them go down now. Siphon for average, though, does get hooked on in. Dust Devil as well. A lot of disruption on the Lady Geist, but that's a pick up of the urn for Lomain back through the door. And, Bob's your uncle. They're going to get out of there. Not much left to shoot at this point. As low as average was, excuse me, it might be a fight to be had off the back of this. So last stand is there for Leffer, but no opportunity to wind up for this one at all. And a seismic to secure that kill.
Saya off the top row all the way down into the basement to get down Leffa. Urn just being run away now with the Veil Walker. A little extra speed boost does get Lomain out of trouble. And controlling that means it's limited to what this pick's going to give to Melee Creeps. They're going to try and force it. If you force a Walker, you are giving Urn essentially for free here. Lady Geist, one of the tougher heroes to push into, and Xeno's even coming in for a flank on this holiday. Don't think he's detected just yet.
It's got to be a 2v3 though, and Xeno is in a pretty committed position right now. Can he go for a Dust Devil away? That limits the numbers, maybe evens them up a little bit. Big damage off these barrels though, that is gotta hurt. And Fishcake just gets ruined. Xeno the Cooper wraps him up, ships him off with love. Apparently as much where that came from. That's about as good as it gets. Defend the left side Walker, get an urn turn in, get 2 kills, and maybe more.
We need a nuke holiday from Orbit. What is that, man? He just gets barreled like 6 times on Mirage of all heroes and just cannot play into that fight. I mean, that's arguably your carry this game for Melee Creeps. Starting to look pretty grim for them. FPS Lounge has taken all the scaling pretty much in Deadlock into their draft, and they're all getting the farm. 96 to 70 or 94 to 76,000 souls. Really tough spot to be, and maybe even more catches on the cards. Ido does not have ultimate. Stepped up, tried to get some pressure on the mid lane, and just gets deleted. FPS Lounge ready and waiting for that play.
And again, Melee Creeps are looking on. Viscous and Mirage are in mid, but they're just not in any sort of position to help Ido. Also, doesn't have Return of Shadows there, so perhaps that was the miscalculation. Normally you think Ido could maybe just walk away from that one and slowly saunter under the cover of darkness, but that wasn't to be in this instance. And Fishcake has every right to be a little cagey about the proximity of Silver. I mean,
Look at this Mirage with like 3 items. He feels so bad right now, but he has to come into fights. How dastardly this game is playing against him. And those doorman bells, I mean, he can't even stay in the lane.
How much did Doorman hit him with one call bell? He took 1,000 damage from that Doorman in that brief window of time. Passing buff certainly doesn't go astray or when you're throwing call bells out at your opponents. Okay, Hook does connect here on the Poppers. Viking Curse, though, is ready to go. Can he turn his fight around? No, simply wants to make use of this extra max HP to get away. Lomang did get caught in the end, so things are falling apart a little bit here. And at this point, I think you're priced into trying to fight. No, Popper still wants to put himself some distance between himself and his assailants and gets back under the walker. Is that going to be safe enough? No, Gloom Bomb's coming from off screen, and you got nowhere to go, no choice. Hyper Beam here as well from John. Fishcake, though, was picked up, so still some value being extracted, and it looks like we're headed headlong into exchange of walkers.
DMB gonna be the standard bearer alongside Xeno on the Holiday. Affliction comes out, it's only onto the Holiday, but maybe you'll take what you can get in a game like this. Still, a lasso connection would be good, but he can't quite get it. The heals aren't, of course, coming through. That maxed Affliction, though, is eventually run down. And melee creeps,
they did get the walker.
It was a nice start to the fight, but the cleanup feels like it's coming back towards FPS Lounge and really taking away what felt like a good start to an engagement. The rest of Luck can actually hold on. Gets Abrams back healthy. Average just barely gets the parry out. He's got enough debuff resist to be able to get that one through off the charge. And it just turns into an absolute bloodbath.
A little frustrating. You travel it in there as Fishcake to turn up back into the fight. At least able to take a 1-for-1. We're probably hoping to try and save Sire, I think, at that point, who basically used everything at his disposal to stay alive after he was soul exchanged down to about 400 HP. Sire with metal skin fancies a little bit more of that staying power, and can't blame him. Yeah, bro, the Holiday hero damage is a bit egregious, if I'm just going to point it out there. That's
I'm impressed by Average. For to be top on Geist right now is kind of wild, right? Typically, I think of Geist as a hero that, okay, yeah, I'm expecting her to be crazy in the late game, but not necessarily this early. For her to be leading Holiday, I'm super impressed by Average performance in this game.
Xeno tries to go for an urn pickup here. It's heavily in melee creeps territory. It's very much a comeback urn. And that one is a head scratcher.
I mean, if he could just get the urn and slip away, it feels so good. I mean, no one has been able to punish Holiday today, but finally the limit is found. And it looks like a full max speed run from Saya. He wants to force this dunk early with the pathing he's taking so far. With the pocket all behind them, I think this is maybe the best moment, or the best moment they're going to get. Xeno, of course, going to be coming back onto the spawn into this team fight. And Leffa going to be teleporting over, but comeback urn dunks pretty quick. Although Doorman is going to be able to have a door to be able to keep that area in contest.
It's going to be a fight here. Leffa still not in the vicinity. He's looking a bit emaciated anyway at 17k or 18k souls as it now is. Oh, the Doorman damage is pretty crazy stuff. DMB under pressure. The Venator is brought down. Nice little hook there. John gets cubed up, though, to prevent any extra follow-up. FPS Lounge, is this smart to fight for? Leffa finally arrives. Last Stand is active. Affliction, though, ticking on both Average and Poppers right now. And Sire somehow is still alive. Nice shoulder charge. Does connect. Can he hang in there? No. Goes down. Return fire. Not enough to help him. Poppers, though, is the exchange. FPS Lounge still standing with 4 players up. It's going to be a close one, though. Ido is down. Dust Devil forward here for Fishcake. And it really is his last hurrah there. FPS Lounge outright win the fight and get the urn turn in.
Yeah, and the hybrid build from Leffa paying dividends. The ulti feeling very impactful. And that team fight of Majestic Leap is bought. It is
So
officially Old Warden. He's going to commit to the build now. I mean, Cold Sack weighted shots, so you get some very nice impact on the gun. But ultimately, this is going to be an ulti Warden. Pretty much as the deeper we go into the game, I expect the rest of the items, for the most part, to be Spirit. And FPS Lounge have already passed the most difficult test for their comp in the early game.
Warden's over there.
It's going to be an attempt here. Saya in the pit. So many players coming in. Hold on. At least one crystal snatched away is massive for melee creeps. And as the trade comes in, FPS Lounge just routed across the map with tornadoes, killing them all. So focused on the crystal, and the fight slips away from them.
And that's why that Mirage build is just so powerful right now. DB can't fight this at all. Sire is going to ruin him. Not much he can do. Hit with the shoulder charge, and he falls. That's 3 players lost on FPS Lounge. All those rejuve credits now are gone as well. As the dust settles, FPS Lounge soundly taken to task in that fight by a team who is vastly behind them in terms of those souls.
Leffa looks like he might want to sack his life for this one. No, he's actually going to mag leap out of there. Well executed from him. Some clean slides. He's going to be comfortably out of there and has gotten the walker to a point that it should be an easy kill later. And here comes the quad tornado poppers.
I hate it so much.
just trying to take his dog for a walk and absolutely decimated. And Fishcake, okay, early Echo Shard, he is online.
Yeah, and he is doing his job as intended. That Walker will go down. That last fight, by the way, ended in favor of melee creeps without affliction being used. Though might be in trouble. He'll come out of the Baroness long after his flying click is already done, and there's John spotted an opportunity to go after him. Zeno takes it with both hands. Side's going to get involved now, but it's a little bit low. However, the lasso, finally, a big connection here for Zeno. And all of a sudden, melee creeps get turned into a pretzel.
The Warden ult makes a world of difference in this fight, and such a hopeful challenge around that previous fight on the mid boss, and then it just goes right back the other way. FPS Lounge reassert their control. It feels like if this one goes differently, we see an even game, if not a lead for the melee creeps. But FPS Lounge, it's their turn to deploy key ultimates. Warden with the movement buff. I do think, though, this is the nature of the ult Warden. You really need to fight around the ulti, right? Like, the Warden is just not going to be too much of an impact hero when that ability is on cooldown. So FPS Lounge, clear moments of strength, but also opportunities for weakness.
Yeah, and also it's telegraphed for melee creeps, right? They can kind of tell that that's the cadence that FPS Lounge are likely to fully commit around. And they are, by the way, down a Walker after that exchange. So that's obviously something to, you know, I mean, you can look at it both ways. The behind a Walker, that sucks, but also there's some like souls being held in reserve. Kind of like taxes, you know what I mean? They're going to get some of them back here if they can find a way to push down into that. And they're hurtling, in fact, towards that stage of the game where you really start to fear them. The average has got a lot of those, you know, good survivability items already picked up. Leffer at 26k, DMB at 28. So this very greedy comp so far has gotten the sustenance they need to be quite a threat.
I'm just so curious to see what the next Warden item is. I mean, I keep, my first thought would be, is it just boundless to scale? I think Lightning Scroll is always an honorable mention. I mean, that's really what you're hoping to have on Warden. I mean, the stun, of course, on everybody, allowing you to just stay on top of them, get the full damage of the ultimate. So valuable. Warden, I think, I would argue one of the best Lightning Scroll users in the game, maybe next to something like a McGinnis. So when the build comes online, and it will, I mean, Leffa's 27k. We're past the point, I think, where he could have a weak early game and kind of not show up into these late game team fights. Merkmag is going to be the first buy, so he's still focusing on the hybrid element to just mitigate the degree to which he is a all-in ulti bot, which actually with these buys, it's not going to be as bad as I was suggesting, right? Especially with that max trap, you have a lot to bring even without the ult in fight.
I think half the battle sometimes is getting a Warden in the fight when needed, right? I think Majestic Leap is going to, you know, solve that issue to quite a great degree. Okay, lasso on John. The picker gets picked. Finding wound, you don't go anywhere, bro.
Yeah, he's
bye-bye.
Affliction on 2, but I still don't know if that's good enough to fight. FPS Lounge, they're looking into this for potentially more, even with the Affliction on them.
There are 3 fights right now happening across the map. It is absolute bedlam. Siren Vinyl taken down, though, and underneath the Walker is just trying to hang in there, just trying to do his best. Barrage thrown out here, but yeah, you know, there's going to be more where that came from. And in come FPS Lounge yet again, straight off the zip line. They're going to be fighting for it here. Flying Cloak means there's a means of escape here, but that is now expired, and DMB might be soon to follow. I know, punched into oblivion there, and oh dear, there are no one alive.
Yeah, FPS Lounge.
There are none.
And then there were none. So it would seem the map to be cleared here, and to get a 6-for-0 team wipe with this kind of a comp, I mean, the pushing power unmatched in what FPS Lounge have brought to bear in this map. They want to end this one clean 2-0. They really are starting to look like a bit of a super team, Mitch. I mean, this is getting scary, right? In these kind of chaotic brawls that they don't lose a single player, it beggars belief.
And it wasn't even an all-in fight. It wasn't like a 6v6 where you think that like FPS Lounge can like get super high Warden value and just be a nuisance. There were 3 separate engagements going on, and they managed to basically conglomerate all of them into one fight in the end underneath that Walker. Nice lasso there for Zeno. That is going to be important, and he's been, I think, speculating a lot with that holiday ultimate, right? But like we mentioned, really you only have to hit one big one, and he found John as well. You know, virtually in one fell swoop, neutering melee creeps' ability to be selective about a fight they wanted to start and take one of their, you know, biggest soul carriers away. I'm still scared of the Affliction here, and obviously the aftermath of the kind of fight, Affliction and Fishcake knocking people up constantly, but FPS Lounge, I think, might just be hurtling for stat check territory here. This urn might give us a bit of an idea of just how far melee creeps are behind in terms of those souls. There is potential for a contest here. There's an Affliction already getting thrown down, but Dewey's a little bit low at the moment. Yes, he's going to be picked off. Solo does get dunked here, but FPS Lounge feel like that to them might be worth it. That wave is pushed out a lot, and you know there's going to be more fighting, but the Dust Devils are going to be used purely for disengage purposes, but average is looking scary. 37k souls on this guy. Leech is there. Scourge is in play as well. Has to respect the disarm here, and he's going to be able to back away, but he's bought a lot of space here for FPS Lounge to do work elsewhere. Average, though, still wants to fight for it. Gotta watch out for this Calico, though, as Ido dropped down on top of him, found some big damage. The Walker stun, less than ideal.
That's going to bite, and the backup is coming in. Average incredibly low. If he just lives, that would be insane for him in this team fight. Mirage still diving under, chasing for more.
There's
Abrams
more
here as well, but they've chased very deep into enemy territory. Calico has to be very tricky to slip out of this one, and she'll be able to cat away, but maybe the teammates not so lucky. Abrams looks to be in trouble, starting to get picked up. Oh, the last one goes wide, and will that even be enough for Abrams to get out? Mirage already down.
Yeah, and that's fish cake. I mean, he could have traveled in maybe to a fight little later on, but he is down. I kind of like this. I think Average was spotted underneath his own Walker, just pushing the wave back out at very low health. So I'm just going to go and try and fight him there, but you got to watch out for the drain. Did we not check the amount of souls on Average, bro? He's able to fight that 1v1, even without soul exchange. That is brutal stuff. I know Ido was there trying to be optimistic about a potential pick opportunity, but that one blew up in his face.
We're at the point of the game when you've just got to go for the crazy gambles. Pocket is dormantled, can't even really come into this fight to deploy the Affliction. His teammates dropping all around him. Somehow they get 2 of the rejuves, but will that be enough for the team fight? Lefa's running rampant over them. An Affliction on 3 will slow things down for these frontliners, but Melee Creep still with only 3 players on the map. It's an incredibly challenging fight to bring back for them, and FPS Lounge, the one rejuve they claimed, still in the pocket as they look for these cleanup kills.
Yeah, the fact that they lose no one in that fight and still have access to the buff that Rejuve offers, that is pretty brutal. Once again, Melee Creeps are wiped clean from the face of the map, and now you know that these forays for FPS Lounge are going to get deeper and deeper still. Base Guardians on the menu here, and I suspect a large number of unspent souls to pocket in the pocket right now, but hey, there's a bigger business to attend to. That barrel is doing a lot of damage to the Calico.
Just does a third of the Calico's health. Like a casual.
Where's the spirit investment? Like, it's not even that high, Jay. There's a spirit burn there, in fairness.
A spirit burn is a crazy item. If you can proc spirit burn reliably, it is a crazy item. And Ido getting too cheeky with it. I mean, he's trying to force plays, which is understandable given how desperate this game state is. But I mean, Low Main and Co, they're just starting to toy with him. Xeno so statted on the holiday, and he is on easy street, man. 6 kill streak for Xeno on the holiday, crushing through every single game today. I mean, everyone just gave him the holiday. They disrespected it. They thought they could manage to outplay. Here comes a nice charge and a roll through from Biscuits, but there's only 2 players alive. This feels very hopeful here, Mitch.
Yeah. Sire is scary and has been doing work, but unfortunately someone needs to be able to follow up on him spreading that scourge through the enemy team. FPS Lounge are back to a full 6 players now, and yeah, Hidden King about to be knocked easily enough. Last stand here, the Ulti-Bot Warden, frankly, got the job done.
Pocket. Oh, the trap on Pocket.
Example.
That should just be game here, Mitch. Late deaths coming in. FPS Lounge are afflicted. They may want to back off, but they continue to find these kills. Melee Creeps throwing good money after bad, but there's not much good money left in the stack. This has all come up FPS Lounge today. They have looked dominantly the best here in North America.
And it's a sub 30-minute game in the end here, which is not the way we expect it to go. I mean, sorry, but talk about subverting expectations. FPS Lounge draft a greedy late game scaling composition. They've got 3 M1 carries, which as we, determined, Lefra is still buying the relevant M1 carry items, even if he's behind in souls. And it's frankly a Bebop composition, which is always interesting for me to see from Melee Creeps. And John is just not able to find his groove over the course of this series after looking like a filthy dominant player in that challenger game. FPS Lounge delivering on the promise they made where they formed this team and have risen to the top in North America now in an undisputed fashion, Dan.
And everybody playing from the same continent is a fantastic, I think, a change as well for them. And yeah, their domination, I think it's fair to say, continues into the 2nd consecutive win. Well played to FPS Lounge with that one. I mean, a little bit of the buff enjoyers factor perhaps towards this 2nd map where we see a draft where we're just scratching our heads like, how the hell is this going to work? And then when it's put into practice, it's like, oh, okay, I guess it makes sense then. And that's exactly I think the experience we had with FPS Lounge here with that late guys pick, making it work. And the question really is, how big is the gap right now between everybody else in North America and FPS Lounge?
I gotta say, Dan, they're looking like a super team. Like playing like this. I mean, able to. You mentioned Buff Enjoyers, right? Able to draft something no one else is drafting. See low main on the doorman, Xeno on the holiday. We talk about there's like these individuals as if, you gotta, what are you gonna address in the ban phase? There are too many problems. FPS Lounge is presenting you issues left, right, and center. Think about average performance in this game on the Geist. Like he's insane on the frontliner, and then he just pulls out the Geist and is like top net worth for a really significant part of this game. Despite the team asking a lot of him, and this is rough from Visca. Like what am I watching? He just gets walker stomped.
It's gonna be a rough one.
That obviously caused a pick off there at a time in the game where it was actually melee creeps who were starting to assert themselves, work a large number of those objectives down. You can see obviously Silver can really lock you up. I know, very slippery, but that fight happened without Return to Shadow, so that wasn't really an option here. This Urn fight was pretty intense. I think Sire was getting a little bit scary.
That metal skin, by the way, on Abrams. Like, what?
Yeah,
How was he alive that long?
Really hard to pick off. I can see here, this is this is obviously the Warden build. This is pre-Majestic Leap, so Leffa, great presence of mind. Obviously pretty obvious you want to stand in the big circle and fight with your friends, but, able to have a pretty large impact in that fight. Obviously the Doorman and Holiday combination gave FPS Lounge, I feel like, the ability to funnel souls to their key players without them needing to just farm incessantly. And so perhaps just accelerated the timeline for some of those quote-unquote scaling later game carries, getting them the souls funneled in earlier. Melee Creep's still a scary comp. I think that this Mirage build, while understated as Mirage kind of always tends to feel sometimes until you look at the numbers, is a pretty scary combination, with the Affliction. But again, this is Melee Creeps who pickpocket in a losing series in their last game, and unfortunately he's not able to make the difference for him.
Yeah, one thing, Jake, for me, when I look at this game, I saw in the first draft, our top of the line issue for the composition was allowing Holiday to go to FPS Lounge. And it feels like they allowed FPS Lounge to get Holiday once again, and I'm left wondering, is Holiday, does she have outsized value? And is it the case that you just kind of need to ban it away, or pick it or something, so, like just to make it so that they can't have it? And was that a mistake?
I have to agree with you at this point. I mean, I think getting the pocket probably felt like, okay, this is that that hero we need to have. Everyone's been banning out. If we could finally just get the pocket, our late game team fights are going to be so incredibly strong, right? But I think it doesn't take into account how difficult the early game can be, how much Holiday feels like a huge attribute at every level of the game, whether it's the laning phase, whether it's towards that late game, providing these pick opportunities, or even in the late game team fights. I mean, Affliction's nice, but the barrel with Spirit Burn is like Affliction at home, and you got 4 charges of those on a much shorter cooldown. They're pretty serious. So I think that for me, at least, the verdict is in. I feel like, at least for Xeno, you can't give this guy Holiday. I mean, he did way too much this series, was pretty much completely out of control. Top player damage. I'm not really surprised to see it. I mean, just across the board beatdown and denying the late game scaling from Melee Creeps, who have typically, I think I will say for Melee Creeps, they've typically been a team that wants to play deeper late game strats. I don't see them as a team that goes for these really aggressive early brawl teams, and some of that discomfort may have been why the performance wasn't so ideal here in this game too.
I think that they got banned out pretty effectively. I thought like the Warden take late in the draft from Leffa, remember, it came after John had taken this Bebop, so it wasn't like trying to take that. It wasn't like trying to deny John the pick. Warden was there for the taking. It just didn't really seem to interest John because, of course, Paradox was banned second and Holiday was picked up by FPS Lounge. So I'm sure they were thinking, we don't have a way to get the fights we want. Like we're scrappy. This comp in the second game was a bit more spread. We want to roam, we want to punish positioning, but I mean, unfortunately, we saw John again, like 9 deaths in the game. Obviously, relative to the rest of his team, not an issue, but we often saw him still getting picked off. They've been looking for him, constantly, FPS Lounge, to sort of punish him out. And Average farmed up an absolute storm. Scourge carry in the middle of the fight with Leech. His Lady Geist was, got to that end game a lot earlier than we maybe would have expected to see it.
And when you look at it, Jake, it does really feel like when we get to this part of the broadcast, okay, yeah, it's a bit hindsight Harry, but okay, taking Geist at the end and just seeing, where John was damage-wise, it feels like it was definitely a very targeted way to potentially deal with what could have been a John or something that could have dealt with John because you know if let's say they allowed I don't know, for them to pick the Geist instead, then maybe Sai could have played the Bebop instead.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think seeing this, how well it worked for FPS Lounge is really massive to their credit that they can execute a draft like this. It's like, you know, clearly there's a benefit of denying the enemy team a late game scaling carry. Like whenever I'm playing in ranked and stuff, I see, oh, I don't have a gun carry at all. Like I'm tilted. I feel like I can't win. It forces you to try to win in the early game. And I think for FPS Lounge, just having that inevitability, putting melee creeps in the spot of for your series life, for your tournament life, you need to be able to like crush us in the early game. You need to force a ton of plays. It puts them in a terrible mental spot to be able to just play good Deadlock, right? Where you know, they bought all these disarming hacks, and it's like, that's cool. And like, I see how it fits the you know, the matchup well. But at the end of the day, you're putting a lot of souls from your overall team into something that doesn't deal damage, get kills, you know, pressure objectives, end the game, right? It's like a useful fighting tool. But I think melee creeps maybe over-indexed into that. And in the end, FPS Lounge just got to that stat check territory. So really well executed from them to be able to play two completely different styles of drafts and make them both look equally as effective.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, we're going to look at the MVP now. And of course, who else but Xeno, of course. I mean, two immaculate performances on Holiday, top of the damage both times, and setting the tempo, pressuring like crazy, just doing all of the things that you would expect to see a Holiday doing. And it does make me wonder that, you know, for melee creeps, FPS Lounge is probably the only team that can punish them and show them their weaknesses right now and make them uncomfortable. And it is because of what players like Xeno are able to do.
I mean, Xeno is playing Holiday in like two different shells, right? Like a comp that was like in that second game, we thought like, yeah, greedy, sure, but was maybe supposed to really like farm up a storm, get towards that late game. He makes sure that that whole process gets accelerated. And then obviously in the first of this best of three, he's playing, he's playing this Holiday in and around like this like Billy, Calico, Viscous composition as well. And in both cases looks fantastic. We spent a lot of time on board with Xeno, and I think, you know, a great performance from them. We could also admit that Holiday is like at a pretty oppressive level at the moment. The changes to these barrels mean that you can invest more in just like your spirit damage, like off the back of those, and do some pretty horrific amounts of damage. The fact that Spirit Burn also increases your ability range just feels like it's a perfect fit here for Holiday in general. But I thought Xeno was, cracked over the course of this series. He got 12 kills. Top kills in that first game as well. So very much involved in a lot of that really important early to mid-game fighting.
Yeah, or Holiday just feels like orbital strike cannon with these barrels. The amount of AoE like he's able to have on the full build. I mean, we talk about a lot about what heroes are really useful around the mid-boss pit, and I think we may have underestimated just how good Holiday can be with Spirit Burn with that much AoE. You throw those barrels in, everybody who's like challenging for the crazy parries in the pit, you are hitting every single player with those barrels, and they just come one after the other with Spirit Burn ticking you down. It's insane to me that, you know, your initiator can be your top damage hero like this, but while those two can be one and the same, no complaints for FPS Lounge, of course, drafting Holiday for Xeno first.
That's interesting that the way that you say that the initiator can be the top damager, because we also saw that like Viscous today was the top damager as well, and it's kind of like a support hero. And so yeah, kind of interesting way to spot what might need tuning potentially, or maybe not. Maybe it doesn't need tuning. I don't have anything for you, Jake, on matchmaking.
Spirit damage is just in a like really powerful spot. I just want to point out Lemaine did use a pretty like unorthodox build, right? Hyper aggressive, like the Mystic Express shot, and then like pivoted pretty heavy into like stacking spirit power later in the game for those abilities. So that's just really heads up, like basically playing a different focus for Viscous over two different phases of the game, which was sick. But yeah, I think like spirit power is something that we need to be looking out for right now. It's extremely potent, and that's why we're seeing like itemization to limit that from like our Geists and our Mirages.
And just a quick thing, just to make sure that we got a $1,000 donation for the players today as well. So shout us again to, was it Shocked Pelvis? I think it was. The patron of Deadlock was the note that went along with that. So
it's such an interesting name. I don't even. Yeah.
It sounds
you can have whatever name you want if you want to give us $1,000.
Yeah, no, that's true. Honestly, like you have naming rights. Honestly, next week it's Night Shift presented by Shock Pelvis.
There you go. All right, let's check out the priority from this week. I mean, we've seen a lot of crazy, wacky stuff. I think in this last few weeks of meta, I mean, the urn changes, I think, really precipitated a lot of differences in how teams were drafting. But we've also had a lot more tournaments and play in general. And so this week, today, this is how the picks have looked. What jumps out to you guys?
I mean, obviously Grey Talon's still getting a fair bit of play in EU only, though, getting banned out in NA on occasion. Obviously, we had Drifter Dynamo picked up in that last EU game, which was kind of absurd. We saw a lot more variety, I think, of heroes out of EU. I did find that quite interesting. Bebop got a lot of looks here as well, obviously being picked on 3 separate occasions. But I think our regular suspects are still very much at the top of the mix there. Of course, your Billy's, Venators, and Mirage has come back into vogue. You didn't spend much time out of the limelight, but this new build seems to have made him a must pick.
Yeah, he does feel pretty insane, especially around the mid-boss fight and even just staying alive with all those tornadoes in the urn fight. One thing that jumps out to me, though, is that the supports that are getting played generally are those that deal a lot of damage, right? Like Doorman, Viscous, I mean, and I guess Rem, but even Rem, we look at the healing stat a lot of time and talk about it, but Rem actually can build a lot of very aggressive active items playing around tag-along, and I think he kind of fits this mold as well. Or he's the one defensive support, since he has a great matchup into spirit damage, that fits this meta. But it's interesting that characters like Kelvin, Paige, completely untouched, no one really wanting to go towards options like Victor, who's been, and Celeste even, who've been like these great big frontliners doing a lot of aggressive damage. No one going those directions, feeling like maybe they're just a little bit too hard to get away with. I think Holiday is having huge influence on the meta. I think everybody has to think about, how do I play with Holiday? How do I play against Holiday? And then we can consider your pick, Brio.
I think one other thing that's interesting to me as well is we haven't seen Kelvin for quite some time. And I don't know if Kelvin's like bad or anything like that. Maybe it's just like you've been saying, Jake, about the, you're talking about the mobility meta. I actually feel like Kelvin's actually very nice in terms of mobility. So yeah, I'm not really sure with Kelvin.
I mean, like, obviously Kelvin was in a position where like he just never lost lane. He had such insane sustain, but you have other places you can kind of get that from now as well. I think like Rem has kind of found its way into that spot with like legitimate pick potential, whereas I always felt like Frozen Shelter was more defensively oriented. So I don't know, maybe that's a piece of it.
Yeah, I think this is, teams have gotten better and better at Deadlock. That's one thing I have to remember when it comes to competitive play this early into the game's lifespan, is like, not only is the game generally shifting and actually changing, but also teams are getting better and better. One thing I think we see more and more of is these very split team fights, right? We saw a ton in this most recent match where like different fights are happening all over the map all at once, and yet these are coordinated. Like the teams they're knowing, okay, since we're putting pressure on somewhere else, I can go for this 1v1, 2v2 kind of a brawl, knowing that we are team fighting just in a dispersed way around the map. So supports like Kelvin Page, that they want this like all in, 12 players in one spot, so I get absolute maximum value. Where the Viscous, the Doorman, they're kind of happy to move in and out, bob and weave with the fight. So they feel like better picks at the moment.
Yeah, well, there we go. I mean, do you guys have any other thoughts you want to throw in at the end of the broadcast? Because it's that time. It's the time to close everything down. So if there's any last words, this is your moment.
I mean, I would just say I'm really happy to see like there's great competition at the top in NA, right? Melee creeps are going to be back. I think this is one of the points where you have a look at yourself, but it's also the first run for Vinyl, right? Obviously, you're still working on getting them integrated into the team. I think the ceiling for melee creeps is much higher. And I think it's safe to say the FPS Lounge project has worked out in an incredible way. They have catapulted themselves to the top of NA.
Yeah, I think NA kind of needed it after the result of our last major weekend tournament, where EU teams, despite the ping disadvantage, managed to come away with the top 2 slots. That had to sting. So FPS Lounge went into the lab, brought out a drastically stronger team than any we've seen before. And now it's a question of who can stop them, if anyone can stop them. Might take some time for folks to climb back up, but always great to see good competitive Deadlock being played. That's what we're all here for after all. Amazing support from the community. $1,000 from one donation is awesome. We're going to put that obviously right back into events and prize pool. So amazing stuff from the community. Much love, y'all.
Awesome. All right. Well, I got to say much love as well to everybody, all the chatters, the patrons, the subscribers, the gifters, the donators, everybody that is able to make this show possible. We couldn't do it without you. And if you enjoyed the show, you stuck with us the whole time, that's awesome. We're going to be back, same place, same time next week until the end of time. See you then.